We have a champion to crown, a tournament to enjoy, and maybe even some stories to finish. Welcome back, everyone, to the calling here in Bologna at this stop on the World Tour. My name is Howling Minds, joined once again in the booth today by Gabe Scher. Gabe, I'm excited. How are you feeling about Classic Constructed?
I'm pretty excited. I think we've seen an open meta yesterday, which means there's a lot of heroes. We can still see top 8 this thing. The top 24 we looked at last night was 12 different heroes, a very wide meta. And there's some fun ones. There's some variety in the top 24. It's not like different flavors of the same deck, so I'm eager.
Yeah, me too. Looking forward to seeing what these players have learned overnight. No doubt evolved on their understanding of existing matchups, influenced by some of what we saw on camera yesterday. Some remarkable feature matches, round 3 especially for me, Gravy Bones into Verdance. There's still all these questions about where these high seas heroes fit, where the Earth heroes fit, and apparently where everyone else fits as well.
Yep, you named 2 of the big bads from the new information. We got some bans in Florian, and it was the best deck coming out of the last format. We have Verdance, which came out winning last week in U.S. Nationals, and then we have all these new heroes. Those ones are exciting. There's also some other ones in the top 24. We saw 3 Vincent, which no one saw coming, I think is fair to say. So it's a question mark of whether they're able to convert those top 12, top 24 positions into the top 8 at the end of the day. There's a couple Prisms left over, a couple News left over, and importantly, the Azalea at 7-0 is someone to watch because that hero could LL at the end of the day, just like New, but Stefano has put her in a very good position to do so.
We certainly have a lot of tales to finish this weekend. Let's take a quick reminder of what these players are playing for when all is said and done. $20,000 in cold hard cash. Gold foil legendaries, including that lovely extended art Stonewall Gauntlet, and a selection of Pro Tour invitations to players lucky enough to make the top 8.
Always a good prizing weekend when you come to a calling. It's one of the best parts when you start playing at those top tables. You get excited about what you could win and just the glory that comes with it.
Absolutely. That Stonewall Gauntlet, a prize to be treasured by many a player. We've had the pleasure of seeing them popping up in feature match areas recently, which has been very, very sweet. Of course, not the only thing up for grabs for our winner today. 16 World Tour points up for grabs. That race is really starting to heat up now as we make our way into the second half of the season.
And in the latter half of this year, every single calling counts a lot because those top players are still quite close. One calling win away, a couple calling top 8s away from starting to jump people in those regional leaderboards.
Absolutely. The World Tour now in full effect. Everything is ramping up. 5 major events on the horizon, including calling in Auckland, Kansas City, Copenhagen, and of course that Pro Tour in Singapore. 120 iconic locations, $1.5 million in prize money.
I love the introduction of the World Tour. I'm a player at heart. I'm really enjoying this weekend, and I'd love to do this again, but also I'd love to go to some of these events as a player. It's just so exciting, like I've been saying, to play at the top level. And these callings, the room is just filled with competition, and it's a spirit of competition, an air of competition that you feel when you're here. Nothing like it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the stops that might be coming up near you very soon. Houston, Kuala Lumpur, and Bucharest, all going to be another taste of Classic Constructed with a selection of Battle Hardens across the next few weeks during National Championship season. I think players are going to learn a lot from this weekend, and the results of those events definitely up in the air right now.
Absolutely. No clue who's going to win Kuala Lumpur after national season. It's going to be a totally different game.
100%. Auckland is the event I've got my eyes on. I'm still trying to convince a few people around me that maybe we can spare some money. This one really, really special. Welcome to Race Unlimited will be revisited on day 1 of the calling for sealed. And if you are lucky enough to make day 2 of the competition, you will have the final chance until the 10-year anniversary event to draft Alpha Welcome to Race.
Scott, if you do make it out there, I think you got a tunic in you.
I would like that. I would like a tunic in me. That sounds great. If you prefer Classic Constructed, there will be a calling available for you in Auckland as well. But I've also got my eyes on that Battle Hardened. For the final time, you will have a chance to play with first edition Arcane Rising.
Arcane Rising Sealed is a format that I actually didn't get to play a lot. So being able to play it, especially with those first edition cards, the chance of opening one of those Fables or Legendaries in cold foil would be so exciting, and it is the last time I think we'll ever see this product.
Absolutely. You never know. Maybe Azalea's story gets to continue for a little bit longer over there in Auckland. Lucerne, Kansas City, and Perth on the horizon not long after that. Plenty more Classic Constructed to enjoy before we make our way to Copenhagen, another event I intend to be at. Hopefully I have the pleasure of seeing you there. But definitely a lot of Classic Constructed to look forward to if it's your format of choice.
Tends to be the format of choice for a lot of the competitive players in this room, especially for these callings. There's a lot of excitement about Classic Constructed callings. This one will be at the end of the format, so it'll be maybe similar to this weekend, minus some of these heroes that are on the precipice of LL, and we'll be looming towards the new set release, and people will have settled in one set and be excited for the next one.
If you're looking for something a little different, perhaps prepare yourself for this year's World Championship. That Battle Hardened in Orlando at the end of August will give us a taste of a brand new Living Legend format.
It's a format. It's exciting. It's nice to see that LSS is putting more effort into balancing that format and bringing it to the forefront of competitive play, having it at a Battle Hardened, an official Battle Hardened. We had it at a calling last year, and of course Worlds coming up.
Yeah, very excited to see what happens there. Hoping I can sleeve up a waning moon or two myself, but we'll have to wait and see what that format looks like in the wake of those recent changes. If there's nothing near you on the World Tour, don't panic. We've got some events on the horizon one way or the other. 46 more national championships remain across the world for many players looking to qualify for that World Championship.
It's back-to-back-to-back weekends of national championships. There's LL points flying everywhere. There's changes to the meta in the middle, not just from LL, but from adapting to what the players in other countries play. It's a really exciting time to be a player. My national championships is in week 2. I think that's one of the better positions to be in. We react to week 1, but we don't have to be at the end and waiting to see everything that has happened.
Yeah, I got to wait till the end of the season to find out what are we playing at the UK National Championships, but we don't have to wait to find out about the rewards for turning up to these events. If you are playing the main event, you will be a conqueror of sorts, one way or the other. Big skull-shaped ship. One of the better cards to come out of High Seas available as that promo for you as well.
Very exciting, and it's also nice to see the festival participation promo. Even if you're not playing in the main event, we can get these looking for a scrap, beautiful rainbow foils with that full text box, full art, small text box that we've been seeing more and more on these promo cards and even cards in the set sometimes. I'm excited to have that card in my collection. I love that card when it can sneak its way into a deck.
Yeah, you are a known looking for a scrap enjoyer, and I'm sure these nice versions will make their way to you and many other players who take the time to visit over the course of a national championship weekend. Of course, we have numerous faces who will be looking to defend their title this time around. We'll take a look at some of our favourite winners' photos from last year. Dr. Dan McKay from New Zealand, Emad Kashi from over in the United Kingdom with me. Evan Herndon, unfortunately, the only one on this block that won't have a chance to defend their title as they have already been vanquished, I should say, by Margin Bay over in the States. Jacob Trossing, another fantastic player who's going on a pretty deep run on the World Tour leaderboard so far. And Xing Sang over in Hong Kong who... well, certainly looks like a bit of a rock star to me.
Absolutely. And there's a whole bunch of people not pictured here who were national champions last year. Several of them in the room with us today. And great names all down the list of the national championships worldwide.
Can't wait to see how many of those players manage to hold on to their title as the season progresses. Of course, we have kicked things off already this year. One champion has been crowned, the host of World Tour Weekly, tooting their own horn a bit in that thumbnail. But Margin Bay, a fan favourite, happy to see them taking down a championship on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
Look at that beautiful smile. Maybe we should get everyone to pose like him for this year's photos.
Yeah, keep that in mind, national champions. You've been put on red alert. I want your winners' photos to look as close to Margin Bay's as possible, so that when we have this lineup of silhouettes get slowly replaced, it all just looks like the same person from across the world. Creates a unique aesthetic.
I would want nothing more than that.
I'm looking forward to seeing who can fill these silhouettes as the season continues and more national champions are crowned. Don't forget, many national championships to look forward to over the course of the season. Might be some hiccups along the way, though. Living Legend leaderboards, kind of up for discussion here. And we know 2 of these heroes might be leaving us today.
2 of these heroes could leave us today. All 3 of the top heroes could leave us during the national season. And if I am putting money on it, probably will. I think it's a unique effect of the LL system that we haven't seen before. We're going to have these mid-national seasons LLs. We've started to get to the point where we get these Living Legend Ascensions during the ProQuest and Road to Nat season. It's the first time it's in something as important as the Nationals, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of heartbroken. We had no copies of Dash Vector Extraordinaire in the room this weekend. I was hoping for 3 potential stories to tell, but there are numerous new players and Azalea players still in contention this weekend. We, of course, saw Stefano in the last round of yesterday, currently at 7-0 with Arcane Raijing's Premium Ranger. So a very good chance that the story ends when we close shop today, and I'm excited to see whether or not we can wrap that up with a nice little bow.
Stefano would be a great person to take Azalea over the line, whether it's here or it's at Italian Nationals later in the season. He is a champion of that hero, 2-time calling top 8 on that hero, really an expert.
Let's take a look at that metagame from day number 1 once more. A reminder of how things looked when this event started. Azalea was one of the most played heroes in the room alongside Florian, Rotwood Harbinger, new only just behind.
New and Azalea represented here in big numbers, people trying to be the one to put their stamp in history, but there's a lot of other big names here. That new fighter in Gravy Bones, really well represented. Cindra, the aggro deck from Hunted, still coming up in big numbers, and surprisingly coming up at the top tables in big numbers as well this weekend. We maybe didn't expect that coming into yesterday.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Cindra's showing this weekend. Seems like it has a lot of potential into Gravy, into these more controlling decks that maybe don't handle Kunai of Retribution particularly well. Very impressed by the showing for Verdance here as well, of course. A pretty significant uptick in that hero thanks to US Nationals last week.
Yeah, we had 2 great players on Verdance in the top 8. There's 2 different takes on the list as well, so a lot of inspiration you can take from the US Nationals if you wanted to show up on a Wizard or particularly Verdance. And I think some people were thinking that coming into this weekend, it's the better Earth hero because of the fact that it beats the Earth hero mirror. Verdance beats Florian when you play that matchup.
Absolutely. As you alluded to earlier on, Vincent having quite the breakout weekend here. 3 copies at 6-1 at the end of the first day of competition. Quite an impressive conversion rate given there were only 10 in the room to start with.
It's going to be interesting to see what heroes they played against, and as we get into this narrower metagame at the top of the deck, up the top of the tables, whether the Vincents can still hang or whether they got some lucky breaks and lucky breakers earlier on.
An incredible level of diversity to kick off our weekend, but how about we take a look at the remaining players in the room and take a look at how well these heroes converted overall. For those players hoping to never see Alluring Desire anytime soon at their national championships, I've got some good news for you.
That's probably the odds-on bet based on the numbers alone here to be able to convert today. Also Azalea really high up there with 5, and some of those Azalea players being positioned a little bit better than the new players today. Those heroes could take us over the line, but there's a lot still represented in this meta. It's not that much narrower than the day 1 meta was.
No, honestly, a pretty stellar level of diversity here. Few conversion rates I want to pull your attention to, get your feelings on so far. Florian Rotwood Harbinger, 17%. Pretty subpar, I would say, from day 1. Starting to feel like it might be time to take a rest for this hero.
I think part of the issue with Florian is he lost a hybrid piece, a sideboard piece in that Scepter that gives him some flexibility in certain matchups. There's also the layer that maybe just some of these new heroes have an easier matchup into Florian. And finally, I think Florian and Azalea are both hurt by the fact that when you're the most represented deck, you will typically have a worse conversion rate. There's just more people in the room playing you. Not everyone's going to be able to convert, and you're not going to be able to shine as a hero as a whole. But we do still have some players at the 6-1 and better bracket shining on both of these heroes.
Impressive conversion rates here as well for Kano, Dracai of Aether, and Victor Goldmane, 2 heroes that I've started to hear whispers of heading into the national season, but arguably a little under-respected heading into this weekend in Bologna.
I think Kano definitely had whispers coming into this weekend especially. This is one of those heroes that it's a new format. You always want to be on Kano in a new format if you can, because of the fact that people might be bringing in other sideboard pieces that aren't Arcane Barrier. Also, it's a hero that preys on lack of preparation. So if anyone's on these new heroes and hasn't prepped the Kano match, because why would they in week 1 or 2, they're going to be caught out by surprise. But looking at that top row, that's a couple good matchups right there. New and Gravy, pretty comfortable matchups for the Kano players.
2 final heroes I want to pull your attention to. 1 copy of Puffin sneaking into the second day of competition. I happen to know this is a very young 12-year-old player who's putting on quite a showing with Puffin this weekend. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of them with a bit of luck.
It would be really great to be able to get them on camera and be able to get them to show what they've got to the world, not only themselves as a 12-year-old player, but also Puffin, the hero, whether there's something that all the other top players in the room are missing.
One final thing we got to keep in mind. 5 best deck?
5's got a 100% conversion rate.
That's how math works, right?
I mean, when you show up and you bet on yourself and you get it right, everyone should start copying you.
Yep, someone in this room has never had their Phoenix Flame sunk and treasured, and it isn't me. But I'm glad that it's going incredibly well for them this weekend, and hopefully Fi manages to put on a bit of a show stealer towards the end with that 100% conversion rate. We're going to take a look at the top of the standings for you as well in just a moment. A little bit of a reminder as to where these players do find themselves laid up. We did end the day with 3 undefeated players here. Filip, Stefano, and Marko between them representing 3 different heroes. Cindra, Azalea, and Gravy Bones.
I think 2 of these heroes, some people would have been willing to put money on being at the top of the tables by the end of day 1. I think the Cindra takes people a little bit by surprise, but it is just a strong, good aggro deck with a new good matchup at the top of the meta in Gravy Bones. Some of its bad or worse matchups have left the meta recently. It's just doing well.
Down there in 4th place, Gustavo Cilaruglio, we saw on camera a few times yesterday, lost their last round to not be undefeated themselves, but a very impressive showing from Riptide Lurker of the Deep.
He's taking that hero very far. I think he showed us in his feature match tables that he really understands the deck, and that's one of the ways to be one of these 7-0 or 6-1 players. Not just be on the best deck, be on the best 80. It's to know everything about what you have to do in all of the matchups in the room on that deck. So if you put in the time, like Gustavo and Stefano have as specialists of those heroes, then you're going to be rewarded for it.
Few other standouts to watch as the day continues. Giles Molina on Prism, Awakener of Soul in 6th. Anton Sidmeheas on Arachne Marionette, a deck we saw a little bit of yesterday, but constantly seen to be lurking underneath the surface. It's almost thematic in a way. And I know you've got your eyes on 13th place. A little bit of Kasaya, the Golden Zan, perhaps?
I mean, I love Kasai. I think there's only started to be rumors in the last couple days about Kasai being well positioned in the meta. Riches of the Tropoldani helps some of those harder matchups where you need to rely on cards like Raise the Army. And also, it possibly has an easy time clearing those allies from Gravy Bones, which makes it well positioned. But the Prism and the Arachne as well, there's a couple of these sort of one-of heroes in this top 24. Also, Victor down in 15th position that if we can get them continuing to win and get them on stream, it's exciting because they are the last hope for these heroes almost. And I think it's just evidence that there's a wide meta, and if you know your deck, you can show up on anything maybe and be able to do well.
Yeah, the last hope, definitely a poetic way of putting it. As we kind of look down this list, you can see there are more than one advocate for each of Azalea, Ace in the Hole, and new Alluring Desire. The story is open to being finished.
Absolutely. New's in an interesting position where there's only one player coming in at 6-1, but it was the most converted and represented deck in day 2. So there's a lot of those news on the 5-2 record coming in today. And you can make top 8 from that 5-2 position. You can go on a run and snatch up one of those positions in the top 8. It happens basically every time we come to one of these tournaments. And I think New's got a good shot here. I'm
very excited to see how these standings evolve in the coming rounds. But for now, I want to get into some gameplay to kick off the day. And what better way to start than 2 of our undefeated players paired into each other. We're going to follow Stefano Meoni on Azalea, Ace in the Hole to start. We know they're the one with the potential to close the chapter this weekend with Azalea. They find themselves paired into Filip on Cindra, Dracai of Retribution. Give me some high-level thoughts about this matchup.
From what I've heard, it's not one I've played a lot, but from what I've heard, it's one of those aggro matchups where you come into it thinking Azalea has the favor because they have those cards like Red in the Ledger and they have those disruptive effects, and Cindra's not very able to block their Dominate on hit. So if you're able to ever give Dominate or buff a big disruptive attack to 8, you're able to get those hit effects through. However, from what I've seen, it seems like Cindra is one of those decks that can be more resilient. Yes, they can lose a turn here and there to the effect of Red in the Ledger, but if they're on this massive momentum, Azalea has a hard time keeping them off their full power as a hero when Red in the Ledger is not the arrow they just played. So any turn that Stefano is not playing Red in the Ledger, Filip will be able to deal a lot of damage back in response to whatever hits him.
Down to the floor we go. It is Stefano Meoni. Filip, Mikołajczyk. We're going to try our best to make sure everyone's surnames get pronounced vaguely correctly. Let's get things kicked off with a Death Dealer activation here. Pitching away a Rain Razors for now for Stefano, loading that bolt and shot face up. Taking a moment to contemplate how they wish to navigate the rest of this turn.
Yeah, I think this is turn 0 without having a card in Filip's arsenal here. So Stefano probably looking maybe for a Dominate or a disruptive effect he can go into Filip's turn 1, given that he's going first and has lost the die roll. Otherwise, he's just looking for how can I set up the best arsenal for that eventual turn 2 that I'm going to take in a couple turns.
The Spire Sniping going to take a cheeky peek at the top of the deck for Stefano. better informed how to navigate the rest of their turn. More importantly, that next turn as well, and setting themselves up for the future. For now, going to make the most of that Dominated Arrow with a couple of potent Lace-style buffs and sending a big chunk of damage to get us started this game.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a Red in the Ledger and Disruptive. Once you've hit that Dominate on turn 0, thanks to the Death Dealer, and then getting lucky with an arrow on the top of the deck, you just play it out. This is damage that is going to go through to Filip. He doesn't have a lot of ways to prevent Dominate, and certainly not on turn 0 without an arsenal. Lace with Blood Rot is a extra point of damage here, extra 2 points of damage here. Lace with Inertia, this one might be a bit less relevant. Filip, most of his cards are playable whenever you draw them, which means he's unlikely to be planning on arsenaling at the end of this turn unless he has one of those 1-for-5 finishers, which it looks like he's reaching to maybe block with here because he doesn't think he can activate it on this next turn. In all other scenarios, Filip will probably be skipping an arsenal unless he wants to protect against Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, definitely seems like a bit of an interesting one in the hand for Filip here as well. Copy of Snatch that might be interrupted by this Lace with Inertia as well. Should we find a card draw from Mask of Momentum or that potent on-hit? So some things to consider here. 10 dominated damage. Not easy to navigate when most of your hand kind of blocks too.
Yeah, I think we saw him reaching for the armor block on turn 0, which is a rare way of blocking on turn 0. There's a couple reasons. One, you're getting Dominator on turn 0. You just want to limit the effect and limit the life gap that you start the game with. 2, if he's got some of those enders in his hand, cards like Snatch that might draw a card, and he wants to be able to not be punished and lose the value off of this Mask of Momentum or Snatch paired with the Inertia. He wants to be able to get that full value out of the boots, let it save him 1 life with the Battle Worn effect, and then pop it on this next turn to be able to play whatever card it is that he draws at the end of the chain.
Impressive start from Stefano here to get things going on Azalea. We'll make our way over to Filip to see what Cindra has up her sleeves. The refresh will find a Blaze Headlong. So we're going to kick things off here with Rising Resentment. Various flavors of head jab available to this deck. This one not particularly potent as the first chain link.
No, it doesn't do much in this spot. It might be helpful in some of these spots where you can get something like a breaking point later down the turn with it. Filip chose to block with a breaking point, maximize the life he maintains on turn 0 by blocking with the 3 block that was in his hand. Otherwise, this is a pretty good and pretty normal Cindra turn. It's just about going wide, getting to a position where you might be able to activate a Mask of Momentum, and getting as many cards played as possible.
Stefano here, happy to soak up the damage from these first few attacks. Third will be a Brand with Cinderclaw. This coming in for 3 does pose a very real question with a Mask of Momentum trigger up for grabs.
Yeah, I think the instinct here is Stefano block 3, because Filip only has 1 card left if it doesn't have Go Again. Even if he flicks on this chain link, then he's not going to be able to use those extra cards. That's where the boots is going to start coming into effect on this turn. Given that Filip blocked with it, he might be wanting to reach for that when we get to that Snatch as the next chain link.
Stefano going to consider those options. Let's see if we can see what is lurking in their hand with a bit of luck. Bow and shot, Red in the Ledger. It'll be an endless arrow committed to blocks here to try and prevent that. And we do see a flick in response from the flick knives in order to keep that Mask of Momentum chain rolling.
Absolutely. It's one of those hands with Stefano where you got a couple arrows, so you're not afraid to block 3. You don't lose a lot. Like, might be hands during this game where Filip is presenting a chain link exactly like this, a combat chain exactly like this, and Stefano's only got that 1 arrow, and it's your only 3 block in hand. And then it gets risky to try to deny the Mask of Momentum, because if you don't have an arrow in arsenal, or you're not able to find one off of Azalea, your whole turn gets shut down.
Tough question being posed here by Filip at the end of this chain. This copy of Snatch coming across, threatening to draw 2 cards. And thanks to those Dragon Scalar Flight Path, this turn might not be over if we let this connect.
This is one of those positions where we say, yes, this is only 4 damage, but it represents really possibly 10. This on-hit represents quite a lot of damage. So Stefano wanting to respect it, thanks to the boots giving it Go Again, and the fact that he would be drawing 2 on this chain link.
And we see an incredible amount of respect here as a result. Longtraw Half-Clubs and Fiendal Spring Tunic being given up on the first turn of the game in order to prevent that Snatch from connecting. That's a pretty heavy commitment.
Knowing what's left in Stefano's hand, this tells us that he really values that Red in the Ledger. He's got a yellow and a Red in the Ledger in hand, probably a buff in arsenal. His priority is, I could have blocked that Snatch more efficiently, not giving up my Tunic, using one of my 3 blocks and the Long Draw Half Gloves, but then I lose access to pitching for and playing this Red in the Ledger really efficiently. That wouldn't be worth it for him. He highly values being able to go Red in the Ledger for 8. Cindra is basically committing their turn to this.
It will be that red in the ledger making its way across, laced with a dose of blood rot to make it ever so slightly larger. We see Filip here reaching towards their hand, considering blocks, understands the damage this card will do if it manages to find its mark.
It's pretty hard spot to be in when you face down a red in the ledger, even for 5. As Cindra, you don't like to block 5, although you can do it on 2 cards quite frequently. Blocking 8, whether you take this or not, you're only going to be resolving 1 card on your next turn. So you block with whatever you can. Maybe play 1 card, arsenal another, and hope that you can go forward and set up a big 5-card hand as soon as Stefano stops riddling you.
Looks to be the route that Filip is taking here. We'll be blocking 4, taking 4 damage, and scoring that blood rot pox. Likely looking to play a single 1-card hand and keep that other one around for that bigger turn you alluded to. Looks like a Blaze Headlong in hand alongside maybe a Ravenous Rabble. It will be the Rabble that's joining us. Sees a Display Loyalty on top of the deck. 4 points of damage. Nice and clean. Nice and simple. Blaze Headlong saved for later on.
If Stefano doesn't play a red in the ledger in response to this Ravenous Rabble when he gets this full tempo, Filip has probably access to, he's going to lose a lot of life, but he'll have access to a 5-card hand boosted up by that Blaze Headlong, which is one of the most efficient cards in the deck. 5 cards with a bunch of 4s in there, including this one Blaze Headlong. He might be able to make it a 6-card hand. That's going to deal a whole bunch more damage back at Stefano. This is an aggro race that we're seeing. We're going back and forth. Stefano's only really blocking with cards when he can't use them, which happens to Azalea sometimes. Filip is only blocking with cards when he feels the need to, like red in the ledger denying him the ability to play his hand.
Yeah, the spare arrow here, amplifying arrow, sucking up some damage for Stefano, but they will find themselves with 4 cards to work with as their turn begins. It will be Skullbone Crosswrap revealing another copy of red in the ledger here, looking to keep their foot on the gas.
This is how Azalea finds the win in this matchup. You need to play a couple of those as early as possible, slow your Cindra down, and make them take a little bit of damage, given that they struggle with blocking, to the point that later in the game, you can use the remaining life that you have to tank a hit, go for a big dominate, and close it out.
We're going to see an Azalea activation here, that red in the ledger going to the bottom of the deck for later on. Instead, it will be a Falcon Wing coming off the top here, just presenting some vanilla damage.
Maybe it is that he has a lot of arrows in hand. Maybe he's got another copy of that red in the ledger, or because we played one last turn, it could be a Codex of Frailty. So Stefano has showed he respects that red in the ledger. Maybe this means, as a hint to Filip, that Stefano's got access to another one later on this turn, or maybe he is just valuing more damage, given that he doesn't have a lot of buffs in hand and wouldn't be able to use the hand otherwise.
We're going to see a Codex of Frailty being pitched here to lock and load Death Dealer. It will be a hamstring shot loaded into the arsenal here for Stefano, partnered with a copy of Take Aim. How problematic is hamstring shot for a deck like Cindra?
Look, I feel like I made 3 reads in the last turn that have all been only slightly wrong, because he had the red in the ledger, put it on the bottom. He had the Codex of Frailty, put it in the pitch zone, but it is a hamstring shot. It's not exactly a red in the ledger, but it's close. So Stefano found a way to make a more efficient damage turn out of these cards while still playing a card that does quite a lot of damage quite a lot of impact to Filip's ability to play out his hand. Hamstring shot, making the first attack on Filip's play cost 1 more. That basically takes him off an entire card out of his hand.
Let's see if we can see what Filip is working with on the Cindra side of the table. Sink Below, Throw Dagger, and a selection of reds. So the blue available to play a turn here, some defensive options available as well, but this hand does feel a little bit disjointed.
It's not just disjointed. It cannot do much. Well, the kunai is important here because kunai will enable the display loyalty to be the first red that's played. Hunt the Hunter is a finisher. Blaze Headlong needs to have seen a red card played before it in order to have go again. Maybe Filip thinking, am I going to accept going Dagger, Display, Blaze into the 5 power, or am I going to use this Sink Below to try to find something that works a little bit better and a little bit more efficiently? He has benefited. The fact that he needs to Dagger on this turn anyways and has the 1 cost in order to make this all work, he's really benefited by having the blue in hand on this turn.
I'm a really big fan of this line from Filip. I love holding on to this Sink Below, playing out the turn that you just described, but being able to park that Sink Below in the arsenal for when Dominate becomes such a pressing issue, able to utilize that defense reaction later on to stave off a more impactful arrow. For now, this blue copy of Throw Dagger is going to be able to pay for this turn, and so this hamstring shot, not the biggest of deals.
Throw Dagger really saving Filip here and showing why that hamstring shot is not always equivalent to the red in the ledger. Red in the ledger can be more disruptive, but it usually would pay off for Stefano. It just didn't do that here.
We're going to see this Blood Splat Vest being triggered from the kunai connecting, making a resource to facilitate, no doubt, that copy of Hunt the Hunter a little bit later down the line.
I think Filip decided not to activate it, but Stefano maybe asked to read it and to think about whether it was going to happen. I want to talk a bit more what you mentioned about the Filip holding onto that sink below. Sometimes these Azalea players have adapted, well, all of them have adapted to having released the tension in their AD to be able to punish people who have the game pattern of arsenaling that sink below and waiting for a more disruptive on-hit that you actually can block with Dominate. That's something that players have adapted to on the anti-Azalea side. Azalea started bringing in release attention. The question for always has been, do I bring that in the 60 for every matchup? Or is that one of those sideboard cards for the matchups where Dominate really matters, like against New or against Guardian?
Filip will continue blazing headlong down the highway here. Tar Pit Trap will meet them on the other side. This having a pretty relevant impact here. Mask of Momentum likely not a factor going forward.
Oh, it is the third chain link. I wasn't looking at that kunai. I thought it's actually kind of unfortunate to block with Tar Pit into the 4 power because it's not going to shut down Mask, but in this case it will. So this is the third chain link. There's nothing Filip can do to push that Mask Momentum trigger into the next chain link. Unfortunately, that Tar Pit shutting off, it blocks 3, and it took Filip off an entire card. It might be a 6 value defense reaction.
It will be that Hunt the Hunter who is following things up here to end this combat chain, marking Azalea in the process, going to enable some fealty down the line. Hopefully, these kunai quickly being rebought by our dagger-throwing friend.
Yep. Flick Knives showing its value here. Yes, Filip is behind on life because Stefano did have these pretty efficient turns in the last couple turns, but Flick Knives is also +1 point of value on the Cindra hero power every turn. They are still close. There's not many hands. I think Stefano has 4 cards available to him. There's not many hands that will be able to, without Tunic, push Filip from 15 down to 0. So it's a question of, can he slow Filip down, or will Filip be able to get this 5 card, in this case 4 card, but from Stefano's view, 5 card effective turn pushback that can actually hit that 20, 18 damage range and take him down to 0. Start stripping cards forcefully by bringing the life totals low. That
sink below parked in the arsenal. We're back to Stefano, locking and loading with Death Dealer here to very little effect, just to facilitate this Codex of Frailty, get the button shot out of the hand, and line up a red in the ledger, no doubt, alongside all of this additional damage.
Again, seeing the role of these pitch cards in these low resource decks. Both these decks are pretty red line, but the blue for Filip last turn very critical, and the yellow for Stefano here very critical. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use that Codex of Frailty to grab a red in the ledger and be able to pay for it thanks to its discard effect. So really paying off to have that yellow here. This is a big one.
This is a pretty heartbreaking red in the ledger for Filip as well. We can see in their hand Wrath of Retribution, that powerful specialization that really enables some, quite frankly, absurd Cindra turns. Not going to be making much use of that one under red in the ledger, though.
Filip does have access to 10 block, and that's what he's thinking about probably here. He has some 3 blocks in his hand. He has that Sink Below and Arsenal, and he has Mask of Momentum and the Blood Spider Vest, which is 3 block on equipment. That adds to 10. Giving up Mask and Vest is a very big commitment. That Mask in this matchup represents a card every couple turns when Stefano's not able to block. But maybe Filip is thinking, it's 20 to 15 and it's already late enough that I'm probably not going to be able to trigger it this turn, and I can push it forward to get that 2 block value and prevent the on-hit of red in the ledger.
This feels like a pivotal turn for Filip here. Must consider how they wish to navigate. Ending up in Azalea's bad books, we see Breaking Point, Throw Dagger joining that Wrath of Retribution here. Plenty of block value, but a difficult one to keep much of a hand to work with in the face of this pressing on-hit.
There's also a decent small play here for Filip. This red in the ledger doesn't have Dominate. We could throw Breaking Point and that Throw Dagger, which has already been put face down. That is a... Nah, that's not going to work. I was thinking he had another blue and he was able to Wrath of Retribution and just go for a 3-2-2, which is a decent 2-card play. He would have to give up one of the 1-block equipment in order to be able to hold that blue that's currently face down and the Wrath of Retribution and just go for a 2-card 7, one of those classic limited plays, something you do when you're under these disruptive effects. You just try to present some damage back.
It is definitely one of the surprising powers of a deck like Cindra. Quite potent 2-card hands really can be found. Playing very just fair flesh and blood in a pinch, thanks to some of these cards that block so efficiently. On the other side of things, we do see Filip struggling to give it up in this situation. Looks like they will be committing that Throw Dagger and that Breaking Point, and maybe even that Sink Below in the arsenal here to potentially keep red in the ledger in check.
What they might be thinking about here is, thanks to the Codex of Frailty, that Wrath of Retribution is actually less efficient on this turn, because those daggers, even though they're getting buffed up by 1, they'll also get -1, so they'll only be a 5 value turn. And keep the vest, get the value out of it in the future. Maybe play out this 0 for 3 that's in your hand, and arsenal that Wrath of Retribution. Hope to set up, like we've been talking about, that one last big push turn with the Wrath of Retribution buffing daggers. You can flick a dagger, buy it back, and attack with it again, and get a lot of value out of a card like that.
Yeah, worth watching those Dragon Scalar Flight Path as well, capable of enabling even another dagger attack on a big turn with Wrath of Retribution. So lots of power available to Filip here. For now, Bram with Cinderclaw will be the only play. We're parking that Wrath in the arsenal, and we'll make our way back to Stefano, who has full 5 cards to work with here. It's Ravenous Rabble in the arsenal, using Skullbone Crosswrap to flip it over and take a look at the top of the deck. Goes on the bottom, no arrow found just yet.
Another blue available for Filip, so that Wrath of Retribution turned on, even if he's not able to get enough of those chain links early. There's options here. There is a Sink Below, which is a defensive card, meaning Filip is not going to be able to present 5 card damage back. He's going to be holding that Sink Below maybe to pair with one of these 1-block equipments, such as the chest or the 2-block on the head, and try to prevent if there's maybe a red in the ledger for 5 to end this turn. He has access to being able to hold that. No reason to throw the Sink on the Ravenous Rabble. Try to hold it for whatever comes next.
Yeah, Ravenous Rabble kicking us off there, revealing Spire sniping on the top of the deck. Not what Stefano was looking for. Minimal damage taken as a result. We see in the hand, Endless Arrow, a copy of Remorseless. It will be one pitched to load the other. Stefano taking a draw. Let's see if we can take a peek at that hand. Hidden behind that manly-looking shoulder. No dice for us there. Remorseless locked and loaded. It looks like maybe a Lace with Blood Rot in the hand.
I think there's also a take aim. There we see both buffs get played. He has to pitch for this Remorseless, unfortunately, because he had that red pitch at the start of the turn. Remorseless is powerful here. The number's only 11, but against a deck like Cindra, the number is really 14 or 15 if this is going to connect. So this defense reaction, because it's from hand, can be played for Filip. He can push that number down that he's taking down to 7. It'll bring him to 5. 2 from the Blood Rot if he's not able to kill on this turn, effectively 3, which means he's going to be capped at playing 2 cards on his turn. That says, blocking with just Sink Below is unacceptable. I'm not going to be able to live through the turn. Yeah. So Filip back in the tank, thinking about what he can do with that turn. His plan was block 4, try to live, present what he can. It's not going to work here.
Remorseless posing a pretty serious question in this matchup, causing additional damage if you do allow it to connect. This arrow far too large to keep in check while keeping cards around for Filip. And we can see them contemplating life, the universe, the meaning of everything on the other side of the table there. Doing some math, you can see those eyes kind of rolling. I can see the equations taking place in real time in front of them.
It's definitely the classic look up and to the right and see what you can think about. He has some defensive cards in his hand, and what I mean by that is they're 3 blocks, which can be rare in this Cindra deck. He has that Art of the Dragon Blood, and he has that Throw Dagger. So maybe he's thinking, which of these 2 or 3 card hands that I've got available to me is the most damage efficient hand to throw back at Stefano, and maybe limits the way that Remorseless actually hits me. To me, that's looking like the Throw Dagger and Wrath of Retribution paired together, but we'll see what Filip decides here. There's a lot of options available to him with those fealty as well.
Yeah, no dice, unfortunately, on that hand. Look like a cut through, perhaps, lurking in the hand there as well. One that we don't always see from Cindra, but a very efficient attack if paired with one of those kunai of Retribution.
Especially if, given that he has that Wrath of Retribution in Arsenal, one of these daggers is going to hit on this turn. There's just too many of them, so that cut through will get buffed to 4, go again. If he's able to keep the Mask of Momentum or chooses to keep the Mask of Momentum, he'll probably be able to go wide enough that maybe he can trigger that and draw an extra card and get even more damage through to Stefano. Maybe what he's counting is this medium turn big enough to start threatening Stefano's life total? Because if it's not, maybe he blocks more. Maybe he says, we'll go again, see what Stefano can or can't do to me next turn. He'll be limited to 4 cards, not starting with a card in Arsenal, not too much dominate threatened next turn from Stefano then. So Filip having some thoughts, weighing his options. He's got aggressive potential available to him, and he's got defensive potential available to him. There's a lot of things he can do.
One of my favorite things about this matchup we've seen so far, we're on turn 4 of this game, but it's felt like both of these players have had some serious decisions to make each and every step of the way.
Yeah, people joke that aggro mirrors in this game can be 5-minute coin flips, 10-minute coin flips, but Filip's in the tank for a reason here. There's a lot to think about on this turn, and both those options are valid, and they depend on what's left in his deck. They depend on what he thinks his outs are in this game. Stefano's also had some big things, thinking about what he can get off the top of his deck or what he might draw in the future. Should I be valuing that Codex, that Red in the Ledger, or is Hamstring Shot good enough in this spot against the typical Cindra deck? This is not open deck list. He didn't know that Filip is running those throw daggers necessarily. He might have thought maybe the only blue available is Warmonger's Diplomacy or something like that. So 17 minutes, 4 turns. The players know they have time to think in this matchup. Might as well use it.
Yeah, just really happy to see players at this kind of level taking the time they know they've earned, contemplating their decisions, because evidently this game is surprisingly close. These arrows have been very impactful for Filip, but they found a way to navigate all the way through this game, line up potent turns, chip damage back in Stefano's direction. And while this Remorseless might seem like a big hindrance, we've identified a few ways already to mitigate this damage and very much stay in this game.
Absolutely. There's ways to not take damage to Remorseless. There's ways to throw your hand in on blocks. Filip, I don't envy this spot. As an aggro player, you don't like to be in these spots where we have a lot of options. Part of the value of bringing this deck is that it's pretty simple. You draw your hand and you play it. Not to say that there's not ways to extract incredible amounts of value, and that's why we see some of these Cindras like Filip ending the day at 7-0, really showing their prowess on the deck, while some of them fall away. There's a lot of player expression and player skill you can show, and its purpose is to not tax your brain that much some of the time, because if he's at 7-0 at the start of this day, if he wants to go the distance, he's going to be playing 8 rounds today. That's a lot of thought to be had, and he's using a lot of that brain power right here.
Yeah, it does seem like the energy reserves might be a little bit lacking after this turn. Filip finding themselves with a real difficult decision to make. Sink Below, of course, posing all kinds of additional permutations to this hand when you can theoretically turn any one card into another in a pinch. Remorseless, pretty back-breaking arrow. Very old school one from Crucible. Feels like a long time ago since we were first dealing with Remorseless. But this is definitely one of the more impactful pieces of the kit for Azalea.
This has been a staple ever since it came out. I think this turn shows you why we say that Fab is played in the defense step. This defense for Filip is the entirety of the game here. The reason he's taking so much time to think, and the reason this isn't considered playing slow or anything, is these players, they know it hinges on this. Stefano knows that this 11 with a Blood Rod on hit and the Remorseless on hit is functionally lethal. He's fine with Filip taking this time because he knows how much matters to Filip in this spot. Filip, on the other end, he knows this decision that he makes could either make or break the entire game, depending on what Stefano draws, depending on what might be on top of deck if he uses that Sink Below, or what might be on top of deck in the next hand for both Stefano and Filip. It's a very important spot. It's kind of the joy. It's a very funny one because you have Filip here, he's been thinking for a long time. He has all of the permutations he could be thinking about. Stefano, he just gets to chill during this moment. It's one of the classic, humors of the aggro mirror where you go fast, you're doing a lot of thought, but a lot of, if you're good on your decks, quick thinking. You understand what your deck is supposed to be doing. And then you get to this spot as the life totals reach below 20, where suddenly, now you're back in the tank. Now you have to really think.
So see if we can finally get a peek of what's on the side of Filip. So we see Art of the Dragon Blood, another throw dagger in the back, another throw dagger, I believe. Potentially going to fuel this turn. That Sink Below we alluded to before, and that cut through. So definitely a few permutations here. Looks like we are reaching for 7 block at this moment in time, considering committing these cards to the copy of Remorseless.
So an interesting decision with the Sink Below as well. What this says for Filip is actually the hand wasn't big enough. It's not going to threaten 17, or if it threatens close to 17, I'm just going to die on the next turn if I take some of this damage. So not willing to take any damage here. He's saying to Stefano, reset with a 4-card hand. I'm going to show you a 0 for 3 or a 0 for 4 on this turn. Get the value that I get out of Flick Knives by continuing to extend my game. That's 1 point of value per turn. This cut through plays really interestingly with the Flick Knives. If Stefano does the Azalea thing and says no blocks, he's going to be taking not just 3, but 1 from the Flick Knives and 1 from cut through getting buffed off the Flick Knives having a dagger hit. That's a 5-point swing. And then next time, Filippo is facing down that big 11 arrow that he has to think about. This time, the return doesn't have to be 17. It only has to be 12.
This is a very interesting decision point here for Filip with Cut Through. As you say, 2 extra damage on the table if they want it, courtesy of Flick Knives. But of course, we know about that copy of Wrath of Retribution that is parked in their arsenal, looking for that bigger turn. They could definitely struggle to pull that kunai back in time to get maximum value out of that card by cashing it in here. We do see it activated, the damage worth more premium at this moment in time. 5 damage coming through here to Stefano, bringing those life totals more in line. But we'll go back to them with a full 4 cards to work with.
Maybe this is the thing that Filip was thinking about. If I throw this cut through and flick this dagger, am I going to be able to draw the type of 4-card hand that lets me buy back that dagger, you know, after the Wrath of Retribution or in the middle of this chain link? Or maybe am I going to get 2 turns still where I go 1 turn where I go 3 wide, buy back the dagger, and then the following turn where I'm able to do the Wrath of Retribution for lethal. He's a lot to think about in terms of what could be drawn and how many turns he still has available to him, given what Stefano might be able to throw.
It's going to be a back-breaking knock, the death whistle here from Stefano Meoni. Going to lock and load this red in the ledger from the top of the deck. We see Premeditate pitched and another buff pitch to fire this red in the ledger. 8 points of Dominate damage, but most importantly, limiting Filip to just 1 action yet again.
And this is one of those downsides in using his defensive capabilities in that 1 block on the chest and those sink belows on the previous turn. If Stefano found the red in the ledger or the knock, which he did, this time he has no way to shut it down. He's left with 3 cards that really want other cards to be played. So ultimately he'll be throwing 4 and trying to set up a more efficient following turn.
Down to 8 life to work with for Filip. Not a lot of breathing room to find time for that big Wrath of Retribution. It will be a devotion played out here for 4 points of damage. Not ideal, but under red in the ledger, there's only so much you can do.
There were options available to Filip. He would have been able to go for less damage than 4 and buy back that dagger and also set up that Wrath of Retribution. I think I really enjoy what he's doing here, which is throwing the maximum number. So as soon as he does get that space, he can use those 8 points of life to go down to 1 and then throw back something as big as possible. The more damage Stefano takes on the way to that point of time, the better it goes for Filip.
Stefano, the one with all the options now. Endless Arrow, Remorseless, another Codex of Frailty there. Threatens yet another red in the ledger alongside these buffs. Couple of arrows and the potential to go incredibly big here. And it will be no blocks declared by Stefano. 8-8. We want all 5 cards to work with. Skullbone Crosswrap reveals a red in the ledger in the arsenal already. We will continue to just clamp onto Filip and shut down these powerful Cindra turns.
I was about to say that that Codex of Frailty in hand is not very effective here because he doesn't have a way to be able to pitch for the red in the ledger he fetches off of it. Instead, red in the ledger was just already an arsenal. Now this Codex of Frailty can be let Stefano get value out of that Snapdragon Scalers. Red in the ledger for 8 is already damaging enough. Filip is probably going to commit 3 cards here. Then that Codex of Frailty can get any efficient 0 cost, and Stefano can just continue to pump damage at face. And he doesn't need to win by disruption anymore. He can just win by damage now.
It's incredible specialization, turning the matchup on its head. And again, Filip finds themselves in the blender. 1-3 block available through Blood Runs Deep. The rest of the hand, not the most efficient. Going to take a moment to contemplate the graveyard of Stefano. Try and understand what may be left lurking in the wings.
Now, it'll be sad to see Azalea go. She's been a part of the game for a long time. She went from meme to hero very quickly with the release of Outsiders. I'm not going to be sad to see red in the ledger go.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there are some Azalea diehards. There's a bit of a cult from what I'm led to believe around this hero. And I think her story is poetic. I think it's beautiful in its own way. The idea of the underdog rising to the forefront and maybe being the second of Arcane Rising's cast to join the lofty heights of Living Legend. But will I miss this hero? Not at all.
I think some people will, like Stefano here. I wonder, I'm eager to see where Stefano goes. If he's able to take Azalea over the line this weekend and LL it all on his own, then what's he going to show up on at Nationals this season, at Copenhagen, and maybe Singapore if he's going to that later on in the season?
I do know of the odd pirate-flavored ranger who might be of interest to Stefano.
Oh, you mean Marlon?
Something like that. Might be of interest to Stefano over the course of the season if they manage to do the unthinkable today. For now, it will be this red in the ledger that is causing chaos for Filip Mikołajczyk.
It's a really tough spot, and this is where one of the downsides of having these 2 blocks in your deck shows itself. This Red in the Ledger is for 8. Very awkward no matter what Filip does. It's really just about minimizing damage taken, so he doesn't have to block the on-hits on this turn because he knows he's blocking most of this hand anyways. So blocking 5 maybe here, and then hoping those other cards are able to block whatever comes in on the following attack.
It's going to be these Snapdragon Scalers getting cashed in here. 5 block will leave 3 coming through, putting Filip down to 5. Red in the Ledger active and online here. Laced with Frailty going to generate that token as well, potentially shutting down those kunai on the following turn. We know that Codex is lurking in hand. We're going to see it pitched away here to Death Dealer to load in Remorseless and continue the assault. We draw a Premeditate here off the top of the deck. It's 8 more points of damage heading towards Filip. And, of course, that Remorseless trigger threatening even more if they manage to keep any cards at all.
See, thanks to Mask of Momentum, we consider Cindra one of those card draw heroes. We're able to get this 4-card hand and make it a 5-card hand almost every turn of the game. That's printed on Death Dealer, and that's part of the power of Azalea is usually Azalea plays best starting the turn with an arsenal, and so often that Death Dealer card will actually just fund the arsenal for next turn. But the introduction of cards like Premeditate here means that the ponder that is going to generate at the end of this turn, he'll always be able to end the turn on an arsenal. And in spots like this, even if this was any other buff that wasn't Premeditate, you just want to play it, make that number as big as possible, and make Filip unable to do anything but take damage.
4 points coming through, falling all the way down to 1 for Filip. We're going to need some serious help in order to put together a comeback here. That Ponder token resolves. This Park and Arsenal for Stefano. Filip going to be passing back immediately here with no game actions to take. Stefano with the hand that will, and no doubt, decide this game. We flip the arsenal. It's Premeditate from Skullbone Crosswrap. The card on top is going on the bottom. No arrow found to dominate to a win. Death Dealer going to lock and load off Spire Sniping here, so we have an arrow to fire. It's going to be Hamstring Shot. Another card drawn. It's going to be Read the Glide Path. More damage stacked up onto a gigantic copy of Hamstring Shot for 14 points of damage.
3 block on equipment, but a lot of 2 blocks available here.
The whole hand does make its way in front of this Hamstring Shot, and it's not going to be enough. It will be Stefano Meoni on the mission that is Azalea. Ace in the hole, making their way to 8-0.
We got our answer from yesterday. We were wondering about whether that Skullbone Crosswrap is just Stefano's choice. That's the card he likes, that's the card he knows, and that's the way he knows how to play the hero, or whether it was a sideboard pick for that new matchup, which we saw navigate great against Pablo Pintor, using that Skullbone Crosswrap to maximize dominate in that matchup. It looks like Crosswrap is the way to go. The story coming into the weekend was New Horizon, Death Dealer, Azalea, but Stefano showing what you can do with that Skullbone Crosswrap and what you can do with knowing your hero as well as he does.
Honestly, that was a very impressive showing from both of these heroes. You can tell why we have a Cindra at 7-0. Carefully navigated, understood their role in the matchup, tried to find a window for that big Wrath of Retribution, used their defense reactions, strategic moments. Unfortunately, just not quite enough in this case.
Not quite enough. There were a couple turns that hinged on. I wonder whether those decisions might have mattered based on what we drew in the following turns, or whether Stefano just was drawing hot enough after that decision that no matter whether Filip had tried to attack on that turn or not, this was death in the spot. Filip has a lot to go back on, credit himself for when he watches this game, but also learn from when you watch this game, as we all do every time we play it.
Fantastic stuff, a great way to start our day, but you know how I intend on continuing when this day is over. I'm going to hopefully dip my fingers into Smash Palace, an upcoming format that's going to be on display for the very first time at Gen Con and a few other conventions in the near future. If you're a big fan of social play, this is one to watch. All Guardian, all the time.
All UPF as well, I believe. I haven't played any games of UPF, at least not since the format was originally announced many years ago, but it's going to be exciting. It's the first time we get a second time we get a 4 UPF product. This time, really big, really well designed from what I've heard. It's exciting.
Yeah, I keep hearing all these whispers about Smash Palace from the folks at LSS. Not had the chance to try it myself, but I know many folks who are not Flesh and Blood players are interested in jumping and giving this one a go with me. A new way to play social game mode. You'll have 7 different heroes to choose from. Most importantly, you can start playing in minutes. A selection of Mastery Pack Guardian available in this product alongside this dedicated event deck that kind of influences the way we play, adds effects to the game, changes permutations, and creates this more board game vibe I think people are really going to enjoy.
Yeah, it mirrors some of these event decks that we've seen in other multiplayer, cooperative, or competitive social play games. It's an exciting thing to see bring to Fab. It's totally different than the one-on-one gameplay, and when you can use your cards in 2 ways, you can use them for this one-on-one game, and you can use them for this social play mode. That's a really exciting thing to be able to do all here within the Flesh and Blood universe.
Yeah, I got to admire that snazzy little box as well. Looks very professional, and that's exactly what I want from a product like Smash Palace. It's really simple if you want to play crack 'em and smack 'em. 1, 2, 3, you just got to crack open 3 packs, remove the last 3 cards from the pack, shuffle the rest together, and you'll be up and ready to play. Nice and easy, ready to go. Of course, the event deck will be the focal part of this product. If you've not seen these before, the idea is that as the game continues, additional events will happen in the middle of your combat. It will affect what's happening to you, it will affect what's happening to your opponent, and in the end, it might just decide the fate of these fighters inside the deathmatch arena.
I believe that some of the heroes actually interact with this event deck too, so you get to do interesting things that might screw up your opponents by making things change in the event deck. So people plan their turns out, and then everything changes in the middle of the game.
Yep, sounds incredibly exciting to me. I look forward to learning more about what's inside. If you want a cheeky peek, here's some of the events you can grow to expect. I gotta be honest, the idea that Victor's father's name is Bloodworth is pretty terrifying to me.
I had not read that before. Looks like Victor doesn't take after his father. Bloodworth Goldmane here, really enjoying the lions instead of the horses, but everything changes with the new generation.
Yeah, a couple of sweet ones here. Code of Conduct, Kill or Be Killed, Rally the Underdog, Crowd Roars. You can kind of get an idea of the effects to expect kind of popping out of this deck, giving you some extra bonuses and ultimately some that will no doubt penalize your opponents as well. So plenty to look forward to inside this one. We'll take a look at the Pit Fighters, of course. These are a selection of heroes that are designed exclusively inside this product. They are available for UPF and will only be available in UPF, so don't worry about staring them down in Blitz if that's not your cup of tea. Introducing Fight Master Nox. We've seen this one referenced on a few pieces of flavor text already. Happy to see this hero making its way into the game. Does let you do some interesting things with the event deck.
All I can say is I'm a little bit sad that he's not a CC hero. When we got him teased in that throughout that heavy hitters season with all those flavor text at the bottom of those cards, like you said, I was looking forward to having some kind of unique hero. But like we see, this guy gets to look at the top of the event deck and then gets to choose which one he wants and which one he maybe wants to saddle an opponent with later on.
Yeah, rigging the fight, I'm sure that's perfectly legal. Nothing to worry about there. Groundbreaker Crix, I know this is one that's favorite for a number of folks. Very eager to explore this hero. Your attacks will have +1 while you're attacking someone else who controls a seismic surge. When you attack a Guardian, you're going to clash with them, and the winner will make one. So you get to make some seismic surges for yourself, but giving them to your opponent, not all downside either.
This feels like an interesting classic Guardian, classic social play type of hero. I'm eager to see how this plays out. Looks like it might be able to be quite strong, that +1 per turn, always being effective in these 20 life formats.
Yeah, extra bit of damage, never goes amiss. Demo Deck Bravo will be the gateway in if you're looking for a way to enjoy this product. You can learn the core mechanics of Smash Palace and Mastery Pack Guardian with this brand new hero for free. Keep in mind this one, just a young hero, not a pit fighter, so you'll no doubt see them in other formats as well.
I read this one yesterday when it came up on our screen, and one of the splashes yesterday. It's just incredible as a hero. I'm very excited to explore this in Blitz if we ever get to be able to play this Blitz hero at maybe a major event. Bravo with +2. It's got shades of one of my favorite heroes from the history of Fab.
Don't know about that, but okay. I'm sure someone had to enjoy it. But yes, social play experience, brand new demo deck. Smash Palace has a lot to look forward to, but we have even more to look forward to today in the building. There are 2 undefeated players left. We know about Stefano. I'm not going to spoil the other one. You're going to have to stay with us. We'll be right back for the Battle of the Undefeateds. The dream is alive for Stefano. Azalea ace in the hole at 8-0 on the cusp of another top 8 that may take them over the line. But for a hero so old and beloved, there has to be a hero so new and potent. On the other side of the table, 8-0, Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter.
Very poetically said there, Scott. And I think it's a matchup that I would have called the defining matchup going into the weekend. It's a matchup I've been watching and playing a lot in the last couple weeks as well as we prepare for this Calling Bologna meta. Thinking maybe we're also playing for Nationals, but probably not if Azalea is able to LL before that point. It's a good one.
I think we have a lot to look forward to. We've kind of seen a few times over the course of the weekend that players are still getting to grips with Gravy Bones. We've seen different approaches to tackling this hero. Are you supposed to respect those allies, remove them as they become problematic? Are you supposed to ignore them and dominate several large arrows directly at their face? It's unclear. What are you expecting to see as we go into this game from Stefano's list from what we've seen so far?
Well, we talked a bit about this with the New Horizon list that we saw from the Riptide yesterday, but we've seen Stefano play differently given that he's got access to that Opt hat instead of the New Horizon hat. The cards that matter are the Endless arrows, which can clear endlessly, and the Go Again arrows, which will be able to clear an ally and then still present some damage to face. But you might have hinted at it. Stefano might have access to big dominate at face, and there's not many ways for Gravy to get around that other than the defense reaction, Blood in the Water, which is able to block 6. So an arrow for 8 that has dominate, not as important in this round. An arrow for something like 11 or 13, 14 that has dominate, almost always going to hit Gravy right in his face.
Interesting stuff. I'm eager to learn more. We're down to 2, but there must be one. Let's find out which player will be our remaining undefeated at the end of this round. Marko, Leben, Stefano, Meoni. It's going to be Azalea ace in the hole against Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Now, I have an interesting fact for you, Gabe. Marko here at 8-0 on Gravy. They may or may not have eliminated me from the World Championship back in 2023. Not a pleasant loss to take. Interestingly, their hero of choice at that event, Azalea ace in the hole.
Well, that bodes well for Marko here. What that's saying is Marko understands the other side of the table. It's very important to understand both sides of the table in Flesh and Blood, and with Marko on this newer hero, he probably has the information advantage given that he knows both sides of the table, and Stefano has definitely been practicing into Gravy this week, but not necessarily gotten the intimacy with Gravy that Marko would have if he's been playing it all nonstop since set release.
Looks like we have Marko going first here on Gravy Bones. Have to imagine that's a pretty significant advantage in a matchup like this.
I think you always want to be going first in Gravy Bones. There's few matchups where you don't. Maybe some of those aggro matchups where putting in an ally on turn 1 isn't going to do anything. In this spot, Stefano has a hard enough time clearing an ally and still presenting anything to face, given that there's a limited number of cards in his deck. It's the Ravenous Rebels and the Go Again arrows that are actually able to do that. Marko, in particular, probably looking for a chum here. What that might do is put out an ally, attack for a bit, put a card into Arsenal, and turn off Stefano's entirety of his turn 0.
Want to make a quick shout out to a piece of equipment here from Marko. We saw it yesterday doing some really good work in this deck, but Crown of Providence, not the de facto headpiece for a hero like Gravy. In fact, Crown of Dominion, arguably more popular. In this scenario, having that extra block value seems like a really big deal.
There's a couple factors to it. There is the block 2, which allows it to be paired with a Blood in the Water and block 8, like we saw very effectively in yesterday's game, or just block 2 and help get to a 5 block breakpoint on something like an undominated Red in the Ledger at the end of a turn using a Codex of Frailty. The other factor is, with that Compass of Sunken Depths, Marko has access to the top of his deck. He knows what he's going to be drawing at least some of the time, and I think any turn where he's considering blocking with Crown, he'll always check with that Compass and see if it actually makes his hand better or worse when he's going to draw it. Very valuable piece of information to have when you're playing Crown of Providence.
Incredibly powerful start here from Marko Leben. We'll see arguably the card of the weekend, Golden Tipple making its way into play, discarding a copy of Sawbones, making a gold. We're going to see the follow-up being Tip the Barkeep here to not only make a copy of Gold Kiss Rum for a later turn, but we're going to see that Sawbones come back into play. Dead Threads get activated and send in 6 damage while keeping an arsenal.
A huge turn 0. There's a chance that Stefano can't actually block this if he doesn't have enough arrows in hand. It looks like he's decided to just throw all his 2 blocks, including that ever-important Codex of Frailty. It's fine. He resets his hand. He doesn't take any damage. Marko has started with an ally here. And Stefano has given up some of those powerful cards in his turn, on his game.
Yeah, gold plus Gold Kiss Rum plus ally. Hard to beat a start like that from Marko. We'll make our way to Stefano, who's going to need a pretty big comeback turn here as Azalea. I'm very interested to see whether or not they give Sawbones respect or whether it's an ally they can choose to ignore.
One final thing to talk about on that turn 0 is the Crown of Providence has this out in Marko's deck specifically. These players who are running 9 golden tipples have roughly a 50% chance of drawing one of those golden tipples in the first hand, and then all you need to do is draw an ally with it, or even any other yellow, another copy of golden tipple, for example, and you can get that first gold on turn 0 even though you're not running Crown of Dominion. So going first, all the more reason to run that Crown of Providence.
Stefano here, not with any immediate plays. Let's see if we can see what they're working with. Perhaps they're not the most happy with the hand they found. It's going to be Bullseye Bracers being cracked here to start the turn. That can't feel spectacular, but it will allow this Bolton shot to clear away Sawbones while letting the turn continue.
That's the thing. Usually, a Bolton shot as your go-again arrow to clear an ally feels a little bit worse because you have to commit 2 cards, a buff and the Bolton shot, in order to be able to give it go-again and still continue on your turn. In other spots, that's fine. Something like a chum that needs that buffed up arrow. In this case, you don't want to commit a whole 2 cards to clear a 2 health ally like that Sawbones.
Very potent follow-up here. Seek and Destroy into a copy of Red in the Ledger. We saw this card doing incredible work against Cindra last round. How much does Red in the Ledger matter against Gravy Bones?
It matters quite a lot. The limiting factor here is you might be able to put out an ally. Actually, I take that back. I don't think you can put out an ally, not from grave at least. You can put out an ally hard casted from hand. That's an option you have available to yourself, but not always going to be the best one unless it's something very large or very effective in this matchup, like Anka maybe, that will turn off that Death Dealer draw. Otherwise, you won't be able to put out an ally from grave. You won't be able to attack with any allies because you have to put them out and attack with them in separate actions. There are a couple, but sort of few cards that are effective under the effect of a Red in the Ledger in this gravy deck.
Pretty back-breaking hand for Marko in this situation as well. We see Chum, Rigor Mortis, a Portside Exchange, and that Conqueror of the High Seas. Given that gold in play, this hand had a lot of potential with the blue cards to be found on top. Instead, Red in the Ledger likely causing some pretty serious hiccups here.
Now, Marko has some outs under this Red in the Ledger. You can still pitch to play this Conqueror of the High Seas. I think it's one of those cards that is playable as a 1-card hand. And you do lose that 1 point of value when it's played pitching those yellows that are in hand, those yellows non-blocks that he's not going to be able to put in front of this Red in the Ledger here. But you're not losing access to that go again if you're taking this Red in the Ledger anyways, because you already have. So it's maybe a comforting factor for Marko. He's able to have access to at least 1 play on this turn, but we'll see whether he prioritizes maybe doing something different, like putting out that Chum, finding a way to develop it if he can.
Interesting dilemma for Marko here. I think these are the turns the players are going to go back and study and understand the permutations that could have been made. It feels like there's 3 or 4 different plays here available to Marko Leben, and all seem incredibly defendable in this spot.
There's value to Conqueror of the High Seas. It takes Stefano off an arsenal, and it presents a big number. There's a lot of value to Chum. It can take an entire turn off of Stefano and say, it doesn't matter what you do to me. I'm going to do, you throw your arrow in at this Chum, and I get to restart again next turn, having taken the full tempo back.
There will be Portside Exchange on blocking duty this time around. Leaves us with those 2 allies and Conqueror in hand, of course. Marko here knows the top cards, so we're going to have a Gravy activation, drawing that card, discarding the Chum for later on, and then sending that Conqueror of the High Seas off 2 yellow cards. So no bonus damage here, no go again, but that didn't matter anyway. We're just threatening the arsenal.
And Marko was able to safely make this play even if he didn't have access to that compass, because of the fact that the Dead Threads, having put one of those allies into Arsenal, into the graveyard, would let him get to the 4 resources needed for Conqueror. I think a thing for Marko here is something we see on display. He could have just pitched those 2 yellows, played the Conqueror. He chooses to value, and this is important, using that gold that he has access to already to put one of those allies into the grave so he doesn't lose it for later. And he picks Chum, which is, as we've been talking about, an incredibly important ally in this matchup, possibly the most alongside Anka. Another thing is, gravies tend to not like to go down to 0 gold so early in the game because it can be really important to smooth out those awkward hands you might draw off the top. This Conqueror of the High Seas is coming in for 7, and the on-hit when it destroys a card in Arsenal will create him a gold. And Azalea has a very tough time blocking 7. So I think Marko's thinking, I'm fine going to 0 gold because I know I'm going to create another one.
Thankfully, no dice on the 0 gold here. It will be Conqueror connecting, taking away, take aim, and scoring a gold in the process. That inertia token is going to take care of that leftover golden tipple, and we'll make our way back to Stefano here, who will lock and load this endless arrow. This one feels like a very important tool in this matchup as those allies begin to appear.
We've talked about it as being very important. Unfortunately, it aligns with a no ally board state here from Marko, but maybe Stefano can find a way to hit big enough so that he can get it back. And even if Marko develops an ally in response, he knows he's got that weapon on a stick available in Endless Arrow in arsenal or in hand if he's able to keep it in hand as well. There are options for Stefano here. It's an interesting information game where Marko will now know that that Endless Arrow, if it hits, will be available for the following turn, and Marko can plan his turn around it, maybe doing something like throwing that Chum into the board, which has 6 health, instead of something like throwing a Sawbones or an Anka, which has less health than the Endless Arrow's power.
In this case, it will be Knock the Death Whistle going to find yet another red in the ledger. That Endless Arrow likely going to get parked away for later on, put back into that pitch stack for when that army of allies exists. For now, we're going to find ourselves with a dominated copy of red in the ledger, and Marko and Leben will find themselves in the same dilemma again.
Another benefit of that is, like you say, that Endless Arrow is going to come back into deck. He wants that to be aligned with when there are allies. And if he plays this Knock the Death Whistle, and we've seen Stefano reach for that card a little bit more than maybe some other Azaleas have been doing throughout the weekend, that Endless Arrow that's now on the bottom of the deck might get shuffled up back to the top of the deck later in this game, and he'll have access to it sooner than later.
Another red in the ledger for 8. Dom in 8, if you like. Coming across into the red zone here. Stefano taking a moment to contemplate what is in Marko's yard, much like the same on the other side. We see that Chum hanging out, chilling around for a while. Stefano making sure they understand how the hero ability of Gravy works. We see a very interesting card here on blocking duty. Sunken Treasure is going to be one that turns those yellows face down, generates some extra gold for Gravy in the process.
Absolutely. That would be why Marko was checking out the graveyard here. But I do think both of these heroes have this threat density question in them, where on the gravy side, the opponent will be trying to manage how many allies he has available to him in that graveyard and also left in deck. Usually the number in the deck is roughly 15 to 18. If you clear them all, there's not a lot left that the gravy can do. On Stefano's side, there's a limited number of arrows and buffs, and those ratios are somewhat known. Marko, as an Azalea player, will understand at what point Stefano has less firepower left in deck to be able to kill him, or less of those go-again arrows left in deck to be able to kill his allies, which will inform how and when he deploys them onto the board.
We see a Gravy Bones activation here solely to put a blue card into the yard, keep enough resources around to enable Chum. So a blue card popped in the bin there. Stefano doing the same trick we all are right now. And Chum being played to try and block out this next big arrow while keeping around an impactful card for that arsenal. That's Give No Quarter being parked down there. That one definitely enables some big turns later on.
Chum in this matchup feels almost like a Warmonger's Diplomacy, but Gravy can't afford to run Warmonger's Diplomacy because it also hurts himself. So Chum has this effect on Azalea that's similar. There are outs for Stefano where if Chum gets activated, he can still do stuff with his turn, such as a go-again arrow, but also it could just shut down the entire turn.
The thing to remember about a card like Chum, not always a Watery Grave ally available to discard either, so that effect not always online. In this case, Bolting Shot will be playing its role once more, eliminating an ally, letting the turn continue. This Codex of Frailty will find yet another red in the ledger, and Findle's Spring Tunic will pay the cost.
And showing the power of those go-again arrows, this is why Azalea is not done and dusted in this matchup, because she does have access to those ways to clear those 6s with a 7 power arrow. It only takes 2 cards. Chum takes a similar number of cards for the Gravy player to develop. And because of the card efficiency of this deck, she attacked 2 cards into the Chum, but with this 5-card hand, that Chum was not enough to stop Stefano from presenting something genuinely damaging to Marko. This is going to be an 11 damage red in the ledger. Marko's going to have to think about his turn again. And at this point, he might be regretting not ditching that Swabby to the Chum effect just to be able to get it into the grave. That's one of the things we have with Chum is even if it's dying anyways, you can use its ability to get a card into grave. Marko was maybe looking at this golden tipple that I think is in his hand and thinking, I'm actually better off if I hold this ally in my hand so I get my golden tipple value rather than getting this free chum value. Now he's punished. He's not going to be able to play that golden tipple and do something else on his turn.
As a result, we see that Gravy Bones activation eats the gold here, has the ability to discard Swabby, if that's what Marko is looking for. Of course, a few other cards to consider there with 5 cards available. We see Chart the High Seas, Call to the Grave lurking there in the hand behind that Swabby as well. Rest of the hand will be a mystery for now.
What he might be doing here is fetching for block. So he's going to put this Swabby into Grave possibly and see if the other numbers in the bottom right corner add to 13 or 11. Sorry, he might just throw the hand down and say, this isn't my moment. I've got to run through these codexes and I've got to run through these red in the ledgers. Let's just continue to wait and I'll get my opportunities later on.
It will be the golden tipple being discarded in this case, and a block of 5 points. And the last card we hadn't seen, Blood in the Water. This incredibly potent defense reaction destroys that Swabby from hand in order to block an additional 6 points of damage.
Still able to find a way to get that Swabby into Grave. Still plays it efficiently and blocks the entire on-hit. Yes, he's passing his turn, but Stefano can only deal those big arrows so many times per game, and if he doesn't draw a great hand here, Marko might be rewarded for this decision.
Now, this is an incredibly interesting spot. We know that it is give no quarter in the arsenal here for Marko. You see them debating it. Is it worth establishing Swabby or a similar ally and not getting that attack from it?
It looks like he's going to do it, and I respect this decision. Again, Stefano has a limited ability to clear allies. If Stefano wants to clear this Swabby on this turn, he either needs to have access to one of those go-again arrows right here, possibly having to take 2 cards given what's already in his arsenal, or he's going to have to ignore that Swabby and let Marko start to build up that army of bigger and bigger undead seawater guys.
Seawater guys. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Release attention will be flipped over by Stefano here in the arsenal. Take a look at the top of their deck with Skullbone Cross Wrap. Decides that card is one of maybe interest. Still debating that by the looks of things. We see another chum in the hand for Marko on the other side. So plenty of options going to be available in this coming turn cycle. Maybe setting up that back-breaking defense once again.
There's a lot of dynamism in the way that Stefano has to clear allies. Given that he had a card in Arsenal, he's not able to spend only 1 card to clear that Swabby unless the card in Arsenal was a Ravenous Rabble. I believe Swift Shot needs to come off of Death Dealer, which if there's a buff in Arsenal that has to be played out and then that buff will be consumed by the Swift Shot. That's 2 cards committed to the 3 health ally. Other go-again effects in his deck that aren't the Ravenous Rabble also need to commit extra resources such as a Death Dealer activation to get them into the graveyard before, into the arsenal before we attack the Swabby. Stefano, I think he might not have access to that go-again based on the way he's thinking. I think he's evaluating, can I ignore it or can I throw it at face?
Can't quite see what Stefano is working with. Layering out their cards does seem like a difficult decision. We see Lace with Frailty at the top of that hand, just about amplifying arrow. It's the Ravenous Rabble in the hand. Does have the option of go again, alongside those Rain Razors. So some choices here. We see Azalea being activated. That top card gonna get flipped into the arsenal. It will be a Sleep Dart. This isn't an arrow we've seen tons of, but this is a disaster if it hits Gravy Bones.
This is fascinating. So it wasn't in the end that he was thinking about whether or not he goes Ravenous Rabble to face here. He was planning that all along, or maybe he's going to plan this after. He's thinking about, is this arrow on top better? Can I do something to my Gravy opponent in this spot? And it looks like he has found a way to do something to this Gravy opponent. He has access to the Snapdragon Scalers. It's going to be quite a wide turn.
This is incredibly impressive sequencing from Stefano Meoni. By leading on the Sleep Dart here, you can disguise the information that Swabby will no longer be alive. You can convince Marko that losing their hero ability is not that impactful. They might still be able to swing with their Swabby, but what they don't know is that another attack is lurking in the window, and they will not have the ability to do so. We see the Sleep Dart getting jumped up to 10 here, courtesy of that ability, and we are no longer an undead pirate captain. Looks like no Snapdragon Scalers being fired here. We're just happy to hold on to this Ravenous Rabble and deal with Swabby another time.
You know what? I love this play. What this says is, my Sleep Dart is stopping you from doing the thing that your deck wants to do. I'll leave that Swabby on board, knowing that the card I'm putting in Arsenal is going to still be able to clear it next turn. Maybe I take 7 here. Maybe you activate your Swabby. If you do that, it's fine. Stefano's metric here is he's able to take the 7. He has 40 life to work with. 7 of it doesn't matter always. If he can clear this Swabby and still present a big damage next turn. So prioritizing holding on to killing that Swabby next turn, given that Marko can't do a lot with his hero face down, there's still a lot of options available to how to play this turn.
As a result, we're going to see that Chum pitched away in order to swing with Swabby. And as you alluded to, Stefano here, very happy to use their life total as a resource, soaks up that 7 points of damage, and goes back into their turn with all the tempo. We know they have an answer to this Swabby, and then they have a full 4 cards to work with to keep the pressure on Gravy Bones.
I think he would have known going into the opt of the last effect that he was going to take this 7. That's what he was thinking about. Can I afford to take this 7? And that's how he played out his line. Now he's done it. He's got the opt effect on this turn, which we know he likes to play towards, the opportunity to know that card he's going to draw off of Death Dealer or that card he's going to get off of the Dominate from Azalea. Here, Ravenous Rabble going to face.
So it will be that 4 points of damage coming directly at Marko here. Swabby deemed not to be a concern. Maybe a smaller arrow lurking in the hand for Stefano. We see an endless arrow in the hand there just about. Can't quite make out the rest. But that endless arrow would be a pretty efficient way of taking care of that ally.
I think some of the other cards had access to go again. There was a Bolton shot with a buff, but I don't know what Stefano's plan is here. Maybe he says, Swabby's fine, you can have that weapon. It costs 2 resources to activate. My game plan here is to throw you unrelenting damage, knowing that often your hand doesn't block very well, and it seems like maybe that's what he's doing.
Stefano here debating how to continue this turn. We see the concentration on the face of the Azalea mastermind we see in front of us. Marko here looking to find their way back in the door. This Swabby doing some heavy lifting. We see another copy of Blood in the War on the hand. This second Ravenous Rabble will be the mystery card we couldn't see. Will take care of Swabby this time around. We see that bow and shot pitched away. It will be that endless arrow loaded. Another card will be drawn, and we will load up the damage and send in this barrage for 10.
We were checking out that hand earlier, and what I was looking for is this another second copy of Ravenous Rabble, and he's just playing the information game that we've now seen him play a couple times against Marko. That's how it worked out. There were other lines where you can use this Endless Arrow and your Snapdragon Scalers to still present damage to face and then clear that Swabby, but Stefano lucky enough to have that second Ravenous Rabble and maybe briefly lull Marko into the sense of security that he's going to have access to Swabby on his turn or he's going to shut down the arrow. No, Stefano still clears it, and he's able to go 10 to face, probably getting that card back.
Important hand here for Marko. We see Blood in the War at the front there. I believe that's an ally in a chart. The High Seas hidden just behind. Sadly, Anchor there at the back of the hand. 2 allies, it would seem, for Marko here.
There are ways for Marko to block 10, preventing Stefano from getting and keeping this endless arrow. I think that's something you have to reach towards. That gold-baited hook is a good thing to be able to use on block because it does have Battle Worn 1. It sticks around. This is a 2-card 10 block. Endless Arrow not able to go back into Arsenal.
Blood in the Water looking phenomenal once again in this game, denying that Endless Arrow and sinking the Anchor for later on. Anchor and ally, you really have to watch against a hero like Azalea. Death Dealer, not a fan of that one.
Blood in the Water not making its way into every list we've seen from Gravy, but definitely when it's in, it's there, it's potent in the sideboard, and it's in for these matchups like Ranger and Assassin, and it's doing a lot of work. It lets you use those allies efficiently, especially when you draw 2 in a hand, and it doesn't even feel like a 2-card 6 block. It's a 1-card 6 block because that ally is still available to you once it hits the graveyard. Really interesting play then from Marko, where he decides to hard cast the Anka that was left in Arsenal with another Anka, leaving a third one in his graveyard still available. Shows the importance of getting one of these out for its activated ability in this matchup, rather than necessarily needing to attack with it for 5.
We see Anchor being activated here in order to deny all the efficiency from that Death Dealer. Spire Sniper loaded. These players seeming to just check if they are allowed to opt, I believe. So Spire Sniping here, of course, taking a look at the top of the deck. Need to know whether or not you have that information available before deciding what you discard here to Anchor.
Yeah, so the resolution of this effect, I think the way that Death Dealer works is you turn it face up as part of the cost, and then the you place it face up as part of the cost, and then the quote-unquote opt from the Spire Sniping resolving is part of the triggered effect from Spire Sniping entering into the arsenal. The draw card from Death Dealer is part of the resolution of Death Dealer. So I think the trigger from loading Spire Sniping will go on the stack first. That will fully resolve, and then we're going to resolve the draw card effect, which is when Enka's trigger comes into effect, and then the discard is also going to occur after that.
Yeah, we see these players taking the moment, as you should in a high-level game like this, to make sure they understand how this interaction works, make sure everything gets ironed out. Anchor a pretty complicated card, but I've been really impressed by what it can do in this matchup in particular.
I think anytime your opponent has a start-and-play, stay-and-play type of effect, type of card that says draw a card on it, Anka should be slammed in there as a 3-of. It's just so effective. Once again, discarding those watery grave cards, putting them into your graveyard, it doesn't count as losing a card because you still have access to that later on. So Anka, you tap it, you're not going to be able to attack with it, but you're going to be able to deny your opponent an entire card, which might be 3, 4, or even more value. And because of the importance of Anka in a matchup like this, you can kind of expect that they're going to be killing it anyways. So tapping it for that effect doesn't matter that much when you're not going to be able to tap it to attack with it when your turn comes around.
I think this matchup has been incredibly dynamic so far. Lots of moving pieces for both of these players. These defense reactions have looked very important for Gravy Bones. Some interesting decision points with these go-again arrows for Stefano. Who do you think is ahead at this moment in time?
To me, it feels like the Gravy Bones player probably has access to more tempo, given what's happening on this turn, where Stefano is going to lose a card, and he thought he was going to have a big turn at face, and he's not going to end up being able to do that. He's 1 card down on this turn. And the other reason I say this, Marko has another one of those Ankas available in his graveyard, and I think he's got several other effects as well available. These allies are going to keep hitting the table in the next couple turns.
It will be Azalea being activated here to load a Codex of Frailty here for Stefano. This card, obviously very potent, very powerful, but a little dangerous into a hero like Gravy Bones. We know there's a Conqueror of the High Seas in that arsenal from earlier on. That seems like a pretty premium target to get back, if you ask me.
And unfortunately, he used that Tunic counter to activate the Death Dealer on this turn. Tunic Death Dealer is a really efficient play, except when you're under Anka, where it becomes just a bit more of a normal play. But having access to that Codex, once again an efficient play. Unfortunately, on this turn, he's not able to choose red in the ledger because he's already used that 1 resource.
So we will see that Codex extended here for Marko. Going to funnel on through. It's always Golden Tipple, right? Always Golden Tipple.
It's definitely. He'll pick the blue 1 attack. I'm not that afraid of it. He can have a gold.
It will be that Conqueror of the High Seas that makes its way back into the arsenal for Marko, deciding which card they wish to discard to facilitate that.
Unfortunately for Marko, not having access to a second ally that he can put freely into the grave. You see, yes, discard effects can benefit you as the Gravy Bones player, but there's only so many times you have allies available to you, and sometimes you're not going to have the first or second ally. In this turn, he would have needed 2 in order to be able to get value out of your opponent's discard effects.
It will be that Murderous Rabble that bites the dust. We're going to see Amplifying Arrow getting flipped over here, courtesy of Skullbone Crosswrap. Take a peek at the top, try and find a big dominated arrow. No dice this time around. So that Amplifying Arrow going to come in with a bonus 12 damage thanks to all these buffs. 14, no blocks declared in mere moments. Marko Leben sinking all the way down to 9.
Now, I love this play from Stefano. He's saying, I don't care about your board. I care about dealing big damage to your face, and I know that my deck can deal really big damage to your face. The only caveat is that Anka is the ally on board, which means that Death Dealer loses so much of its efficiency on the upcoming turns. These ponders, then, really important for Stefano to try to find a way to get his arrows into his arsenal that isn't activating the Death Dealer.
Thankfully, that anchor no longer causing trouble for ponder tokens would be a bit backbreaking here for Stefano, should that be the case. Instead, we'll park the arsenal, we'll make our way back to Marko. It will be Call to the Grave to send Chum, our friendly first mate, straight into the yard. We've talked numerous times about how powerful this ally can be in this matchup, but when it's maybe defending you from lethal damage, maybe saving your anchor from an arrow, seems like a pretty good place to be.
Yes, and this is a thing. Stefano might be loading an arrow into Arsenal here, or have a way to load an arrow into Arsenal using his Azalea effect, getting around the discard from Anka. But with Chum on board, he might have to fire 2 arrows on next turn. Without access to the Bullseye Bracers anymore, it's going to be hard to be able to do that, 1 at Chum, 1 at face, without triggering that discard effect from Anka, making his turn a lot less efficient. Fortunately for Stefano, still having access to the Snapdragon Scalers is going to be really important to not be punished by this Chum on the back end of the Anka.
Something I really want to shout out here as well, an activation of gold-baited hook fear from Marko was anything but guaranteed, but was willing to risk losing that hook if Azalea wanted to block in order to score a bonus gold from this chum attack. Azalea, of course, not a hero known for blocking, and in this scenario, if they want to give you cards, that's your window back into the game. So using that hook proactively, happy to take that risk, really heads-up decision.
I think that part of the reason is that Marko was on 0 gold, and both of these effects, Anka and Chum, they're incredibly powerful in this matchup, and we've talked about the fact that they're incredibly powerful, but we've missed the fact that they do have a cost. They're not always going to be activatable. With both of them on the board, Marko doesn't just need one ally to be able to use both of them. He needs 2. So having access to that gold lets him filter the top of the deck. He wouldn't even be discarding the free ally to Gravy. He wants those allies in hand so he can activate the Chum ability and also activate the Anka ability all in the same turn.
We see Rigor Mortis being sunk at Chum's hand here. Will activate that powerful instant speed ability, which means the next attack will need to target Chum if able. That Lace with Inertia going to go to waste here. We'll see an Infecting Shot being flipped over by that Skullbone Cross-Wrap. Stefano gaining more information about how to proceed moving forward, double-checking they understand the intricacies of that ability from Chum and exactly what it means going forward this turn.
So the Chum will be clearable, and Stefano will be able to continue to do things thanks to the Snapdragon Scalers. It's not very efficient, and this might have been why he opted in this spot, is that he has to pitch for this Infecting Shot because it is a 1-cost arrow he put into Arsenal. He's going to snaps and have go again, but this Anka is still around, and this is the effect of putting those double allies on board. If Marko can get access to a second ally, second Watery Grave card, then this Death Dealer will not be the brilliant bow that we know it to be.
Love to see this from Marko. Compass activation in response to Death Dealer. Takes a peek to see if there would be an ally on top of the deck that could theoretically grab with Gravy Bones' ability. Instead, no dice this time around. It will be a red in the ledger loaded into the arsenal for Stefano here. This one proven to be rather painful for Gravy at points.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a reprieve for Stefano that he's able to put that on the ledger and not lose that card. It does cost a card to pitch for here because he played a 1-cost earlier and has activated Death Dealer, so being able to still come in for 8, possibly, using a buff and the red in the ledger, or in this case 9, using the Ravenous Rabble and the red in the ledger, is important. If he had lost that card to Anka, he wouldn't have been able to do all that damage.
Ravenous Rabble feeling like a pretty important gain here in this scenario. 4 more damage being threatened here from Stefano Meoni. And we see the pressure it's exerting on Marko Leben. Having to take a look at this hand, looks like a Sea Legs, another Golden Tipple, and a Call to the Grave at the back of that hand. So a few options to consider here. Multiple blues to work with too.
This has shades of Dromai. Stefano has recognized that we're at the point of the game where the ally can stick around. That Ravenous Rabble effectively represents a free clear on the Anka, but because Marko is low enough in life totals, and because this 4 plus the 5 off the back end is starting to threaten the 8 life that Marko's left on, Stefano says, I know that Anka makes me less efficient, I no longer care. 4 to face is more important than losing this card on the next turn, and only maybe losing this card given the number of Watery Grave cards we've already seen hit the grave for Marko.
Marko here debating how to proceed here. Ravenous Rabble almost certainly followed by red in the ledger this turn. Gonna cause some hiccups either way. Of course, they know the top card of their deck. We're not privy to that information. It is technically available courtesy of Gravy Bones or Crown of Providence. That Ravenous Rabble will connect all the way down to 4 for Marko in this case. And Stefano debating how they wish to continue. It will be that buff being pitched in order to fire red in the ledger. No doubt they're all-stars so far this weekend.
Stefano just having a bit of a think, a small hesitation on that moment. There were a couple options. One, maybe he could have read the body language on Marko's block and therefore decide to throw the red in the ledger into Anka. It would be less efficient on damage and on disruption, but he's responding to the information he's gained from his opponent, given the block, the non-block on the Ravenous Rabble chain link. Or maybe he was thinking, is there a shot I can hit a 0-cost arrow off the top of my deck and go for the 7 dominate with the Seek and Destroy and win the game, not on the spot because of the defensive equipment available for Marko, but getting closer to it.
There's always that temptation when it comes to Azalea. It's like the Green Goblin mask talking to you from the corner. Do it. It's an arrow. I promise. But of course, Stefano far too good to make that error. We'll see the the call to the grave here cashed in, dumping another ally into the bin here. One of the more potent enablers for Gravy Bones. What will we find? It's another copy of Chum. Marko Leben doing a fantastic job at setting the shields up once more and forcing Stefano to find an answer.
And that's the value of the gold-baited hook activation on the last turn. Marko gave himself the out where he would have been able to activate Chum and Anka if he was lucky enough to have a second ally on top of the deck with that compass look. But also, if he keeps it around, he's able to get a more resource-efficient following turn, drawing into a card which he'll be able to know is a blue, thanks to the compass he was planning to use anyways, so that he can play out this Chum that he's going to fetch with the call to the grave. So creating that gold last turn, effectively, based on what he drew, guaranteed he got to the exact same game state that Stefano now has to deal with again.
A very potent swing here from Marko, not only able to leverage this Chum, but Dead Threads is going to enable an attack with Anchor as well. Gold-baited hook activated once more to refresh that gold on hit. 9 points of damage found here from Marko on arguably quite a small hand. Perhaps more importantly, this defensive lock of Anchor and Chum set up once again, and we see Release the Tension played. Is there an ally to discard to force the issue this turn for Marko Leben?
Two things have changed from when we were in the same spot last turn. One, Stefano's on a lot lower life thanks to that activation of Gold Kiss Rum and being able to come in for Chum and then Anka with Marko last turn. Stefano's decisions are now clouded by the fact that he can die to an assault from the Gravy Bones. It's not just about how much damage he can deal. Two, no arsenal at the start of the turn for Stefano. We didn't have the Ponders on the previous turn like we did 2 turns ago, meaning that in order to get an arrow into arsenal, he either needs to draw a take game, a codex, or he needs to activate this Death Dealer, and he will be losing possibly either a card or his only arrow activation into Chum. It's this time properly shut down his turn, whereas last time was the buffer, where he still got the outs left available to him.
We see a tipple on top from the compass. Chum is activated here, discarding another copy of Anchor, but the arrow loaded is a Falcon Wing once more. These go-again sources coming in clutch for Stefano Meoni time and time again. Unfortunately, no way to utilize the go-again here. No additional load mechanics means we'll be making our way back to Marko Leben, who has 4 cards to work with and an Anchor in play.
Low on life, but possibly a comfortable position here for Marko. He has to be thinking, what can I get out? I think we're through all 3 Chums. So the Warmonger's-like effect that Chum Friendly First Mate offers to Marko here, that's no longer available. He has to be thinking, how can I pressure cards out of Stefano's hand? Or what's the most effective way I can set up an ally that will stop Stefano from just straight up killing me next turn? Stefano on Arsenal and still having access to that Skullbone Crosswrap means he has a way to be able to get a massive dominated arrow if he draws the right hand and has the right hand card on the top of the deck and kill Marko from this 4 health life total, totally ignoring that Anka. Stefano's got outs, but Marko does too.
We see those allies fanned out by Marko here, studying the options. There's a card I want you to watch here if you're joining us at home. Mage Master Boots, still available in this scenario to enable another double ally turn in a pinch. Maybe even more importantly, that Sea Legs available in hand could theoretically be discarded to Gravy Bones and find a Gold Kiss Rum to do it all over again. We see Give No Quarter in the hand here, facilitating multiple cheap allies that might all demand a response. There is numerous ways to progress this turn for Marko Leben, and they all have potential as far as the game is concerned.
The problem with the Sea Legs in this spot is that in order to create the Gold Kiss Rum, he'd have to discard it. If he discards it with Gravy, he's then not going to be able to activate the Gold Kiss Rum activation because that requires you to tap an untapped hero. There's one way he can do that. If he sacks the 5-power attack of this Anka to use its instant ability, nope, Sea Legs, it's a great card to discard, but it's not Watery Grave. His only way, at least without his arsenal, to get that Sea Legs into Grave is by activating Gravy, meaning no Gold Kiss Rum on this turn, no 3-wide Chain Link on this turn.
But Give No Quarter definitely offers the potential to go wide with those Mage Master Boots. If that is what Marko is looking to achieve, we see them contemplating how to continue. These turns really do feel like do-or-die choices in this endgame. Remember, these 2 players fighting here to be the last undefeated player at the Calling in Bologna in round 9 The story awaits. Will it be the brand new captain on the block, or the final tale of Azalea ace in the hole? We will see that gold cracked to draw a card from Marko. We draw that golden tipple we knew was on top. We saw it from the compass. And again, golden tipple will discard sea legs here. It ties the entire hand together. We're making gold. We're making gold kiss rum. We're discarding allies and we're drawing new cards. All of a sudden, everything makes sense for Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter.
Maybe what Marko was thinking about here is if I play this hand in the way that gets me the golden tipple, discards the sea legs, it gives me access to going very wide with my gold kiss rum, will I draw enough resources so that I can both play this give no quarter and then play out some of those allies, activate that Mage Master Boots, and attack with whichever ones have costed attack effects? It looks like he drew a blue as well. He's got a lot still available to him.
It was an Avast Yi underneath that golden tipple on top of Marko's deck. So we see Give No Quarter and Avasti in hand. Avasti, of course, yet another way to enable multiple ally attacks in the same turn. Stefano Meoni only has 10 life to work with. We see a Rain Razors in their hand. Powerful card, no block value. This turn could get spicy real fast.
I think Marko, if he had seen any other blue off the top of the deck, would have slammed down the Give No Quarter and used that blue as a pitch card for the Mage Masters and some of these attack effects. Given that it's a Vasti, he has to sit back and reevaluate. Is it actually better the other way around? I have some of these cheaper allies available to me, like Rigor Mortis. Do I have an out to playing out the Avasti as my blue instead of the Give No Quarter and still being able to attack with a lot of allies?
We see another gold being cashed in from Marko here, drawing another copy of Golden Tipple as a result. Looks yellow at a glance, so breaking even on that gold, but not necessarily progressing the situation.
Not the greatest find. I think what he wanted to find was another blue so that he'd be able to have access to effectively 4 resources after the Give No Quarter. 1 to pay for the Mage Masters, 1 to pay for Anka's attack, and maybe it tells us that he's got something in his arsenal that he wants to be playing out as well.
Also the option to find those 2 resources to play and swing with Rigor Mortis. So many permutations here for Marko. We see the gears turning. With no Mechanologist in sight, that Arsenal card is a conqueror of the high seas. We see Give No Quarter pitched away. It's 8 go again here for Marko, threatening the Arsenal and more gold. The hit is taken from Stefano, falls all the way down to 2, and a gold will be generated from that conqueror of the high seas. The follow-up here for Marko. We know the anchor is in play. We know another ally can be established.
No ally can be established because no blue has hit the graveyard this turn. But I almost made that read on the Conqueror. The way he pitched for the gold, despite having the good line available with Mage Master Boots and Give No Quarter, I think it told me there's that 4 cost that has the disruptive effect on the Conqueror. What he was balancing is, given that I have this Anka, maybe my way back into the game from 4 health is stopping Stefano from getting easy access to dominate by taking him off this arsenal to start his turn. And that's exactly what he's done. Now he's taken Stefano off his arsenal. He's still able to attack for 5, which is going to take a couple cards off Stefano, given the fact that he's only at 2 life. Totally game changed having that Conqueror available in arsenal.
Spinning through the rest of the gold there to filter through the resources, find a card worth keeping in the arsenal, and sending in that anchor attack for 5. This is going to demand cards from Stefano, and that's an incredibly big deal. You need to utilize your resources to the maximum potential in these final turns, and with only 2 life left, Stefano might not have enough cards left to find a big enough dominated arrow to seal the game here.
Really painful the way this lined up for Stefano. I think anything but the Conqueror there in Arsenal, and he's flying high. And therefore, we look at it from the other side of the table. Marko, he had options. We were looking at that Give No Quarter. We saw a whole bunch of lines developing 3 allies, using that Gold Kiss Rum, using that Mage Master Boots, attacking with a lot of damage, threatening Stefano's life total, bringing him closer to 0. Because of that Conqueror, he had to balance those 2 options, and he thought this damage and disruption on Conqueror is so much more important than the damage and fake life gain of the allies, because in this spot, the life gain value of those allies totally nullified by Stefano's decision to go face.
You can see the pain in the face of Stefano here as they contemplate their choices. Let's see if we're lucky enough to see their hand at this moment. Stuck just outside the frame for us, so no dice there. Looks like we see that Rain Razors, but that is about it.
There's an amplifying arrow, which is 1 3-block. Paired with one of his equipment pieces, he's going to be able to live on 1. But then does he have a way to string together a turn, noting that if Marko can draw a Watery Grave card or find one not off the top of the deck, no access to gold, he has to draw one, then he's going to be able to shut down that Death Dealer effect and stop himself from making a very big turn. Stefano maybe looking at a way to go for a hero play, an activation off the top of the deck with less information than we usually expect.
If there is an Azalea ace in the hole player in this room, I expect to find the window. It is Stefano Meoni, one of the most infamous rangers in all of Italy, working to find a way to piece this hand together. We see that Rain Razor as the amplifying arrow, a take aim in the hand. It will be the arrow on defensive duty. The Tunic potentially joining in here in order to fall down to 1.
Stefano thinking, should I give another card or should I give the Tunic? The card he needs to keep around here is Skullbone Crosswrap, thanks to that card we just saw in his hand, which is the Take Aim. That's a way to put an arrow into your arsenal face down, meaning you can look with the opt, you can look at the top card of your deck, and you can possibly turn this into a dominated arrow turn. Also, it gets around the card draw. No activation of Death Dealer if you use Take Aim to reload your arrow.
Incredible note there, of course. Anchor still in play, threatening to lock down a card if activated alongside that Death Dealer. And we find our way back to Stefano Meoni here with 3 cards to work with and 4 points of life between them and an undefeated record here at the Calling in Bologna after 9 whole rounds. That Take Aim, it feels like the most important piece of the puzzle. Stefano here. Time to do the most important thing we've seen them do all weekend. How many arrows do I have left? How much information can I garner before I activate Skullbone Crosswrap? How many pieces of the puzzle do I already know to find the solution to winning this game?
Stefano has access to attack for 8 with the cards as they are in hand. Pitch that yellow, load that Remorseless. You'll lose that card to Death Dealer, or you're loading it with Take Aim anyways, and then you come in for Take Aim plus Remorseless for 8. That is damage. It's only going to take 1 card or 2 off of Marko here. 2 cards off of Marko here, given the 1 block available on equipment. Stefano, what he was counting specifically in his grave there was probably 0 cost arrows. If I use this reload load line instead of the Death Dealer line, forcing the Anka activation, what's the likelihood that my opt is going to find me a 0 cost arrow?
Death Dealer will activate. Does Marko Leben have a Watery Grave ally? No activation of Anchor. We see the card drawn from Death Dealer. Remorseless is available. Was there another buff effect on top of the deck for Stefano?
Really bold play here. Stefano recognizing that he's behind, recognizing that Gravy has no access to gold, thinking this is possibly 11 instead of 8 if I draw a buff here and Anka can't get activated.
We can see the Take Aim in the hand. It's a bolt-in shot.
Unfortunately, he found a bolt-in shot, not a buff, so he is still coming in for 8. It is still real. It does take cards out of Marko, but unfortunately with that Anka on board, it's not necessarily going to take enough cards, and he's going to still have to be attacked for 5 and lose some of this tempo that he's able to scrounge back towards him at this end of game state.
We see Stefano umming and ahhing about how to best continue here, of course. That Green Goblin mask. It is always calling. It's going to be an Azalea ace in the hole activation. We're looking for a card that gives us the dominate required to maybe steal this game. It's a bolt-in shot. This dominated bolt-in shot has the ability to reload an additional arrow this turn if it's able to connect. Take Aim is played. We're coming in for 6. This is 6 points of damage with dominate, and if it does find its way into Gravy Bone's skull, there is another arrow waiting in the wings.
And what a find. We saw that first Bolton shot, the one that's left in his hand, found off the card draw from Death Dealer. Unfortunate, because his first Azalea activation, if he'd gone the Take Aim line, that would have been Dominate. He's lucky that there's another one. Not only is this now a dominated arrow that's going to have to take a card out of Marko, unfortunately only 6 won't necessarily be lethal, but he can load that other Bolton shot and take a whole nother card out of hand after this as well. He's still found an out that takes 2 cards and brings Marko down to 1, possibly finding a way to win the game.
Exceptional play from Stefano Meoni, finding a line that most players would never dare to risk. Dominated damage from this Boltyn shot. We're looking at Marko lining up a block here. And of course, similar story here, taking a moment to consider what is available. Is this a codex? Is this another shenanigan I have to be aware of? If you're Stefano here, you've got to be overjoyed. There's not already a copy of Blood in the Water in front of this Boltyn shot. Would be devastating to find in a spot like this. But instead, deliberation is the name of the game for Marko Leben.
Blood in the Water, without having access to the Watery Graven hand, would have to go for a dream shot off the top of the deck with that compass looking for it. But still blocking 4 would be very important. Blocking 4 here means taking 2, means that yellow Boltyn shot that's going to follow this up is not effective as it might have been if Marko was already on 1.
We will take a peek with that compass to gain information before the game continues. The Boltyn shot connects for 3 points of damage through this sea legs. It is 1-1 here for our final undefeated players. We see the reload trigger from this Boltyn shot. Stefano debating how to continue. This is tough. You understand this Boltyn shot never going to be the ticket to winning this game, but maybe enough to earn another card. But in exchange, you are giving up your arsenal. We will cross-wrap. Take a look at the top card of the deck. Azalea, of course, already activated. But that information, incredibly valuable as the next turn begins to continue. You see the deliberation from Stefano here, understanding that there is a chance Gravy's hand doesn't block. There is a number of hands in this deck that cannot stop 3 damage. Should you remove Anchor so your opponent doesn't have an ally available that can clean and efficiently attack you in the next turn? Or should you hang on to the arsenal to try and assemble that dominated arrow? Where is Boltyn shot going? It's at you. Stefano Meoni asks the question to Marko Leben. You will need to give me cards in order to stay alive. It is Dead Threads and Tip the Barkeep that soak up this damage.
The check that Stefano's doing here is saying, if you want to put an extra ally out or use any of that Gold Kiss Rum for extra value, you also have to play a blue. Do you have enough blues and 3 blocks available in this texture of a hand in order to come at me through me forcing you off an extra card? In this spot, he's able to find a way that will steal 3 cards from Stefano, which is not what Stefano wanted to see here. This Golden Tipple doesn't have the activated ability or the extra triggered effect, but it's still 3 go again, and when you're at 1, that matters.
An additional source of go again at a premium here. We will see Anchor as the follow-up, earning 2 more cards from Stefano, but this is not a done deal. We know, of course, Azalea, all it takes is a lucky arrow off the top to put the pieces together for now. It will be 2 cards on blocking duty for Stefano. And we're going to see that final card parked in the arsenal. And there is a Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand for Marko Leben. Is there 2 blues to go with it? We can't quite see here for Stefano. I think that's 2 Conquerors. I think there is Conqueror, Conqueror, Give No Quarter, and 1 unknown card. If it's another blue, this hand is fantastic. If it is not, things are much more difficult. We'll see the Gold Kiss Rum activated. Gravy is going to be slightly tipsy. Anchor for 5 with go again, and a ship to follow up. This feels like a near insurmountable damage for Stefano to handle.
And that's the power of this Gold Kiss Rum. The Conqueror doesn't necessarily need to have go again, even if he does have 2 blues. Because of the Gold Kiss Rum, Anka has go again, and then Conqueror of the High Seas will still prevent a 7 damage on hit.
It is going to be Conqueror of the High Seas making the way across the line for Marko Leben to conquer this game. Your final undefeated player is aligned with the pirate captain, the master of the undead himself, Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter.
And the last 5 or so turns of this game, I think, tell us why Gravy is and will be the powerhouse of this meta, because he forces the decision from the opponent, and he forces the opponent to make the mistake. Stefano had so many positions where he chose to go face instead of the Anka. Would the game have been different if he had taken Marko off of the ability to swing 5 every turn? Possibly. But as Gravy, you get to ask the question, and you force your opponent to give the right answer. If they don't, they lose the game, like it happened there.
I think that was rivaling my favorite game of the weekend. I think both of those players had such a high-level understanding of this matchup. Watching the threat assessment happen in real time, watching the go-again sources, these bolting shots, these falcon wings, just turning up when required, but also playing their role when there is no allies to take down. Stefano understanding when they had to go face, understanding when to dominate with Azalea with no information. I feel like these are just things that all of us could learn from by studying the tape later on.
I thought that was a really fascinating game and really well played by both sides. Stefano making some tough decisions. That's the nature of being across from a Gravy, is you're forced into making tough decisions. They didn't align for him, but that doesn't mean he didn't play it well. We saw a lot of very intelligent decisions as well. I really respected the let's just start going face. I think if we had seen that Anka clear, sure, he wouldn't be being attacked for 5 every turn, but something would have come after it. And he goes face and tries to win the game, gets his opponent down to 1.
Some great games there, and if you want more great games, I have the kind of event you should be trying to attend. World Tour Auckland is on the horizon. We've alluded to this event a few times. It might not be my home away from home like it is for Brian Gottlieb, but I'm sure there'll be a barbecue worth attending.
It's definitely going to be an exciting weekend with all sorts of events. 2 callings. I love this 2 calling format they do for some of these premier events, and possibly the most interesting calling we've ever seen.
Absolutely. If you want a taste of the most historic sets in Flesh and Blood history, that first calling will be Welcome to Wraith Sealed. If you're lucky enough to make the second day of competition, you will be one of a select few who has the final chance to draft Alpha Welcome to Wraith for the next 4 years.
I'm jealous. I'm just jealous of everyone who's going to be there. I can't make it out. It's so far away. It's so soon, but I'm jealous.
Yeah, me too. I feel it deep down in my heart, and hopefully someone finds a tunic in them, because I don't think it will be me. However, I'm also going to be watching along for that classic constructed calling, Battle Hardened with Arcane Rising First Edition, a celebration of everything that Flesh and Blood was in the place that has become infamous as its hometown. World Tour Auckland, a very special event I would recommend attending if you have the chance. Of course, there is a very special playmat to celebrate this event. Drone of Brutality might be one of the most infamous cards in the game, and what a better way to celebrate Alpha.
That's a cheeky move, choosing to use Drone of Brutality as the mat for this event. This is a card that defined a lot of metas back in the world. Welcome to Wraith meta. It defined some of those sealed and draft formats if you're playing with the packs that do have the card available. It's one of those early days cards in Flesh and Blood that we're not going to see much of ever again.
Pile of promos and that incredible mat available in the Fable package at Auckland. Make sure to pick it up if you're lucky enough to attend the event. We have had some incredible games so far today at the calling here in Bologna, but we're not done. We've got some stellar matches coming up for you next. Don't go anywhere. Gabe, we've talked a lot so far this weekend about the story of Azalea Ace in the Hole and how she might be the hero to finally end her story here in Bologna, but it's important to know that she's not the only one. New Alluring Desire, also in the conversation. A win this weekend will take her over the line to Living Legend, and I want to make sure we're going to see some of her gameplay on camera now. New, against the hero we haven't seen so far this weekend, in Prism, Awakener of Soul.
A matchup that haunts my nightmares, if I'm being very honest. I've played a lot of New. I've played a fair amount against Prism. It can be a very tough one. What it does do is it checks what the Prism has brought in their sideboard. New is decent against the Herald game plan. You can shut them down with Disruption. When Prism starts to lean into those auras, play out things like Genesis, it gets very hard for New to take the Prism off of those value-generating engines that Prism has available to them in the auras. So Sammy, which is a Prism player in this upcoming round, we're going to be checking what he has in his sideboard, what he's presenting, and most importantly, what his game plan is into the New. We're going to be checking, can he deal with the auras and the onslaught of Heralds for 7 that he's going to be facing.
Interesting stuff. So, in a theoretical world that we have these auras to contest with, if you're on the New side of the table, what cards are we looking for to keep those auras in check?
We really want to be able to get some of those decent damage go-again cards so that you can go at the start of your turn, still prevent something to face, and then you just throw whatever it is at the end of the link, probably a dagger in at the Genesis or in at the Merciful Retribution, and clear those. ALS, unfortunate. That totally changes the game, but when an ALS gets played against you, you just have to use your turn to clear it. New has no way around that. Those Undertow Stilettos and those cards like Hiss are going to be very important. If you can line them up on a Leave No Witness or a Surgical Extraction heading at face at the start of the turn, use the Go Again to then clear the aura on the second link, you're still going to have the damage disruption, that is what New's game plan is, and be able to take Prism off of their aura game plan on the second link. Those cards are going to define it for the New side of the game.
Lots to pay attention to, so let's see if we can rob Gabe's share of their favorite hero in the entire format. Let's make our way down to the feature match area. It's going to be New Alluring Desire in the hands of Michaele Teppa against Sammy Weckx on Prism, Awakener of Soul. Got a nationality mirror match here this round as well. I'm sure there's some country pride up for grabs heading into national championships.
These players definitely going to be familiar with one another. They're going to play quite frequently at those Baroque Quest and Road to Nationals type events, and they're going to be expecting to see each other again in a couple weeks at Belgian Nationals. I'm familiar with both of these players. Sometimes we in the Netherlands and them in Belgium, we come together at these Pro Quest and Road to Nationals season. We visit each other. These players both have credit to their name. Sammy, a very, very notable Prism player on that side of the table with a calling top 8, I believe, back in Lyon. This will be a good one.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of watching Sammy navigate Prism at the Calling Lyon last year alongside my good friend Roman in the booth. Was very eager to tell me just how good Sammy is on this deck. We saw it on display then on that weekend, and I'm sure we'll see it on display again now as these players get themselves ready for what will no doubt be a clash of the ages. So we're going to be looking at those equipment suites when they turn over. Vestige of Soul, definitely one to watch out for. If it's Imperium Rapture, we'll definitely have a feeling about how this game may intend to go. On the New side, we're not expecting any deviations from the normal equipment, I would assume.
I don't think so. There's a world where New might have an alternative headpiece in their board, but I don't expect it. I think this will be the standard Tunic, Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and the 2 token-creating arms and leg pieces.
It's the one thing I will give Sammy for. We saw this in Lyon as well, I'll mention it again now. They're such a smiley person. When they're in the feature match area, they're under such pressure. They're playing for what is essentially their tournament life in a spot like this. Yeah, Sammy's just happy to laugh and have banterous good times with his opponent. I feel like you have to be that way if you're willing to play Prism.
Sammy is one of the most joyful people to play against or to run into at one of these tournaments. He'll always have a laugh with you, whether he's beating you or whether he's losing you. I've been on both sides of the table, winning and losing against him. We always have a good time.
Sounds like a good time to me, for certain. Michaele, of course, on New here is going to be trying to complete the story for her. Obviously a hero that you're very familiar with, and the highest converting hero this weekend into Day 2. I think there's a pretty good chance that today is the end of her book as well.
Players like Michaele are trying to take her over the line. There is a good chance she is able to LL this weekend. I'm still putting more money on it being Azalea rather than New, but we are going to see some of the last hope for New carry forward here. There are other players also in this X2 bracket, I believe, who are representing New and also trying to make this top 8. It's a good one. there's a lot of opportunities for both of these heroes to reach the end. New Prism is one where a lot of work is needed to continue that path forward.
Round 10 here at World Tour Bologna. We're going to see both these players battling it out to remain in contention this weekend. We're going to see that equipment flipped over, and there is that all-important question answered. Vestige of Soul is available alongside those Dreamweavers, so we should be expecting to see a variety of auras from Sammy Weckx.
The handpiece is always a question in Prism. You can use that handpiece to gain a couple points of life, something that creates a spectral shield or that blocks for one. In this case, Sammy understanding that New naturally does have several 6 poppers and might sideboard several 7 poppers in their deck, and therefore that Dreamweavers will be important to have on an important Herald of Erudition down the line.
This is a pretty impressive start here from Sammy. Light of Soul is pitched to kick things off. Unfortunately, it is Soul Shield found on top. So a bit of column A, a bit of column B. It is a yellow card to make its way into the Soul for now. But Soul Shield very impactful in this matchup. And most importantly, not a Herald.
That's key. Getting this Light of Soul for free on turn 0 is the biggest reason that Sammy attacked here. Unfortunate to not hit a Herald. Still, I think Soul Shield is one of those resources in your deck you can go ahead and lose access to, because having a card in Soul is going to set Sammy up for when he wants to start doing some of the offensive and tricksy things that Prism can do later. Not a Herald means you don't start with a Figment, but those Figments will come. Sammy has patience and he has time in this matchup.
We see Art of Desire pairing with Sink Below here in order to get things started for Michaele. Keeping that Herald of Judgment in check. No Figments will be appearing just yet on this first turn of the game, and we'll make our way over to New Alluring Desire. Interestingly, we did see a Chi card there in the opening hand for Michaele. Does mean they have some options alongside that Persuasive Prognosis, but Command and Conquer here, pain in the backside, a couple of different ways to sequence this turn.
Definitely. One thing I'll call attention to on that last turn is that because of the Chi in hand or the 2 blocks in hand, that Sink Below has had to be deployed against a 6-power Herald on the last turn. Sammy will be paying attention to the D-Reacts. The 4 blocks in stuff like Shelter, Sink Below, and maybe even Fate Foreseens from the New side are an important resource for the Prism to track. With those 4 blocks, they can block a 7 with just 2 cards. And New having only a little bit of access to equipment block means that being able to get to the point where Sammy knows there's no more D-Reacts, there's no more equipment block, these 7s will get me a Figment, they will get me a Herald into my Soul. That's an important game.
Pain in the backside here, very threatening alongside these Beckoning Mistblades. Will, of course, cause a little bit of extra damage, but most importantly, grant Go Again and +1 to the next blue attack. Does mean this Persuasive Prognosis will be coming in for 2 with Go Again, and theoretically, there might be a Command and Conquer on the way after this.
That'll be an option for him for sure to play this turn. It'll be interesting to see whether we expect to see the Persuasive Prognosis and the Chi come in to make Mask, have Sammy lose an extra card, or whether he decides, let's go full damage, full disruption. I have to win this game early before Sammy gets anything online, so I'm going to throw this CNC for damage. So far, it looks like we're going to prioritize just banishing with the resolution effect and not even playing that Preserved Tradition, not activating the Chi, not having a target maybe, having not broken the chain, or not wanting that pain in the backside back in his deck later on.
Yeah, the lack of a target by not breaking the chain here. Maybe an oversight from Michaele, maybe deliberate, but we do see that Command and Conquer as the follow-up here. A pretty good, solid turn here, pressuring Prism down to 22, and we'll see Genesis played in response to that Command and Conquer on-hit trigger. These Illusionist players with their tricky priority windows.
Here's one of the things that is very punishing about this CNC. You pitch into this Genesis in response. Michaele has used all of his turn, all of his action points to go face and threaten Sammy. This Genesis is now here at the start of the turn, meaning that Sammy will get at least 1 turn activation out of this Genesis, which is the card that New has to keep in check. In this case, puts a Herald into Soul with the Genesis, creates that Spectral Shield, gets that Soul counted to, arsenals a card, and passes. But if there's not enough Go Again for New, that Genesis might be sticking or acting as an Arc-like Sentinel itself.
Yeah, important to note, one that we do see people missing all the time. Genesis, not lucky enough to trigger Prism, Awakener of Soul, does need to be a Herald during the action phase, which Genesis does not quite meet that condition, but a powerful aura nonetheless, spitting out these Spectral Shields. No doubt a relevant part of this turn going forward. We're going to see pain in the backside being blocked out by Herald of Judgment here. No want for that damage to be soaked up by the shield. And we'll see if the follow-up goes directly at Genesis or whether Michaele Teppa intends on going wider than that.
Prism has access to interesting turns where sometimes she will say no blocks and hold this very aggressive hand, go something like 7-4-7 as it's nicknamed, with a Herald into an Angel into a Herald, and maybe dumping some aura on the back end. Also, with cards like Library out on the board, or when they're going with this aura main game plan with matchups like New, they're incentivized to block a lot more. So sometimes Prism will play like an aggro deck and not block, and sometimes they'll play like a Guardian and block a lot, throw a little bit, block a lot, throw a little bit.
With that Genesis being clear, it will be Herald of Ravages that makes its way across the line for Sammy Weckx. This one, not a default Herald for these Prism players typically, but looking pretty good at the moment given the Arcane's potency in the current format, we'll say.
Absolutely. It's also a yellow Herald, so you're just going to maximize your yellow Heralds in this Prism list. Sammy getting the benefit of that Genesis because it got destroyed. He got to keep around the Special Shield and limit the New's offensive ability here. So he's keeping a Special Shield, buffing up his defense for the future, and just using this hand to throw 6 and 6. He doesn't need to set up any of these cards in Arsenal. They're not key to his game plan. They're just damage.
Yeah, Herald of Triumph, one of those all-star Heralds for Prism, capable of mitigating those poppers. We do see the first Herald of the game connecting here for Sammy Weckx. We'll go and find their first Figment. And it will be that all-important Figment of Erudition. This one going to make a Ponder token, stock up that Arsenal for Sammy for the following turn. But more importantly, down the line somewhere, will transform into a horrific Angel.
I like the play to go for Herald of Triumph second on this turn. If he had chosen to play it first, and there was a, if the New had a 6-power popper, he would have been able to pop that first link, but because Sammy had that resource left over, he still would have been able to generate an action point with his Phantasmal Footsteps there, and then come in for the second Herald. That means New now has access to a 3-card way of blocking this entire on-hit. I think Sammy choosing to put the Triumph second helps him incentivize a 2-card block on the first link, or at least a 1-card block with a Command and Conquer, some 6-power, and then force either a hit through on the second link or another 2-card block. So Sammy getting extra Heralds into Soul and getting that Figment off of his sequencing, I think, there.
We see that Spectral Shield soaking up, beckoning Mistblade. It will be a Leave No Witnesses to follow here for Sammy. This one could be a bit of a pain in the backside if that Arsenal card is important to how this turn intends to operate.
We saw the Arsenal come off Ponder, so it could be, it could not be. Blocking 4 is not the easiest thing for Prism to do. Could be giving 2 cards here if that is an important Arsenal, and then maybe is only able to throw 6 or 7. He's not taking New down fast enough, but he might be buying himself the space he needs to continue to set up these auras and get a very big soul in this game.
We see Sammy pausing here to deliberate. Leave No Witnesses. Clearly a card they have some interest in their arsenal, one way or the other. We'll see if we're lucky enough to see their hand and see what they may be contemplating. Yellow Wartune Herald, Merciful Retribution, a blue Passing Mirage, and another yellow tucked in the hand here. So not the most efficient blocking hand. There's a Wartune Herald there as well. But a decent amount of damage available if that's the avenue Sammy wishes to take.
I think also thinking about the role of that Merciful Retribution. Is he going to be playing it, or is it just the yellow pitch for this upcoming turn? New taking advantage of the opportunity to clear that attack reaction from their arsenal. They don't want to get it stuck with it there. The hiss, that Slither's not going to be doing anything, but it is 3 more damage against Prism. And like we've talked about, it's important for New to deal damage to Prism early. An incredibly important hit off the top of the deck, that part of the Leave No Witnesses ability there. Herald of Erudition paired with his Dreamweavers. Although New still has armor block available to them, it's going to be one of those cards later in the game that once Sammy has jockeyed for position a little bit using those auras, it's now back on the Herald game plan, a really potent one.
And we see Sammy here, considering how to sequence this turn, it will be 2 cards pitched here for Genesis and Passing Mirage. So leveraging these auras, pitching those heralds away for later, and forcing Michaele into this infamous illusionist board state. These auras both have Spectra. You will not be able to answer 2 in the same turn without extreme difficulty. But Sammy Weckx on 15 health here. Maybe the auras are no longer part of the equation.
It's taking a bit of a gamble here. It's saying, hopefully, best case scenario, New doesn't have access to any go again. They either give me this Genesis, which is a mistake, or they spend their whole turn clearing it. No matter what, even if they have some go again, they can throw 5 or 3 at face and then throw a dagger at the end of the link into Genesis. My passing Mirage is sitting. That passing Mirage is going to carry me into my next turn. Now when I'm on Heralds, there's nothing that can stop me. The Phantasm won't affect the first link. I can use a Triumph on the second link and get around the 6 power poppers in the new deck.
Looks like a very dynamic hand for Michaele. We do see Persuasive Prognosis and Justinic alongside Enlightened Strike and Venomous Bite. It will be the All-Star from Welcome to Wraith that starts this turn. We're going to be bottoming a card and coming in for 5 points. Drawing a card here from Enlightened Strike. Seems like a very deliberate choice from Michaele.
I like that. Part of the problem with this hand is it's one of the few ways you can say that this actually wasn't a mistake, because I have a potent availability to me. I have this, ignoring the Genesis isn't a mistake because I have the Persuasive with the Nick. That's some way I can take Sammy off of cards. But drawing a card here maybe finds him a way to be able to do both. He's going to be able to play that Persuasive and nick it and then use the boots to give it go again if he wants to, and possibly has drawn something that can still clear Genesis on the backside, which is an ever important goal for this turn. Alternatively, he's found a way to still deal more damage to face, and he also has those cards available later to still either, now he has Persuasive Nick, he can still go Disruptive and ignore that Genesis, or he has an easy way to clear that Genesis. Still options available to him as this turn goes on.
A phenomenal draw here from Michaele. That looking for a scrap paid for by Fiendel's Spring Tunic puts Sammy Weckx down to 5. This Persuasive Prognosis is threatening lethal damage. Sammy doesn't know, but that last card in hand is just a nick. If they choose not to respect this prognosis at all, this game is going to end immediately.
That's the thing. Ignoring Genesis feels like a mistake, just like ignoring Anka feels like a mistake in last game. But when the number that you are presenting is bigger than the number left for your opponent as their health total, nothing is a mistake. You just go face, you win the game by getting your opponent to 0. In this case, Sammy has some outs. With 1 Figment on the board, he does have Ward 4, which acts as a reactive ability if he needs it. Maybe not the best way, because Persuasive will still be hitting through this Justinic, and he'll still be getting that disruptive on-hit in the end.
It is going to be no blocks declared, and not bad, says Sammy. And now the question begins, how do you survive this 6 point of damage Persuasive Prognosis? Sammy, of course, as you say, does have that Figment of Erudition in play, has Halo of Illumination available to find a less valuable Angel, but will be forced to react to this scenario in order to stay in the game.
There's also one beautiful out, if he can find it. It relies on a lot of luck. This Halo will be drawing a card. There could be a Soul Shield on the top of the deck after that shuffle, or before, whichever order it is for Halo. He'll draw a card, and if it's a 6 block, he's getting really lucky here.
If there's a Soul Shield on top of that deck, I will not be okay, Gabe. There will be no justice in the universe if Sammy Weckx finds the Soul Shield from their Halo of Illumination. For now, that card will remain a mystery, and a Figment will be fetched by Sammy here.
At the start of this game, I was dooming on behalf of the new. This is a hard matchup. It's not an easy one to navigate. He's got the right cards in his sideboard. With those E-strikes, those pain in the backsides, and those looking for scraps, this is the best way to present damage to a Prism and still be able to kill them before they can set up their aura plan. And he's navigated it really well. He's understood that his role is to go face. He cleared that Genesis, that first one, when Sammy still had too much life to justify going face and ignoring it. But once the life totals were low enough and he had evaluated the damage available to him in his hand with that Slytherin arsenal for that E-strike enabling this turn, really smart move navigating this turn.
It will be that Figment of Triumph shrinking down Persuasive Prognosis here before transforming into Victoria and immediately biting the dust. Will mean 1 point of damage is coming through here for Michaele, which means Persuasive Prognosis and Justinic will trigger. We may see more Heralds being taken away by these cards. Feels like pretty impactful hits as we move forward in this game.
Persuasive really wanting to hit a yellow here because that's what's in Sammy's hand, and unfortunate that New ordered it the standard way, which is you go Nick then Persuasive just by habit, but unfortunate It's the wrong way around this time.
And we can see why Sammy Weckx was so hesitant to block. They could not. Their hand built entirely on these yellow cards with no block value. And thankfully, that Halo of Illumination has kept them in this game. Now, 37-4 may look like a rather daunting disparity in life total, but you need to understand, with 2 Spectral Auras in play, Prism is playing her game now. This is where Sammy Weckx wants to be.
Indeed. And using that Genesis, Nu ignored it because they could present immense damage to face. But the power of the Genesis is he's able to get that card draw, able to cycle some of these unfortunate instants out of this hand and keep around, having kept around the Figment from the previous turn, he's now going to be attacking with Soraya. Here we see the payoff of the early game where Sammy did very diligently, blocked, built up soul, blocked, built up soul. The Soraya now has the soul cards to expend to draw Sammy more cards, and suddenly he was left with 3 useless instants. Now he's already attacking for 4, and he's got 3 more offensive cards available with 3 pitch floating.
All gas, no breaks now for Sammy Weckx. Of course, that Vestige of Soul is online. We will see all the resources needed to put anything together. It looks like a Pierce Reality, another copy of Genesis, and a Herald of Triumph in the hand here for Sammy. Has the ability to potentially go quite wide with additional Spectral Auras, or even a Herald if preferred. But a second copy of Genesis might prove incredibly problematic.
This is a good find for Sammy. He does have options like you illustrated. Herald at least having one option to attack face and continue the onslaught. Start knocking that 33 down. Yes, Prism gets alive when they reach 4 and they start to do these tricky things with the Sorayas, but you still do eventually need to kill your opponent. You need to use these tricks like drawing cards and having Spectra effects on board to get that 37 down to 7 and then start winning the game with your damage. So he does still need to attack, using the Herald for that. Vestige enabling the ability to still be able to play out something like a Genesis, and if he gets one more turn off the back of that 4 health and that Spectral Shield, then we're talking.
Sammy getting to do it all here thanks to that powerful chess piece. We will see this Herald of Protection potentially respected here from Michaele. Very relevant on hit here. These Spectral Shields very problematic for Nu, shutting down those Beckoning Mistblades, often giving you insulation from a card like Arousing Wave. Does offer a very potent level of protection.
I think there's another on-hit that he cares about a lot. It's also the trigger on the hero ability. If he's able to get a second Figment on the board on this turn, then he'll be protecting that Soraya Archangel, the one that draws 2 cards. Otherwise, if Sammy takes a single point of damage beyond that Spectral Shield, the Soraya will die to ward. So Sammy wants to find a way to be able to keep that Soraya around because that draw 2 effect is how he's going to enable going really big despite blocking with 3 cards on his turn.
We see Shelter from the Storm, leverage to soak up the protection here for Michaele, and we'll make our way to playing the... Okay, I like this from Sammy, choosing to extend the blue Spectral Aura instead, parking that Genesis in the arsenal, theoretically able to go significantly wider in the future, and getting Pierce Reality online.
And Pierce Reality is an important one. Like we said, Sammy can stabilize using the board that he has, the Spectra Auras and the Angel here. Stabilizing is not enough. You have to kill your opponent. Pierce Reality gets you +2 every turn. Right now, it's not the highest priority target for Nu. That's the Angel and the Genesis. So Pierce Reality probably sticking, dealing a couple points of damage to Nu in the upcoming turns.
We're going to see that Beckoning Mistblade diligently making its way into combat here, of course. The Spectral Shield represents protection for Soraya. But 2 more cards in hand here for Michaele. We see a Codex of Frailty being shuffled around there. We'll give them some options as the turn continues.
Sammy has defensive capabilities on this Beckoning Mistblade. Obviously, he's got the Spectral Shield, which naturally blocks for 1. He's also got access to those Phantasmal Footsteps. If he's got a way to use the remaining 2 pitch, he could pitch a blue into that Phantasmal Footsteps. The goal here is keep Soraya around. Find a way to not take any more than 1 damage throughout this turn. Keep your important Angel. Hopefully, keep your Genesis if Nu continues to ignore it. And then you can win from there.
Both these players taking a moment to consider how this game needs to progress. Sammy's swaying a little on this Beckoning Mistblade.
I wish his hand wasn't face down on the table. I wonder if it would tell us that he's actually not able to either take advantage of the pitch by pitching into the boots, or he's not able to block a lot on this turn. And so he's thinking, can I use the shield here? Can I lose it? Or is there somewhere else that I need to be able to hold on to it for an important protection later on in the turn?
And we see now that Michaele appears to have 2 copies of Codex of Frailty, as one is pitched away to facilitate the second Beckoning Mistblade. Continuing to go wide here, forcing respect from Sammy Weckx if they want Soraya, Archangel of Erudition to remain in play and continue drawing additional cards.
Another credit to the build from the new here. Having access to that 1-cost power card, like looking for a scrap, means that if that other Codex gets played, he's still going to be able to deal lethal threatening damage to face, or damage that really kills the ward. Plus, if Sammy finds a way to protect out of this, New could take the option off the table of keeping Soraya without the Halo on the board anymore to do a tricksy way of protecting your Angel and making your opponent targeting it lose an action point, lose the turn, whatever it may be. In this case, he's going to be able to pick anything that says 4 or 5, throw it directly at the Angel, kill that ally directly instead of via its ward, and then Sammy's left with a lot less potency on his turn offensively.
And we see that sequencing come to fruition in real time. Leave no witness here, systematically eliminating Soraya. Of course, the downside to this, we know there is another copy of Genesis parked in the arsenal for Sammy Weckx. Has the ability to extend that into play here if they wish. Make the most of that card. But of course, the copy already in play, threatening to continue generating additional spectral shields and just fix these hands for Sammy.
It looks like Sammy deciding not to play that on his opponent's turn and just go into his turn, keeping that in arsenal. Maybe with the Vestige trigger, he'll just be able to play it additionally with floating at the end of the turn. But instead, he wants to go very big at face.
And that's what we see. Arc Light Sentinel. The biggest, baddest Spectra Aura of all. This specialization forcing the attack to be directed straight at it. And this is a disaster here for Michaele. We know about that Genesis. And if Sammy wants the breathing room to establish a second copy, they're going to have it.
I think that's why we saw Sammy think on the last turn. Should he have ALS after the first dagger, knowing that that dagger wasn't going to deal any damage, it was going to take up that Spectral Shield, and then he would have a turn left available to him. The problem was, without the Vestige trigger from the Genesis at the start of the turn, paying for that ALS was not possible with just 2 cards, meaning he'd have no cards going into his turn. This way, he's able to pay for that ALS with 2 cards on his turn, keep that Genesis. He knows he's going to get the space to put it out here, and now, on the turn that follows this one, having lived through the assault from the new last turn, he's going to have 2 or 3 cards available to him, a Genesis trigger at the start of the turn, possibly 2 of them, and whatever offensive capabilities he can draw.
It will be a simple clear with Beckoning Mistblade here to remove that Arclight Sentinel as the turn passes back to Sammy. Going to take a second here to look at the hand. Let's see if we can join him in the process. Merciful Retribution, 3 Heralds here for Sammy. So a decision tree to follow. Is it time to continue doubling down on auras, or are we going to park one away? We are going to do exactly that. Genesis cashing that Merciful in, finds an Angelic Wrath as a result. This is a pretty aggressive turn here for Sammy.
I think Sammy doing the diligent thing, not wasting 2 of those yellows to the pitch zone in order to put out that Genesis, wanting to maximize his offensive capability because he still does need to reduce that life total from 33 down to something like the 4 and then hopefully down to 0. So he keeps these cards. He attacks with the Herald. His pitch is going to be very efficient this turn. He knows he'll be able to maybe get that Genesis later on in the game. Plus, if this Herald is able to connect and he's able to get an extra Figment, then holding this extra blue as well as the other Herald in his hands means he can do the classic Herald, Angel, Herald, and put out another Angel on this turn.
Important to realize as well, these Spectral Auras applying their effects to this first Herald of the turn. Herald of Protection here coming in for 8. And no Phantasm available on this either. So if a popper had been found from Michaele, it would be no use here. This Herald demanding full respect. And we see that Rising Sun, Setting Moon in the hand there for our new player. So unfortunately, respecting this Herald will require all of their blocking cards.
It's hard to say Nu is in control anymore. I think Sammy has got this one back under his guidance. He's got the tempo here, using the ALS on the previous turn, having blocked out the turn that came before it. He's got 2 Spectral Shields. If Nu is ever able to find an efficient way to defend through a turn, these Spectral Shields are going to be protecting Sammy's life total, and these Spectral Shields are going to be protecting any Angel that Sammy is able to develop later on. So they're going to have to be targeted directly if Nu wants to clear them, rather than targeted via the ward effect on those Angels. In this case, another Spectral Shield developed, another Angel going to be developed. Sammy is not on 4 life anymore.
Absolutely not. We're going to see that Herald converted into yet another Figment. It will be protection this time around, and the Spectral Shield stack continues to grow here for Sammy. So we alluded to a few times over the course of this game, this is the power of Prism. There's a reason you only have 32 life to start the game. Limited breathing room, but once the fortress is assembled, well, the kingdom is firmly yours. We're going to flip that protection over here. Angel form coming, has the ability to make 2 more Spectral Shield tokens here for Sammy. There's a whole 10 points of life in play now.
It's so diligent from Sammy to be prioritizing these Spectral Shields over the last couple turns, playing out this Herald of Protection under the effect of those blue Spectral Auras instead of keeping it for the end of turn, searching out that Figment of Protection. We talk about how Nu's responsibility in this game was to go as fast as possible and deal as much damage as possible, and that check was just 4 damage too slow. He was dealing a lot of damage, but at the problem with Nu is that it is damage limited turn to turn. You kind of have a maximum end that you could deal with, and that's the role of these Spectral Shields. Nu's ability is strong because of their disruptive capabilities and because of the breakpoints with those daggers and those awkward 4-power disruptive attacks. Spectral Shields say that 4 becomes 3 and 1 becomes 0, so it's a really effective way to block out against an assassin.
Let's see if we can follow along as another Figment joins the game. It's going to be a Figment of Rebirth this time. This one capable of rebuying some of those powerful yellows we've already seen over the course of the game and keeping the momentum spinning for Sammy. There will be a yellow Ravages making the way on top. Love to see this. The aggression continuing here. Loved extending that yellow Herald instead of playing the Genesis. It's keeping the damage flowing and closing this door as quickly as possible.
Again, he understands the effect of each of these Heralds and the role each plays. He's got those 6 shields now. He doesn't need to go fetch out another protection. What this Ravages does is deals max damage. It deals an extra point of Arcane on hit, and it takes Nu down from 16 points to 0 points, winning him the game faster before Nu's able to get through all of these effects.
We see levels of enlightenment in the corner of the hand here for Michaele Teppa. It will be Bonds of Agony being pitched into Beckoning Mistblade. This just trying to clear away some of the Spectral Shields at this point. No way to make this connect the hard way, but an efficient means nonetheless.
Ultimately, he has to use his cards where he can use them, and sometimes as Nu, you don't have the offensive capability without just pitching into these daggers. They're not as efficient as daggers that we see in other classes, but they do something, and in this case, they deal 1 damage. That 1 damage is more important in the face of all these Spectral Shields than the 3 block would have been from the pitch card that we see right now.
Rising Sun, Setting Moon, the follow-up here will let Michaele filter through, get more power out of that levels of enlightenment. We see another levels being drawn into their hand. Does give them the potential to go significantly wider.
Possibly a way to get through this army of Spectral Shields and this Ward 4 on the Angel. Maybe one of these levels of enlightenment will be going directly towards that Angel so that Sammy doesn't have the option of blocking instead. There's a lot available to Nu having the Rising Sun, Setting Moon here. A lot of options available to him with being able to Chi later for either the hero power for one of those blue heralds or that Mask of Recurring Nightmares to disrupt Sammy. He's thinking about what's the best way I can get back into the game. Is it deal maximum damage to face, or is it try to disrupt here? It's a real big think. I think it's an unfortunate position to be in. Maybe he doesn't have, I haven't seen those cards available to him in hand, so maybe he doesn't have the damage he needs to clear the effective 9 ward that we see on the board. I wonder what he's deciding. Is it throw damage at the angel? Is it throw damage at face?
A difficult turn to navigate here for Michaele.
Decision finally made on what to bottom with that Rising Sun Setting Moon, which means the new has probably understood the effect of these other cards available, and he's now resolving what's going on. So banish the top card of the deck, activating Prism, not Mask of Recurring Nightmares. We want to be playing some of these cards out of the banish zone, I think, is the decision from new. Currently, the levels, he's picking the modes. The other benefit of going new here, instead of using the Mask of Recurring Nightmares to take Sammy off of a 3-block on this turn, 2 blue cards in the pitch zone, maximum damage on this levels. He's identifying, I need to do as much as possible to clear these Spectral Shields and clear this ward. I need more cards in hand, so I need to activate new here, get this extra card from the Levels of Enlightenment draw.
I think this is a big testament to the understanding of this matchup from a player like Michaele Teppa. Really difficult board state to navigate. It's hard to be so close and yet feel so far away. And yet taking a moment to optimize every edge and finding a way to continue to leverage their cards. This red copy of Hiss here, growing this Levels of Enlightenment, putting yet another blue into that pitch zone to make the next copy even more fearsome.
Wow, this is incredible. First of all, the next levels are going to come in for all 3 modes. Second of all, the slither from this Hiss is effectively additional, which means now having activated new, if there are blue heralds in the banish zone, that slither is going to be able to attack with 2 of those blue heralds. 1, 5 to face, then a slither, go again, another 5 to face. The other added benefit here is 6 is 1 more than 5, meaning with 5 Spectral Shields on the board, having taken one down with the Beckoning Mistblade, that ward 4 is now being threatened. That angel won't be sticking around for Sammy's next turn. New has navigated this really well and found a lot of ways to deal maximum damage in a deck that we were just talking about having a difficult time dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, really impressed by both of these players here. Sammy clearly not ecstatic about the situation, but utilizing that angel and a couple of Spectral Shields to keep themselves safe. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they react to the follow-up here. We know there's another Levels of Enlightenment waiting in the wings, but that's not the only card in hand for Michaele here. Let's see if we can just about get a look. It will be that slither we know about, of course, from the Hiss. So potential to go even wider here should this Levels of Enlightenment find another attack to keep the turn going for Michaele Teppa.
I really would love to know what's available in the banish zone for Prism player here. If we have some of those blue heralds, I wasn't paying attention earlier, but Sammy would know that his responsibility is to not banish those to the Prism effect. You prioritize banishing those yellows. So those blues would have had to gone into the banish zone off the top of deck effects from cards like Leave No Witnesses or the new banish that we just saw, which didn't hit 1.
5 more points of go again damage coming across the line here for Michaele Teppa. Puts Sammy Weckx in the blender. We see Double Trouble as the card drawn here for Michaele. Looks very unassuming, but you have to remember those reactions are still available on Michaele's equipment in a pinch.
Having access to that second Beckoning Mistblade here using the Tunic resource and the 1 floating means actually this Beckoning Mistblade could also give another point of go again. With that Double Trouble getting as being the blue from the Beckoning Mistblade or just a 3rd or 2nd herald out of the banish zone here, there's a lot more chain links to come on this already 3-wide attack from new.
It felt like we were almost riding off Michaele with the amount of control that had been taken by Sammy, but this turn is exactly what was required to get themselves back into this game, and it will be that Double Trouble as the follow-up. A very innocuous-looking 2 points of damage, but both players here have perfect information. Sammy knows how many reactions are available and knows how much damage this represents.
And Sammy's body language tells us the difference in this game. He's always a joyful player. He's still a joyful player even when he's stressed and in the final moments of an important, not win and in, but win and advance kind of match like what the one we're watching right now. But he realizes that Michaele has found the line. He's found the way to get through this incredible defensive stonewall that Sammy had put together. Right now, he's worried that he might die this turn.
What an incredible shift of pace in this game. We see Sammy respecting this Double Trouble with a red Herald of Triumph. And we'll see that Triumph just given a read. New, of course, here throwing the blue copy to continue the assault here. Thanks to that go again from the Slither. This turn is far from over.
A really incredible play there by New to not pop the boots and go for the double trouble, which is what you want to do naturally when you're attacking with a double trouble, because you get access to the boot reaction and the slither from the boots. That's 2 reactions. He had already bought the 3 block. Using that reaction doesn't benefit him at all. What he wants to do is then keep these boot activations from maybe going too wide with some of these blue heralds that might be available in the banish zone for Sammy Weckx. Here we see the pitch of a non-block in hand for a Soul Shield, turning that non-block Figment into effectively 2 or 3 block here and helping Sammy live through the onslaught presented by New here. I was criticizing or concerned about this decision to leave the Genesis in play earlier. As it turns out, New was able to find a way to get through the wall it helped build. Unfortunately for him, only 1 Herald available in the banish zone, so not able to maximize the damage and get through this last card. Sammy back to joyful, seeing that he's able to live through whatever was drawn off the top with that 2nd levels of enlightenment.
It's so astounding to me to see these players with so much on the line in a less than ideal situation, managing to find so much fun in the game of Flesh and Blood. Genesis here activated once more, another Herald parked, a Spectral Shield made. We know that Genesis has been kind of trapped for Sammy here, but we will see the soul being utilized here to flip that Figment of Rebirth. Set up 4 more points of virtual life before passing back to Michaele here. Very much feels like it's all hands on defense for Sammy Weckx. Can Michaele keep the assault coming, or will we eventually run out of steam?
And an important resource that Sammy didn't have to expend last turn, that last remaining Figment on the board. The fact that he didn't lose it to the offense from the New, pretty good for Sammy. Still facing down 4 cards. There is a lot of damage available. Yes, there's Ward 4, but Sammy's only on 2, which means if he has some of those non-blocks in hand, he's not on a very high virtual life total.
We know one of the cards on the table face down there for Michaele. Let's see if we can get a good look at the hand. We see a Justinic alongside a Sink below. Unfortunately, the rest of the hand just a little too distant. Art of Desire on the horizon as well. It's an Enlightened Strike is the last card available here for Michaele, and we will see it starting at the turn. The question is, what do you put on the bottom?
There's also an interesting line available to him to draw a card if he wants to up the potency of this hand, because he does still have access to those Undertow Stilettos. That can give go again to Enlightened Strike, because it is just an attack reaction. It doesn't need to be on an Assassin card.
And I think it was draw a card chosen there. We find blue double trouble here. This Tunic is active for Michaele, which means this Justinic is a very real threat.
I think this is an insane find. You're able to pitch either the red or your Tunic to Undertow Stilettos, go again on the Enlightened Strike. Then you come in with blue double trouble. You still have that 1 pitch available if you want it. You can go up to 8 on that double trouble. This is 13 damage being presented. Prism might not block enough.
What a remarkable line taken here from Michaele Teppa. A testament to how back and forth this game has felt. The early game felt nothing short of dominant from the assault from New. Sammy, on the lowest life total imaginable, found a way to stabilize. Thought they'd established an unbreakable shell of a board with over 6 spectral shields, but instead now Michaele Teppa finding a way to chain together more and more go-again attacks, reaching true and utter enlightenment. And now Sammy Weckx is on the back foot and desperate to survive. That Avalon will prevent 4 damage here, but we do see the go-again popped from those stilettos to keep this turn spinning. And if this is a double trouble... No! It's an Arclight Sentinel! Sammy Weckx has found an Arclight Sentinel in this hand and can keep themselves alive. This final attack will not be able to challenge their life total, and this game continues.
I was about to say, it must say that Sammy has a Soul Shield available to him, pitching the blue to the boots and then using that ward effect to defend this Enlightened Strike. As it stands, Sammy had an even better response. He shuts down the ability. He says, you're going to have to damage check me again. And now you no longer have that Undertow Stilettos. If you're not drawing into a card with go again, next turn, your damage output is limited. We've seen those looking for scraps get played. We've seen those levels of enlightenment get played. We've seen those Enlightened Strikes get played. There's only so many he can have left in the deck.
We see the red used to clear away that Arclight Sentinel, meaning that Justinic and the blue double trouble both somewhere in the midst of that hand and Arsenal. Michaele taking a moment to consider how they wish to sequence this turn. It's going to be a difficult one. Let's see if we can chime in. We see that double trouble, surgical extraction, just a nick in the hand, and it will be Beckoning Mistblade to start, courtesy of Art of Desire Mind.
Now here's a question for you, Scott. That hand had blue double trouble and it had just a nick. There's a card in Arsenal that is one of those cards.
So which one is it?
If it's a second just a nick, that's huge, and maybe the game on this spot. If it's a second double trouble, it's a very different story.
Light of Soul reveals riches of Tropal Dani. It's not a Herald again for Sammy Weckx here. The yellow making its way to the soul, but it's no good. These phantasmal footsteps blocking out this Beckoning Mistblade, and now we will see. It's another Arclight Sentinel. Sammy Weckx continues to steal turns away from Michaele Teppa time and time again. They pay me to speak. I meant to have words. I have none. I have zero things to say.
Look, this is Sammy's way back into the game. Continue slowing down New. Continue asking him, can you draw the go again cards? The difference between this one and last turn, where he had committed the E-Strike and the boots, is now you're saying to the new player, filter your hand. All you have to do is pitch into a dagger. You can draw the card, leave the cards you don't want, and draw the cards you do want. If that is a Just a Nick at the bottom of the deck, which it might be given that Double Trouble was the hand card kept in hand here, maybe New is just setting up the biggest double Just a Nick they can. That's the third copy of ALS. This can't happen again.
Those are famous last words. I'm ready for Sammy to find a way. Let's look at the hand. We do see that Double Trouble. A sink below that Just a Nick is still lurking. It will be the Double Trouble pitched for Beckoning Mistblade. We know there's a Bonds of Agony in this hand as well. I have a feeling that might be another Just a Nick lurking in that Arsenal. And this turn has potential to be gigantic for Michaele Teppa.
Bonds of Agony is Double Trouble's big cousin, even if it's just the one Just a Nick available here. What he can do is activate the arm piece and use that Just a Nick. That Bonds is still going to 6, 9 off its own effect, 10 off the Arousing Wave. A very big number that's very hard to block with Sammy not having a Figment available in this spot.
Beckoning Mistblade clearing away that one remaining Spectral Shield, and Michaele will need to figure out how to proceed going forward. Sammy with 4 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Of course, the defensive capabilities of that hand, completely unknown to us all.
Certainly, there's still some auras in his deck. We haven't seen them all be played out. The ALSs are gone. We haven't seen all the Figments hit the board. We haven't seen all the Mercifuls hit the board. Only 2 Genesises seen, I think. Interesting spot.
It's Double Trouble in the Arsenal. The blue Double Trouble was the one that was parked to be kept safe. And another was found, so just the one Just a Nick to work with. Michaele here debating pitching that Bonds to send another dagger. Given the Double Trouble that is in their Arsenal, they will have the ability to go an extra attack wide if they wish.
It's diligent. It deals maybe a point or 2 less damage than the Bonds line, but what it does is continues to ask Sammy an awkward question. That's what this dagger for 1 does. Just a Nick, an important card to be able to kill him.
And it will be that Bonds being pitched. Such a controlled play here from Michaele, a testament to these players that are at this level of the calling here in Bologna, and it will be Phantasmal Footsteps, utilizing a blue once more to block out that Beckoning Mistblade. The follow-up, that Double Trouble we saw parked in the Arsenal not so long ago, and that Just a Nick is lurking in the hand as a potent reaction here.
This will go maximum 9, I think. Plus 2 from its own effect, plus 5 from Just a Nick, and plus 1 from the Arousing Wave. So ultimately he's found a line that actually does effectively the same damage as the Just a Nick line, but splits it more awkwardly. And he says to Sammy, you have to start giving me these breakpoint blocks like the boots. I want you to chip down slowly and not just be able to throw your 10 in front of my Just a Nick or in front of my Bonds of Agony or my Double Trouble and then reset for next turn.
You can see Sammy analyzing the situation, understanding what may or may not be available. It will be a Rousing Wave here to force a response to Double Trouble, generating enough power to cause lethal damage. And what does Sammy have to say? It's Soul Shield. Soul Shield blocking 6. We know that Justinic is lurking in the hand. Does Sammy have another reaction in order to keep themselves safe? That is not there. Michaele Teppa fells the Goliath and makes their way to 8-2 on new Alluring Desire.
The start of the game, I said, it's a very hard matchup. The middle of the game, I said, I'm not sure it looks like he's going to be able to get back into it. He found a way off the back of 2 very big turns and a lot of very diligent decisions of when to go face, how to go face, and what to expect off the top of the deck. I think that new player knew exactly what he was doing. He's probably played against Sammy quite a number of times. They are local to each other. They're in the same region up in the north of Belgium. Incredible play.
All I can tell you is that at the start of that game, I was enjoying myself. In the middle of the game, I was intrigued. At the end of the game, I had a heart attack, and it wasn't the most pleasant experience I've ever had on camera, but both of those players just showed you everything you could want to know about this matchup. The things that these decks can do into each other, what's important from new, arguably what's important from Prism. I feel like I learned a lot watching that game.
Absolutely. It's definitely a masterclass in that matchup from both sides. It's exactly the types of things you need to align on the new side, and it's exactly the types of ways you need to respond to it on the Prism side. That could have gone both ways at any moment of that game. Masterfully piloted. Really good to see.
Mastery is the name of the game. Mastery Pack Guardian is on the horizon very, very soon. If you're looking for the next pick-me-up product, this is the one to watch.
I'm excited about this. We've teased this for years. It almost feels like we got first told about the Mastery Pack Guardian so long ago. It's going to be this big buff to the Guardian class that has been down on its luck for a while, especially if this new player is able to LL new, then Guardian will be big in just a couple months.
130 cards set, plenty of packs to buy, very affordable price at $55 per display. There's plenty to look forward to in this set if you want a next dose of Guardian. Least of all, Volda Seismic Impact makes their debut into Classic Constructed, and I assure you, they're going to put you in the place.
Yeah, I'm excited about Volda. I'm not traditionally a Guardian player outside of my main man, Starvo himself, but Volda feels like she's got some of those power pieces that Guardian has been missing for quite a while. It'll be fun to see her role in the Classic Constructed meta.
If you're looking for bling from Mastery Pack Guardian, you'll find plenty of that. Seismic Surge tokens designed to embody every region of Aria. Feels a bit thematic for Starvo, really, doesn't it?
I want all 3. I'll put them all on the board as I get my Seismic Surges and activate my Dominate with Volda.
There are 2 types of people in the world, and we're not the same one. Thankfully, there is some promos to look forward to. Release celebration events and Gen Con will have these batter to a pulps available for players able to attend. This one feels like a pretty potent upgrade for the Guardian class.
Definitely. It's another 6 for 10. It's just a powerful type of card to have, and it gives you edge into a matchup that's traditionally been hard. Those kinds of matchups that have important equipment that you can't pop or that can prevent damage using effects like Ward.
Plenty to look forward to if you're a Guardian player. But of course, my favorite, Testament of Valahai, brand new shield that lines up very well with Volda Seismic Impact. You ever blocked 5 with a piece of equipment before? It's pretty good.
It is pretty good to block 5. It's also pretty good to block 1, and then 2, and then 2, all off the same piece of equipment. It'll matter in different matchups which you do. It's going to be a very interesting card.
Mastery Pack Guardian ready for crack, shuffle, and play very soon. We'll be in stores with you on August 8th. A product you'll want to make sure you check out if any of those things are appealing to you. We keep one-upping ourselves on games this weekend, Gabe. I'm not sure how much higher we can go, but I'm going to go digging out there in the room. I'm going to try and find us something we haven't seen yet. I want to keep seeing fresh heroes, things that haven't been on display, and really embody how diverse and unique this metagame is. Have you got anything you want me to try and find out there on the floor?
Well, we've been seeing these Vinsets at the top of the meta. I'd love to see a Vinset if we could. I'd love to learn more about that matchup that it can present into all of these main heroes. Of course, I want that Kasai. I want to see them at the top tables if they're there. I want to see them on the feature match. There's also some Wizards in the mix. We've only seen one Verdance all weekend, and we haven't seen any Kanos. Any of those would be lovely.
We've got some one-of heroes finding some success today as well. Looking forward to talking about those. Plenty to look forward to here in the Calling Bologna. Stay tuned. Gabe, we have a very unique opportunity this round. If you were following along last weekend at the US National Championships, you may be familiar with Jason Rolfe, a player who took down the limited calling last weekend and earned themselves that beautiful gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet that we're hoping to win today. What if I told you we're going to see that Stonewall Gauntlet on the table this round because Jason Rolfe is hanging on by the skin of his teeth and is still alive for back-to-back calling victories.
Incredible to see him still live here, given that the two callings are in two different formats, two different regions. He would have traveled this week too, dealing with the physical impact of traveling and the exhaustion that comes with that. He's an incredible player that, if you are a competitive player and you're ever preparing for a pro tour, you know his name because you've seen him prepping for draft everywhere, every season. If anyone's talking about draft online, it's Jason. He's prepping it. He knows what he's talking about. Incredible limited player and showing how good he is at CC as well this weekend.
Even better, we get to put Jason, who is on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, by the way, a deck we've only seen once so far this weekend, against a hero we haven't seen this weekend. Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence, also hanging on by the skin of their teeth. This is very much going to be a win and cross your fingers for these players, but they are still in contention for the top 8 of this calling.
Look, I love that we're getting to see this on stream. This Oscilio is, I mentioned at the end of last round, I wanted to see a wizard. We'd only seen the one Verdance. I said we haven't seen any Kanos. I didn't even name Oscilio as an option for what we could be seeing in this round. Amazing to see an Oscilio still hanging on. And if I am correct, is it Roy?
It is, yes.
I met Roy on Friday at some of the side events at this venue. Roy is from Lebanon. The game is not officially released in Lebanon. Roy sometimes plays in Dubai, where he goes for work frequently. The game is not released in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, where Dubai is. Roy is just that committed to this game. He's learned this game on his own with products he's gotten from overseas. He's got some friends in Lebanon and Dubai he plays with, and he's traveled all the way to Italy for this event. Incredible to see the international representation here.
This is everything to me that Flesh and Blood is about. We have two world travelers of different ilks preparing on their own, dedicated to the game, and now they get to show you what they're all about live in front of a camera in a battle for the ages. The Wizard Council is going to have a brand new member at the end of this one. Jason Rolfe on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, Roy on Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence. Who are you taking in this fight?
I've played some Oscilio, a fair amount of it. I don't think I've played against Verdance. I've played against Kano, and there's a lot of tricks in that Wizard mirror match when you're Oscilio and able to present some of that physical damage. On the back of that, I want to say Oscilio. However, Verdance may be better equipped than Kano to deal with the Oscilio's physical damage because they have the defense reactions and because they start with 40 life instead of 30. Oscilio can do some massive combo turns, though, and that is one of the ways to knock down Verdance from their 40 life, big defenses, and health gain that they'll do throughout the game. I want to back Oscilio.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as the resident Verdance enjoyer. Blast to Oblivion terrifies me. You can do some heinous nonsense with that card alongside Sigil of Brilliance, and I'm hoping that exact brand of nonsense is what we're going to find in our feature match area this round. So join us in heading on down. Jason Rolfe, calling winner last weekend on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, against Roy Sammour on Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence. Gotta be honest, really happy to see the big lamp making its way into the feature match area. It's one of my favorite under-respected heroes. Of course, a brand new piece of support from the expansion slot of High Seas that really changes how this hero gets to play.
Yeah, it's got two parts to it as a meld card, which is what we get for these Rosetta heroes. But the most important part for Oscilio is that the right-hand side says shock, and that top right corner, when it's tilted sideways, says 0. It's a 0-cost shock. You have access to instant 1 arcane, no action point, no resources needed. An incredibly important piece for this hero that's been developing since we saw it released last November.
And you can see here that Roy is a passionate enjoyer of Oscilio. The Marvel front and center, we see a cold foil Volzar joining it. But if you want to talk about passion, we're going to have to take a look at the equipment suite here for Jason Rolfe as it eventually turns over. You see that gold foil Plume of Evergrowth, a gold foil bark skin of the Millennium Tree, and we are robbed of the Stonewall Gauntlet because it's a wizard off Metacarpus node, beautiful white bordered, everything you could possibly want.
Jason prioritizing AB3 over giving us the view of that beautiful, incredible prize card. I respect the decision. There are turns where Oscilio will do a medium-sized turn, only amping 2 or 3 on an important spell at the end of the turn like Mind Warp. Having access to AB3 here means Jason can defend kind of well with that chess piece and the cards out of hand, and then also turn off the disruption from Mind Warp or Destructive Aethertide, which may be in Roy's deck.
We see things kicked off here with the Fruits of the Forest discarded. Yum, yum. Going to score ourselves some additional life to get this game going for Jason. And that's not all. Everbloom life here, a brand new inclusion from High Seas as well. A little bit of extra life for the trouble. Not going to be making much use of that extra mode for now, though.
Oscilio starting at 36, having access to these very big combo turns. Typically, they'll balance wizards by turning down their health because of the fact that they can do these tricksy plays that push incredible amounts of undefendable damage. Starting with a Channel Lightning Valley here on turn 0, meaning going into Roy's turn, he'll have a 4-card hand and a channel. Going second with a 5-card hand effectively is a very potent place to be.
Seeing Channel Lightning Valley for the first time in a hot minute has triggered all kinds of flashbacks for me. This card's a bit of a... I'm going to go with nuisance. Nuisance when Aurora was the best deck in the format. Here, very potent in Oscilio. Not that hard to keep this around, and pretty easy to leverage damage on both turns as well. Very interesting inclusion here in the hand for Roy. We're kicking things off with a Burn Bear for 6 points of Arcane.
I think this tells us we're going to see some high arcane effects in this deck, maybe leaning more into arcane than the standard Oscilio lists. Roy, over there in Lebanon, he might not be influenced as we are by talking to each other at ProQuest and sort of standardizing our list. In this case, already seeing innovation here. He knows one of the ways to get through Jason's defenses might be to present something like a 6 or a 9 off the back of this Burn Bear. I love this play. Big Arcane is huge.
I'm a huge fan of Burn Bear in a matchup like this. Verdance is a hero relying so much on defensive options, including Rootbound Carapace and the Sink Below that we see in the hand here for Jason. And you just get to circumvent that entirely with this incredibly tall Arcane that goes over the generous Arcane barrier that Jason brought to this fight.
Jason rewarded for bringing that extra Arcane Barrier 1 on the arm piece already. Being able to pitch that Sink Below into it and the felling of the crown, I believe, underneath the sink. Roy, maybe this is a hint of the type of deck we're going to be seeing. We do still see these offensive attack actions like Flittering Charge in the hand that help put together some of those wide turns that end on a Volzar for a big amp. However, we've seen a Burn Bear, we've seen a Comet Storm Shock. There's a lot going on here for Roy.
Really interesting for Roy here, actually. Chose not to pitch either card in their hand to Volzar in order to filter cards, which means we know they're interested in both of the cards that were in their hand. Jason, interested in Gigantic Trees. Felling of the Crown going to be the first decompose effect of this game. 4 points of damage. Not enough cards to decompose.
He's just throwing it for 4. I was about to be worried for the Oscilio. It's not going to be for 8 because it's too early in the game, but I still thought he'd be able to decompose. Another benefit of the almost genius plan I'm seeing now of bringing in cards like this Burn Bear. You don't allow your opponent to get those defensive cards. It's not about just negging the value on the Sink Below or the Rootbound Carapace that Jason could draw. It's also about making sure that graveyard stays as small as possible.
Love to see this from both of our players. Interesting looking hand here for Roy on the side. We see Blink. We see Comet Storm Shock. Current Funnel is another blue and another red hidden behind that Comet Storm here. Plenty of tall arcane damage available again here. And Roy, happy to take 4 damage and keep all their cards.
I mean, he's got another turn that deals very big arcane. He has the option to amp this Comet Storm and the Shock. Play a lot of cards here with those 2 blues he has available to him to deal 5 with the Eclectic Magnetism that's hitting the board, and possibly 8 with the Comet Storm Shock.
There's a lot of damage available in the hand here for Roy. We're going to see that Eclectic Magnetism kicking things off. This one, a very unique effect available to our Lightning heroes. When this attacks, you may play non-attack action cards this chain link as though they were instants, allowing that Comet Storm Shock to come in and devastate Jason Rolfe.
Another benefit of Roy's possible move here of pitching both of these cards, the current funnel and the blink, to this Comet Storm Shock, is that he's going to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn. The draw might not be so useful here. He might not be able to use that card, but if he's able to use it next turn and gain advantage of the virtual extra card in hand from the Channel Lightning Valley, really important here.
Impressive stuff so far from both these players. We see Jason finally utilizing that root-bound carapace that was left trapped last turn. Does decompose 3. Now, this is somewhat ideal in some ways for Jason. As Verdance, you really want to decompose in chunks of 3, 3, and 2 to activate that hero ability as quickly as possible. And thankfully found the third Earth card in that Felling of the Crown to make that come alive.
A really clever play from Roy here. With the Lightning Valley out, you don't want to slam down that Comet Storm Shock in the reaction step of the Eclectic Magnetism. You can allow it to hit, get your draw, and reevaluate whether the Comet Storm Shock is still what you want to be doing on this turn in the damage and resolution step, or whether you've drawn something that gives you an alternative line. And Roy considering that now.
Looks like the instant speed buff being drawn here for Roy. A little late to join the Eclectic Magnetism, but that Comet Storm still lurking. That blink still willing to enable extra turns of Channel Lightning Valley. Roy, of course, with one unknown card in the arsenal right now as well, may be a consideration as the instant of choice here.
I believe that's a Flittering Charge, so he would have to find a way, maybe playing this blink and then comboing the Flittering Charge with the Electrostatic Discharge. You're not going to get maximum value out of the go again on the Flittering Charge, so he's not going to be able to play the Comet Storm Shock at the end of the turn to get the Volzar amp. So he's evaluating all these different lines here, but none of them work perfectly to use all these cards. I think maybe he'll be happy to keep that Channel Lightning Valley for an extra turn, deal a little bit of damage here, and move forward one more turn cycle.
And you can see the infamous sign of a Wizard player there, lightly tapping the table, doing the combo math as Roy tries to figure out the most efficient way to utilize all these cards they have found themselves with. For now, that 5 damage did leak 1 point through against Jason Rolfe here in the face of Rootbound Carapace. And Roy's follow-up bound to be potent one way or the other. The question, will it be that Flittering Charge in the arsenal thanks to that copy of Blink? Or will it be this gigantic copy of Comet Storm? We're going to be played out here, looking to utilize both halves of this card. Now, interestingly, I believe both of these are lightning cards, which allows you to get a bit tricky with Volzar if you'd like.
Only the right-hand side of Shock is a lightning card. Comet Storm is unfortunately a wizard, but that's why it's important for Roy to pitch into both sides here so we can even amp that Comet Storm higher. The blink is what provided Roy the flexibility here. It gave him the opportunity to gain his action point back and go wider with just attacks, but it's also a blue. And while this deck doesn't run a lot of blues and doesn't run a lot of costed effects, we've already seen several from Roy, and you show the power of being able to pitch into these more powerful effects instead of just running a bunch of zero costs.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. The big sky full of fire probably isn't a lightning spell. Whoops-a-daisy. 7 Arcane, not a bad place to be here for Roy, keeping that Channel Lightning Valley around for yet another turn. Jason here really struggling to contemplate how they want to navigate this. We see their hand is full of Earth cards once again. No great way of getting them into the graveyard. That Heartbeat of Candlehold, Autumn's Touch, and a Fruits of the Forest will allow them to gain some of the life lost back if they'd like.
He has one way to discard one of those cards and a second way to discard one of those cards by playing it. So 2 cards can hit the banish zone, the graveyard, and then he will have access to a Decompose in the future when he draws that 3rd copy of Felling, or one of those copies of Plow Under, or possibly another Rootbound Carapace. Jason's got options here. None of them are amazingly potent.
Heartbeat of Candlehold here, gonna tick that life total back up and enable a Waning Moon activation here for Jason if they want to utilize those other 2 resources to push 2 points of damage. We see that Fruits of the Forest in their hand. Definitely feels enticing to discard that one, get it online, available to decompose, but should it be a red copy? We're definitely seeing these large attacks become worth more than just being discarded in a matchup like this.
Looks like it is a blue and going to be discarded. I really like the way Jason piloted this turn, excluding that Fruits, which was going to be discarded. The other 2 cards both could deal 5 value, basically. He could attack with an Autumn's Touch for 5, or he could play the Heartbeat of Candlehold, gain 3 life, and then deal 2 Arcane off of Waning Moon. The fact that he gained the 3 life shows that he's afraid of these big combos and big arcane effects from Roy. He's navigating the more important resource, which is his own life, than his opponent's life.
Flittering charge to kick things off here for Roy. We'll see if they want to show us what they're working with. We see that electrostatic discharge and etchings of Arcana in the hand there. Some more arcane effects available for them, lurking in the hand. Taking a look to see if what Decomposed Fuel is there. We see Sigil of Lightning at the front of the hand as well. First Sigil of the game. Will enable a much cheaper Volzar as these turns go on.
We see electrostatic discharge, one of the instances that can give this go again. There is a Sigil of Lightning. Which one is he going to prioritize?
It will be that discharge. Coming on down to continue the turn. Gains go again on the Flittering Charge, which means this follow-up copy of Eclectic Magnetism, the only card hidden from us, will be slightly larger than you'd expect. And we know there's an Etchings of Arcana in the hand here for even more damage.
Somewhat unfortunate that he's not able to put this Sigil out on the board because of the fact that it's only somehow turn 2, despite everything we've seen. That Tunic counter is not online. They're resolving the briefly mistrigger there on the Channel Lightning Valley. This attack had been presented, but it's very close, so we're going to draw that card for Roy. And he draws into a card that I think upgraded his hand. He was going to have to play the Arcane Etchings that's in his hand. It's a 0-cost spell, and he wouldn't have had any sigils in his graveyard to actually get the benefit of it. So it's unfortunate to use one of those 3 Arcane Etchings and not be able to fetch back a Sigil of Brilliance. In this case, he drew into another spell that deals 1 more damage, takes better advantage of that pitch zone, and importantly, the effect is less like Lost. It's just a fine 1-for-4 spell. That's the main reason this card is in your deck.
Yeah, 1 resource left over here to turbocharge that Volzar as well. 3 lightning cards played this turn does allow for a much larger copy of Glyph Overlay here. 6 Arcane is the name of the game. These gigantic arcane effects really putting the screws to Jason in these early turns.
Look, I think the real hero power of Oscilio, and this is why we haven't seen Oscilio actually be activated this game, is Volzar. It is a specialization weapon, and it deals a lot of damage. It's perfect for Oscilio here. What it tells you is that Oscilio's power is really every lightning card you play every turn deals 1 more damage at the end if you have a spell in hand. That's how I translate Volzar. And I think Roy is taking great advantage of that, making sure that he cashes in his hands as much as he can with this Volzar, playing a spell always at the end of the link.
Jason going to return fire here with a copy of Cadaverous Tilling. 2 Earth cards decomposed this time. Going to leave 2 Earth cards available in the yard to make sure. Sorry, it might be in the banish zone. I apologize. Decomposing as best as they can to their ability, getting closer to that hero power. Wanted to make sure it's online as soon as possible. But this Tilling here, very reminiscent of those big attacks of yesteryear. 8 points of damage. Not a bad rate.
Wounded Bull. But Roy's on 30, and Roy can deal a lot of damage. I think Roy's going to be evaluating which of these cards do something. Is this 8 the 8 that I should be blocking? Are we at that stage of the game where this hand is not good enough, and so I should use this life total? I should use this defense instead of my life total against this hand? Or is my life total the resource to be using? I want to cash in this hand. 8 is not threatening my 30 anywhere close to it yet.
We see Jason choosing to decompose. Those 3 Earth cards instead will mean there is now 6 Earth cards available in the banish zone for Jason. I'm going to see an Oscilio activation here, discarding Comet Storm Shock. Looking for more information before the game continues. Jason just confirming, of course, that is an instant. You are allowed to discard that one. 1 Earth card left in the graveyard for Jason means it will be joined by this Cadaverous Tilling when the combat chain closes. That next Decompose effect is going to get Verdance online.
So, Roy having the unfortunate type of Oscilio hand that has too many spells. He had 2 in hand, and I believe that there's another one in Arsenal. You don't love to see that, but it happens. That's how the game goes sometimes. Doing the informed thing, using those spells as the 3 blocks that they are, and being able to come in with this Sigil of Arcane Etchings of Arcana in order to just deal some damage, park that Sigil of Brilliance in Arsenal, and set up for another massive turn down the line.
There is a card to watch in the hand of Jason Rolfe. Arcane Compliance. A tool picked up by these heroes to make the most of the Kano matchup. Shut down those gigantic Aether Wildfires, but it does an equally good job at nullifying Volzar.
I hate that they printed 0-cost Shock and Arcane Compliance in the same set. You make me happy, and then you make me sad. in this particular spot, it is only effectively a 1 block. So either Jason will be looking at this Arcane Compliance as a card that is a 3-pitch on his turn. He's going to be pitching it into either a spell and his Waning Moon or that attack that we see on the right-hand side of his hand. Or he'll be prioritizing parking that in Arsenal in order to make sure that whenever Roy does come in with that massive Etchings of Arcana to snab a Sigil of Brilliance later, or that massive Mind Warp to continue to disrupt Jason, then he's going to shut that down with just 1 card.
Again, we're going to see these defense reactions forced to be used as small arcane prevention here, unable to get the most value out of that Rootbound Carapace. It's going to be Plow Under here from Jason. That Arcane Compliance will be pitched. Verdance hero ability online. Arsenal going to disappear from Roy, but it will disappear right into play, courtesy of the instant speed potential of Sigil of Brilliance.
Losing 1 point of value by having to play that on his turn, but also that means this turn that he's holding these cards for, he's going to get a draw from it. In fact, liking this turn so much, throwing the Lightning Greaves, which probably tells us it's going to be used because this damage is effectively vanilla, and throwing the Hat to bounce that Sigil back and have access to another Sigil on this turn.
If you look closely, there is a copy of Gone in a Flash in the hand for Roy. The draw from Flash of Brilliance was a blast to oblivion. We are about to see everything that Oscilio is all about. The Sigil of Lightning going to cash itself in for an embodiment at the start of the turn. Roy with 5 cards to work with. I believe they are Blast, Gone in a Flash, and 3 Instants.
This is incredible. Typically on Oscilio, you don't want to block with the Flash on the turn you play the Sigil of Brilliance. It's card neutral. However, in this spot, he recognized it's more important to have that back in his hand for this important combo turn with the Gone in the Flash and the Blast to Oblivion. He cares more about that value than he does about getting the additional quasi-card off of the Flash of Brilliance with Sigil of Brilliance.
Gone in a Flash will be how we start the turn here. That lightning attack, give and go again, courtesy of the embodiment. We see a Sink Below in hand for Jason. Looks like a menagerie of arcane effects there. Maybe a Summer's Fall in blue. It will be that Sink Below committed to the combat chain here. Before Jason sinks, Roy would like to just have a think about how they want to proceed.
So this is an interesting effect. Roy can activate those Lightning Greaves and play one of his instants and gain the action point, popping this combat chain and stopping the sink from being resolved, meaning that Jason can't cycle his hand. That would mean losing the additional action point from Go Again, which it's unclear at this point in the turn whether Roy wants 2 action points from this link or 1. Sometimes you're going to want that additional action point. Hard to say. Jason, however, does get to resolve that sink. Roy saying, I don't actually mind in this spot. I think I'm fine with this. I don't want to play these tricks. I'm going to do this in the resolution step the normal way and get this Gone in a Flash back with the Sigil of Brilliance.
Roy here doing a great job at explaining how this is all coming together. That Sigil of Brilliance here going to make a second action point courtesy of those Lightning Greaves. Means we will have the flexibility to run out Blast to Oblivion in the middle of all of this, pick that Sigil back up, and use it as another way to enable Gone in a Flash as this turn continues.
One more thing I have to call out from Roy here. One of the cards that is most awkward on Gone in a Flash turns is this Channel Lightning Valley that we see, I believe, in Roy's hand. Because of the fact that Jason 4-blocked on the first link, and Roy got this extra action point from the Go Again and the boots, he can play this Blast safely as the second link, play that Channel Lightning Valley where it's actually going to draw him a card without losing him access to the chain link of the Gone in a Flash, and bounce that Sigil back. This is everything going the exact way that Roy wants it to go.
We see that Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree committed to blocks here will make that embodiment. That Channel Lightning Valley, you see the grimace from Jason Rolfe as it lands in play. 1 point of damage will leak over. That Sigil of Brilliance being picked right up. We'll draw a card from Sigil. We'll draw a card from Channel Lightning Valley. And although Roy Sammour has attacked twice already this turn, they have more cards in hand than the turn began with.
And I talked about Volzar being the quote-unquote real hero ability of Oscilio. 4 pings on it already. 5 cards left in hand, already 4 more damage to come down the line if they can find that arcane effect. I know they have that arcane effect because they have that new all-important zero-cost shock. So even if they don't find a surge spell, they can buff up that instant shock at the end of their turn.
Arcane Twining committed to defenses here. Does block 4 thanks to that embodiment of Earth. We'll see the sigil coming back down here for Roy. Rebuying Gone in a Flash once more. You see that Volzar continuing to tick up with additional points of lightning charge damage. A frankly gigantic turn here for Roy.
I'm loving this. And you know, there's one out that's important to discuss here. We've seen that Arcane Compliance pitched in the pitch zone. If Roy is prioritizing using this consigned to the universe and shock at the end of this turn, he can use it so that he only plays the shock side, and then Arcane Compliance is not able to get rid of the amp from Volzar. So if Roy wants to play it really safe at the end of this turn, he can maximize his damage by only buffing an instant, meaning Arcane Compliance can prevent 0 damage.
We see another block 4 from Destructive Aethertide, soaking up the hits from the Gone in a Flash. This feels like a very important thing for Jason to attempt here. Gonna have to leverage their life total later on in the game to establish their own game plan. So utilizing this Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree to block efficiently all the way along seems like a pretty great place to be. We see Oscilio here cashed in, turning Blink into a copy of Current Funnel.
And that's really good. He had a couple too many awkward instants. He wanted to draw a card that dealt damage. In this case, he's able to bounce this Gone in a Flash back to his hand again. He's going to be able to play this other card. He maybe wanted to find a big spell, I think, to use with that second action point. As it is, I think he might have lost 2 points of damage by trading that Blink for an attack instead of a better instant or a more potent instant like Electrostatic Discharge, but I think he's still happy with how this has gone. He's going to be attacking for a very big number with that shock at the end of the turn.
Sigil of Aether rebuys the God in a Flash. It will be Current Funnel for 2 with Go Again, granting Go Again once more to yet another attack. We see Volzar, the Lightning Rod, already on 9 lightning cards played this turn, and we are going to reach double digits when this turn is all said and done.
This is one of my favorite parts of Oscilio. He's going to have this massive play at the end here. This shock even gets to buff itself by playing and then amping it. This is for 11, this shock at the end of the link, bringing Jason down to 9. At the start of next turn, he's going to draw up an extra card from Sigil of Brilliance and get an Arcane 1 and Amp 1 effect from the Sigil of Aether, possibly an Amp 2 effect from the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. Yes, this combo turn didn't kill, but next turn can also deal a heck of a lot of damage.
Roy here with all the momentum off the back of this gigantic shock. And we see Consigned to Cosmos here really showcasing its full power. That 0-cost shock leverage to create an almost game-ending threat at the end of this turn. These sigils looming for the next turn. As you say, that Aether Bindings of the Second Age. Potentially even more damage in the near future. Roy seems to be in a fantastic position here. Huh?
I really love this play. He's even able to hold on to this Gone in a Flash by doing this in the resolution step because it will bounce back. Shock is an instant. He can deal 4 more damage, which Jason is out of cards to defend, I believe. There's no more cards left in hand. It's not a spell, but it's an attack for 4.
It's not very often you draw a hand with 3 non-attack actions, block with your Bark Skin, and still lose over half your life total by the time the turn is over. This is an explosive testament to the power of Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, and Roy wants you to be aware of it at your national championships.
I'm in love and in awe. I love Oscilio.
I could tell. Oscilio, a fantastic hero, definitely a fan favorite. I'm sure we'll see a few more players picking the deck up after quite a dominant display so far from Roy. Jason down to 5. No cards to work with in this situation. 2 sigils looming on the other side of the battlefield here for Roy.
Now it's really critical what Roy is able to draw up here. Is he able to draw some kind of action point generators to use all of the cards in his hand here, and some kind of arcane effect to be able to take advantage of the multiple sources of amp he has on the board, not just from the Volzar, but from his arm piece and from possibly the Sigil of Aether if Jason doesn't pitch into it. It looks like he did. I saw a blink, so at least if he has 2 attacks, he can go attack, blink, maybe another way to get a go again on another attack, and then into a spell off the back end. We'll see.
Roy here just debating if they wanted to discard any cards with Oscilio's hero ability before moving into their own turn. And as the turn begins, both of these sigils will break, and we do see that Aether Bindings of the Third Age immediately cashed in here to score an extra 2 points of amp. Smells like an arcane spell to me.
Smells like he's got some shock in his hand, I think. Roy also understanding how to sequence this. Obviously, you have to activate the Aether Bindings of the Third Age before any of those sigils leave in order to get its effect. But importantly, when you put the Sigil of Aether matters, because it's going to matter whether you amp the arcane that comes off of Sigil of Aether or amp the arcane that comes later in the turn. Roy having to be very careful about the ordering of his triggers to make sure that he maximizes the effect of that amp.
And we can see that Roy is explaining this to Jason. Easy to forget, there is that extra arcane that comes away. There's a little trick you can do here with Sigil of Aether as well if you want to avoid shenanigans. Your opponent may be stopping you from amping one. You can target yourself in a pinch. Aim that shock directly at your own skull, of course. Doesn't affect the sequencing here with Aether Bindings, but a good trick to know if you find yourself in many Wizard mirrors in the near future.
It looks like maybe Roy will consider that, but because he's explaining the ruling of the trigger ordering and how he's able to control where that amp goes by putting these triggers on the stack correctly, he probably intends on targeting Jason with it. Part of the benefit of that is that means even if he didn't have a spell, Jason doesn't know whether he'll have another spell. It means that he's able to go face and force a card out of Jason that could not be able to defend on the physical links to come later on.
So we do see that Sigil of Aether looking to resolve before the Aether Bindings here. Going to look to deal 1 point of Arcane and amp 1 if successful.
An important clarification. Aether Bindings has resolved, but he's putting Aether Bindings trigger after the Sigil of Aether trigger, and that's how you resolve this correctly.
Very well navigated here by Roy. You can tell this player an expert with Oscilio. Very well versed in how this deck comes together. Sigil of Brilliance, the next to pop. We'll see a Mind Warp drawn from Roy here. Another 5-card hand to work with. We know there is 2 amp available on the table. The target here is going to be 9. 5 life remaining here for Jason. Life gain, of course, available in a pinch. So we're looking to go in above and beyond that arcane barrier. We see Blast to Oblivion, Blink, Mind Warp, and a Shock lurking in that hand, as Volzar ticks to 1 alongside this copy of Flittering Charge.
Now I'm really interested in knowing which shock is this. If this is a Comet Storm shock, this turn feels locked up, having 5 pitch available to be able to pay for the Volzar and pay for the Comet Storm shock with that blue in Blink and that yellow in Mind Warp. If it's not, we'll see how Roy chooses to navigate it.
Jason here has multiple life gain effects available in the arsenal and the hand. We see that bark skin of the Millennium Tree getting cashed in once again. This time, not quite as many non-attack actions to leverage, but hoping to blunt the assault nonetheless.
Important for Jason to not go too low. He knows that the physical is the easiest part of this turn to defend, so he has to. He has to make sure he defends this fully, gets maximum value out of those cards, so that he can also stay alive through the big arcane that's promised to come at the end of the turn.
You see Jason contemplating that exact fact here. Fruits of the Forest, of course, only blocking 2. Rampant Growth Life, unable to block at all. And so we will need to utilize those cards in more efficient ways if we intend to stay alive. It will be a Blink here to generate an action point and give Flittering Charge go again. Will mean that Roy has 2 action points to work with as this turn continues.
And that translates in this particular hand to another lightning card being able to play to amp that Volzar even higher. Looks like having played that Blink in order to get the action point here off the Flittering Charge, if that is a Comet Storm shock, which I believe it is, then he's not going to be able to resolve both sides, but he still will be able to deal a lot of damage, possibly with the shock or something else on this turn.
This is very interesting here from Roy. After seeing the bark skin block, I think Roy's debating using these action points on Comet Storm Mind Warp to invalidate the additional block value given to any non-attack actions in the hand for Jason.
He can do it. He can pay for it. There's one downside to that effect. He can't activate Volzar without pitching into it, so he chooses to prioritize activating Volzar and going really big here. Now,
so this is going to be 9 points of Arcane here from Comet Storm that is big enough alone to circumvent the arcane barrier, but we do know Jason has some life gain available.
There is one risk to this turn. He doesn't have it, Jason, but Roy was probably thinking, does he have an Arcane Compliance? In which case, putting this on the Comet Storm instead of putting it on the Shock, you gain a couple points of damage, but you also lose those points of damage. I think Roy, happy with how this turned out. It doesn't look like it's going to be lethal, given all the health we have, life gain effects we have this turn, but Jason, going to be going quite low here.
We see Jason figuring out how to best survive this gigantic apocalyptic event from the skies of Aria. Roy Sammour leveraging every spell drawn to the maximum effect so far. An incredible showing for the Oscilio deck in this feature match.
Jason having a lot of options, also having access to Storm Striders if he does want to deal damage of his own and maybe gain life off of that Pulsing Aether that's in Arsenal. So this turn has been complex. Jason had ways to be able to also maximize his own cards offensively and defensively with the life gain if he wanted to. Bit too low for it, but he's still going to find a way to just maximize his life gain. And, you know, technically, he's just resolved Amp 3.
We do have some amp available as a result of that rampant growth. And we'll see the Comet Storm connect and bring Jason down to 1 in the face of all that life gain.
Not having enough resources to both stay alive through the Comet Storm Shock and pitch to the remaining Storm Striders and Pulsing Aether to take advantage of that amp, unfortunately. But
we see that embodiment of Earth breaking, and we will see Oscilio utilized here in Jason's turn. This ability, available in both your and your opponent's turn, will allow them to spin the wheel and find some additional cards. We find Glyph Overlay off the top of the deck, a card that definitely has the potency to go big enough to get this game over.
Looks like Roy has the option of also Oscilioing again with some cards that aren't doing that much here. His goal is to get this Glyph Overlay as big as possible. That's one sigil that buffs this glyph effectively twice. Once off of its own text and once off of having played a card for Volzar.
And we will see that electrostatic discharge played out here simply as lightning fuel to juice up the numbers. This Glyph Overlay coming in for 6 will be enough alone to go over the Arcane Barrier 3 from Jason. But we know that Pulsing Aether Life is in the arsenal. They will have a way to stay alive. Of course, Plume of Evergrowth also offering a way to gain some additional life this turn.
Again, Jason having to grasp at everything with his life gain and his Arcane Barrier just to attempt to stay alive. It looks like he's identified a way he can do it, getting back that Fruits. It'll gain him 2 life. Arcane Barrier 3, that'll effectively gain him 3 life, let's call it, meaning he probably has 1 more life available to him. We know he has that Pulsing Aether life in Arsenal, so he has a way to live through this, probably. Can he live through 3 more of these as we keep going down the line? That's the question.
Fruits of the Forest cashed in here to go back up to 3. Jason will reach for those Storm Striders begrudgingly.
He's debating whether he just plays it for the life side, which he can play from Arsenal because it is an instant, or whether he decides to maximize the value of that card and also come in for the Pulsing Aether and Waning Moon. Since most of his turn this turn is spent pitching into defense anyways, then he has access to things like the damage just to try to close the gap as he continues to live. Ultimately deciding not to. He just wants to gain life, doesn't want to tax those Storm Striders. They could help him win the game later on.
Yeah, giving up Arcane Barrier 2 off popping Storm Striders, a very dangerous place to be as well for Jason. Chooses to take the safer route, gains a life with that Pulsing Aether Life, remains alive on just 1 point. Has limited cards to work with once more, and we take a look at the Burn Bear left in hand this time around. On Roy's side, we see a Sigil of Lightning, another Blast to Oblivion. There is a Shock in there somewhere. Can't quite tell which one.
Another important effect to note here is Roy can play that Sigil of Lightning on Jason's turn. It doesn't translate into a Volzar buff on his turn, but it will give Go Again, which means he can play one of these 4 power attacks, which asks for 2 cards on the defense, and then go into the Shock. for a buff and for Arcane, splitting the damage Runeblade style and making Jason have a lot harder a time defending out the upcoming turn.
We do see that lightning sigil being played out. Jason there, a sigh of relief that they were not put to the test with Volzar damage, with Burn Bear, of course, pitching for 0. Would have been a huge liability. Instead, Burn Bear parked in Arsenal, a handful of fresh cards. We see Blast to Oblivion to kick things off here alongside this embodiment of lightning, offering a breakpoint, earning multiple cards from Jason here in the progress.
I believe if that's consigned to Cosmos Shock at the back of Roy's hand there, all of this hand is playable. He has Tunic available to pay for Volzar this turn, even without a sigil. But because of the current funnel that he just drew off the Sigil of Brilliance, comboing with the Go Again he got off the Sigil of Lightning, this Blast has Go Again. The next attack, the current funnel, can have Go Again. It'll give a Go Again to whatever 0/4 follows it in the hand, and then he can come in with a consign to Cosmos.
We're going to see that second Blast to Oblivion making its way into play. Another 4 points of damage here. Will earn another card from Jason Rolfe. We see that Shock and current funnel left in hand.
You know what? I kind of respect this even more. He knows that this play takes out enough of these cards from Jason's hand and possibly kills, possibly doesn't, depending on the life gain available. But then if he doesn't kill and he has just taken out cards, he's parking that current funnel in Arsenal, setting up another big turn coming up, meaning he'll be able to continue to search for those kills later on.
Scour on blocking duty here. We'll see another point leaking over currently, bringing Jason back down to 1. We know the contents of Roy's hand. That Shock will strip away the last card. And it is going to be amping up to 4 here, courtesy of Volzar. Meaning that a blue card in hand will not be enough to shut down consigned to Cosmos Shock. I believe it's a Harpy of Candlehold left in Jason's hand, desperately looking for a way to stave off 1 more point of damage. But with 4 arcane damage coming across here for these players, thanks to that amp effect of Volzar, Jason will not have enough left to soak up all this damage.
I don't see an out. I think this is enough. He can pitch for boots to have some fun, but with 1 card in hand and no seeming life gain or ways to shut this down,
he can't even have the fun. Burn Bear costing 3, won't be able to pay for it with Stormstrider's activations, and so we find ourselves stuck staring down 4 with only a blue left to go. And I do love to see this from Jason, just analyzing the board state, making sure they aren't missing anything, before ultimately pitching the blue, taking a damage and locking up the game for Roy Sammour. We find Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence, holding on to a top 8 chance here at the Calling in Bologna.
I have said it throughout the game. I love that. I think Roy did an incredible job of valuing those cards correctly in his Oscilio game, sequencing those cards correctly, setting up that huge turn, the turn like I've never seen a turn before, to get through Jason's defenses and deal him a whole bunch of damage, split damage between the arcane and the physical. Incredible stuff to see from Oscilio, and incredible stuff to see the power of that new zero-cost shock.
Yeah, that was a pretty impeccable voyage for us to enjoy over the course of that game, much like Flesh and Blood's most recent set. High Seas is now available for you out on the market. If you're enjoying these new heroes we've had on display all weekend, you can get your hands on boxes right now.
I have been really enjoying the set. Sealed, limited. The set is great. The effect that we've been seeing on the meta all weekend. I've watched some of the most enjoyable games I've seen in a very long time this weekend, and that's all thanks to the release of this set. So many interesting cards here.
Absolutely. High Seas proving to be a fan favorite for everyone, least of all because of those treasure packs you'll find in each and every display. There are some goodies to find in here. Gold foil Conqueror of the High Seas, gold baited hook available in gold foil, and of course that beautiful Marvel Poly Cranker.
So far, no luck in my treasure packs, but it's still a fun way to open these packs. And as you know, I've gotten good enough stuff in the boxes that it's all okay.
Yeah, what he means by that is a fable that was pulled this morning from a box I watched, and that's certainly not a bad way to carry on your weekend. If you're looking for a better way of making the most of the gems you might find, there are some lost treasures in these packs as well. These gold tokens, the golden cogs, the gold kiss rums, incredible marvels, you'll find one of each in every pack. The amulets, however, only 100 of each of those, and those real lost treasures, one of ones.
Incredibly rare, those diamond amulets, all of those amulets, and I think they'll have an interesting effect on the game going forward because they're a fourth copy of some of those important potions like Energy Potion and Time Snap Potion. So it's not just for Gravy who can play those Watery Graves and maybe future Pirates who can also do so, but also very important for existing heroes.
Very powerful cards, and if you're looking for treasure that is worth hunting for, there is no better way than picking yourself up some high seas today. Look at all those relics of yesteryear you might just find within.
All right, Scott, this has been a really enjoyable set of rounds.
Event.
We still have a lot more to go through as we navigate this new high seas meta.
I'm catching whispers, Gabe. Next round, win and in. One player we've seen before.
Okay.
Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter. The other player, only one person registered their hero in this tournament. They are still alive for a top 8. If they can take down the big bad, Phi Rising Rebellion will make the top 8 of Calling Bologna. Don't go anywhere. let me tell you the story of Piero Ceriani. Phi Rising Rebellion is their hero of choice. You would think maybe someone, the only person in this event to register that hero, must be a diehard. They must love Uprising. They must love the story. They must have been playing Phi for a very long time. Piero has been playing Flesh and Blood for 3 months.
3 months to be here at a calling winning in one of the most exciting matches of most players' entire careers, it could be, is an incredible feat on its own. To do so in Phi in a meta where everyone has counted the hero out, in a meta right after a set printed a whole bunch of incidental hate cards for that class, for that hero in particular, is a really incredible accomplishment. I'm very excited to see what he can do with this list.
If Piero wins, they are into our top 8. There is no questions. A win does it. They will be with us. On the other side, playing Dream Killer at 11-1, I believe, Marko Leben, 10-1, my apologies. Marko Leben's Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter. We've seen them on the stream a few times this weekend. They were our last undefeated player at the end of round 9. They are the only thing standing in Phi's way. How do you feel about this matchup?
I was hoping I would get to ask you this one this time. I think it's got one of those it could go either way kind of feels. Phi is an aggressive deck that can go very wide. It's got access to 1s and 3s and 2s, which are good ways to clear the smaller health allies available to the Gravy Bones. Phi should be able to deal a lot of damage and get through the allies and still go face. However, we've seen these Gravy Bones time and time again, especially by Marko, control the game state even when under threat from aggressive heroes. So whether this Gravy Bones can align the right allies in the right spots, maybe a Sawbones making it awkward to clear another ally, or an Anka preventing a Mask Momentum draw if that is the Fly's hat of choice. There are ways that the Gravy Bones can play around the aggression and unrelenting force of the Phi. I'm intrigued to see what they can do. This seems on paper like one of their worst matchups.
Yeah, I am watching out for Sunken Treasure. I think the existence of that card theoretically eating that Phoenix Flame, tearing it away, preventing a lot of Phi's damage is a dangerous synergy we're really going to have to watch as this game goes on. I think it's going to be possibly the deciding factor of how this plays out.
I have some intel on that. I know a Gravy Bones who's played this Phi earlier in this tournament. They resolved all 3 Sunken Treasures. The third one was the one that counted. The first one was responded to with a blue pitch in order to get that Phoenix Flame back out of grave. The second one sunk a Phoenix Flame, and on the very next turn, it was gotten back from a deck. The second copy was gotten back out of the deck. And then the third Sunken Treasure was the one that finally took Phi off that virtual hero power of 1 damage per turn from that Phoenix Flame that he can fetch with his activated ability.
It feels like we have a lot to consider in this matchup, a lot to learn, maybe at the same time as our audience at home. I got to ask, this will tell a lot to the people at home about who you are as a person. Who do you want to win this game?
It's got to be Phi. It means we get a Phi into the top 8. It means we get this hero who's been slept on for way too long, this hero who's been around for a very long time. And importantly, if the Phi can sneak into top 8 and the Phi can win the top 8, we've been talking about Dash and New and Azalea all weekend. But Phi would suddenly be within just a couple points of LL.
Well, it is time to find out. Our final round before the single elimination will be Gravy Bone Shipwrecked Looter in the hands of Marko Leben against Piero Ceriani on Phi Rising Rebellion.
Looks like it is an Ember Blade presented from the Phi side, which is an important notice. It's not one of those Kodachi Mask Momentum builds that we were seeing pop up near the end of Dromai's lifetime. Because Piero's only been playing for 3 months, maybe he hasn't had access to the history of FAP to see that that was the Phi plan when there is this ally-based hero available in the meta like Gravy. Maybe Phis will adapt in the upcoming weeks, seeing that the hero has fundamental power still, as we're seeing from Piero putting it on display here. And in order to beat out this Gravy, you'll include that Kodachi and Mask Momentum sideboard. As it is, raw power in the Ember Blade and the Pouncing Links, still a good choice.
Golden Tipple going to be starting things off here. I feel like we've said this every gravy game we've watched this weekend. Discarding Chum, friendly first mate, making a gold and preparing that ally to come into play. I do want to take a quick look at the feat here for Piero. Dragon Scalar Flight Path, a brand new addition to this 5 decks as we saw it past, does allow some additional attacks with Searing Emberblade in the pinch.
It allows a couple things. You can either do a double finisher turn like you used to be able to do with Snapdragon Scalars, or you can get 3 extra points of value on Searing Emberblade. And of course, you can do both of these things and get 1 point of block. It feels like it's just an upgrade for the deck.
Absolutely. This Golden Tipple here is blocked out by a Blaze Headlong. We see that gold immediately cashed in here, and a call to the grave as the follow-up for Marko here will send another ally into the abyss to call upon as they need.
Interesting use of a turn 1 gold. We see Marko maybe more willing to go to 0 gold than some of the other gravies in the room. Part of the reason is they know they need to get the value out of that gold fast. They don't want to end the game with a missing gold or an unused gold. So here they go. They pitched for the Tipple. They had 2 float. They knew it was on top of the deck. It might have even been this call to the grave. Why not go fetch a second Chum? These Chums will really limit Piero's ability to deal a lot of damage to Gravy in these first couple turns.
Yeah, Chum-friendly first mate feeling like a gigantic deal in this matchup. Likely to soak up entire turns of damage from Piero. If Marko can line things up correctly, it will be Chum extended here. Dead threads utilized in order to play the copy of Chum from the yard there to get things started. We'll see the gold-baited hook activation into an attack from Chum here. The gold-baited attack, pretty free of charge here to activate because we have already made a gold with Golden Tipple.
It's another one of the reasons that Golden Tipple, that 9 copies of Golden Tipple emphasized by the yellow we see in Grave right now, is almost the biggest innovation we've seen to this deck, the biggest and most important change we've seen to this deck in the first couple of weeks. It really enables you to generate a lot of gold with itself and with the gold-baited hook, and to get these allies into the graveyard very effectively and efficiently.
So we'll make our way over to our first turn for Piero as Phi Rising Rebellion. We see Lava Burst, Display Loyalty, Salt the Wound, and a Flame Call Awakening in the hand here. That card definitely has a bit of a prestige around it, but we haven't seen it in quite some time.
So this is not a very happy position for Piero to be in. Drawing that Flame Call Awakening as his red starter for the turn means he's not going to be able to use it to fetch that second Phoenix Flame, which means when the Sunken Treasure does come in, there's not going to be a second Phoenix Flame to defend it. And so Piero still has to look for those second and third copies of Flame Call Awakening that might be in his deck down the line in order to buff up that graveyard and make sure he can protect against the graveyard hate that Marko will be running.
We will see 3 damage placed onto Chum, followed by Display Loyalty to remove that trusty ally from play. But Chum here doing its job. First turn of the game was established free of charge. Soaked up 6 damage from the aggressive opponent. Phoenix Flame, the follow-up. This is very much Phi's bread and butter here. Extra point of damage snuck in thanks to that powerful hero ability.
Now to talk about Display Loyalty for just a second, the fealty doesn't matter that much in this deck, but 1 or 2 copies of it can be important. One of the buffs that Phi got with the release of the Draconic set in the Hunted was this card called Rake Over the Coals, where every Draconic attack on a turn gets +1. Piero has a way to present within his deck more than just the 4 or 5 attacks that would be limited with a 4 or 5 card hand, usually, using that Phoenix Flame and other attacks that generate other cards to attack with. And so being able to create a fealty and turn one of those big potent finishers like Salt the Wound into a Draconic attack means you can play it on a turn that you lead with Oath of Loyalty, or you can give it 1 point of value with that Rake Over the Coals.
We see Blood in the Water lining up perfectly with this chain-ending Lava Burst, blocking all 6 points of damage, keeping Marko at a healthy 39. Feels like a pretty successful pair of turns for our Gravy players so far.
Absolutely. I think while these Chums are still in Grave, Piero's maybe not expecting to deal that much damage to face. I'm sure he would have wanted that Lava Burst to leak at least 3 or 6 and start to knock Gravy down. But early in the game, he's controlling these allies, making sure Marko doesn't get out of hand with it, and making sure those Chums, those pesky Chums, get away.
Worth noting here, we do see one of those copies of Sunken Treasure pitched away here for Marko. So 1 less to find to answer that Phoenix Flame, but in exchange we send in Swabby, 7 damage, pretty significant, hefty amount here. Will cause some pause from Piero.
Piero, no, Fi's not a hero that blocks very well. We talk about the value of using your life total to just take damage and be able to enact your game plan. In Fi's case, his game plan is go face, clear these allies, do it efficiently. And I don't think blocking 7 against Swabi is ever an efficient use of the resources here for Piero.
We'll make our way back to our Fi player here. No doubt looking to clear away Swabi and hopefully a good chunk of Marko's life total in the process. It will be Ronin Renegade that is the one to start this turn, followed by a swing of that Searing Emberblade. This weapon, as you kind of alluded to, not the only choice for Fire, but definitely seems like it's well positioned with these Dragon Scalar flight paths and then maybe a higher density of blues.
I remember when this weapon came out, we were just off the back of a Rosetta Thorn from Tales of Aria, and people said, this weapon was bad. It's 2 for 3 go again. But actually, this weapon has been incredible and an important part of Fi's tool ever since they came out.
We do see that play pattern you talked about before the game coming in clutch. Sunken Treasure, the block on this. We do see Fi forced to spend a resource to rebuy their Phoenix Flame and keep it safe from banishment. Thankfully, that blue Cinderskin Devotion, very capable of enabling that. The follow-up here going to be a copy of Brand with Cinderclaw.
If I'm Piero, I'm happy with that. I think this turn was sequenced very well. The Ronin Renegade came in at the Swabi, couldn't be defended with Sunken Treasure. By the time he attacked with a Searing Emberblade, that one floating from the Cinderskin Devotion was able to fetch back the Phoenix Flame from his graveyard and do effectively the same turn without losing any value. That's one Sunken Treasure pitched and one Sunken Treasure blocked with. Piero's Phoenix Flame is kind of safe for now.
We do see some interesting options in the hand for Marko Leben, including Conqueror of the High Seas, leading towards some damage being taken here from the Phoenix Flame. The follow-up for Piero, 1 card left in hand. Maybe one of those powerful chain enders might be forced to wait for another turn in the face of that Sunken Treasure.
This might be reading a bit too far into it, but if you're... I'm trying to read at how Piero read that graveyard, and I think the thing he hesitated on was those 3 face-down cards at the bottom, which means maybe he's tracking, do I need to keep this Rising Resentment in Arsenal as a way to be able to clear whatever ally comes next, or am I just going to go face? He's counting how many allies have been killed to see if he can kill the entirety of the army across the course of this game.
Interesting consideration. Fi, indeed, may be possible to fatigue a deck like Gravy Bones, burning away those allies. For now, more friends will join us in the depths. Another copy of Swabi discarded to Gravy Bones' ability here. We will see a Murderous Rabble as the play. Going to send ourselves across for 3 points of damage.
Reveal the Give No Quarter off the top of the deck, which is an important card, but possibly in this matchup not the most important card. With a Chum and a Swabi in the graveyard, that Give No Quarter becomes a better play on this particular turn, but maybe he's looking at developing one of those cards this turn anyways.
3 points will connect, bringing Piero down to 30. We see the blue enter the yard to enable Gravy's ability. Dead Threads will make that extra resource required to tie this turn together, and it will be Chum emerging from the depths and attacking for 4 more damage.
Smart here to take the Chum, costs 4, can attack with it for free, not having to lose that Arsenal card, still able to keep a 5-card hand going into next turn, whereas Swabi would have cost 5 to do the same thing. I think these higher power allies like Swabi are very important for the matchup where your opponent maybe could be able to clear all 18 allies in your deck, or however big the number may be, because every time you put out a Swabi, if you attack with it on the same turn, that takes away Piero's defensive capability from continuing to tank those hits in order to be able to clear them.
Worth noting that Conqueror of the High Seas making its way into the arsenal here for Marko does threaten to be rather concerning later down the line, but we make our way back to Piero for now. Has a full hand to work with. We see them considering how to start their turn. Prowess of Agility and that Rake Over the Coals you alluded to before, available in this hand.
Rake is really one of those cards you want to be aligning with a 5-card hand. You want to have that Rake in Arsenal and then consider playing it when you have 4 cards in your hand. Maybe not always true if you're able to get some value out of it, like helping to clear a Chum, for example. But it looks like he might be prioritizing using that as a setup card to deal a big hit to the face rather than on this turn where it's not getting any real value because he had a 2/4 already.
So we see Blood Drop the start here to put 2 damage onto the Chum. Blaze Headlong to follow to clear it away. The next attack, Searing Emberblade. 3 points of damage coming across here for Piero. And that Rake Over the Coals, safe and sound to be parked in the arsenal. However, there is that final copy of Sunken Treasure in the hand for Marko Leben, who can threaten to eat the Phoenix Flame to little to no effect here.
Little to no effect. I think this is why Piero has to start the turn clearing the allies, and he's been very good about being diligent to do that. The more chain links in you get before you allow that Sunken Treasure to be blocked with, the better you are able to just fetch that Phoenix Flame back and attack with it.
We will see that rake over the coals, parked and saved for later on. But a full hand to work with for Marko here, who despite being the more board-orientated deck, does sport the higher life total for now.
That's part of the thing. Playing out these allies gains you life. So when you play out a chum and your opponent clears it, you haven't taken damage because you've gained 6 life. Your ally has taken life damage for you. So you have this board state hero, but suddenly you have this board state hero who has a way to stay alive through the offense of aggressive decks.
We will see Conqueror of the High Seas making itself known here. 8 points of go again damage. Going to see a pretty aggressive block here from Piero. 3 cards and that Dragon Scaler Flight Path. Importantly, a card like Spreading Flames used on defense is a real shame to see.
I like the diligence of this play. I was talking about Rake Over the Coals. I think usually the Fies, since the Hunted, are only running 2 copies, maybe even down to 1 copy. It ends up being a really important card to get a lot of value out of. You want that Rake to translate into something like 5 or 6 or 7 on these turns into these defensive Stonewall decks, like these Ally decks or Guardian decks. And so keeping access to that Rake in Arsenal and setting it up for a hand that really works, that's what Piero's looking for.
Yeah, very regimented play, as you mentioned here. Keeping that card safe, giving up other potential powerful resources. We see an activation from Gravy Bones here. Discards a copy of Sea Legs to make a Gold Kiss Rum. We've seen this powerful resource doing all kinds of work for Gravy players this weekend.
It's important. I think it becomes slightly less important in these aggressive matchups where your allies are being cleared. You're less likely to stick 2 allies at once. What this Gold Kiss Rum might be able to do, because of the fact that he's not running Mage Master Boots in this matchup, is actually the Gold Kiss Rum is the secret to developing 2 allies on 1 turn. It's not necessarily about using it to attack with 2. It's about using it to develop 2. Maybe you'll be able to develop that 3rd chum and some effective offensive ally at the same time later down the game.
Yeah, a great call out here. We see Portside Exchange and a copy of Call to the Grave lurking in the hand here for Marko. So a few options available. We'll draw a card with that Portside Exchange. Maybe debating their graveyard before doing so.
I think
Call to the Grave. Yeah, you're right. Call to the Grave played here. Sending chum once again. We see the importance of this ally time and time again in this matchup. They're going to set this up and blunt another turn of damage from Piero. And more importantly, this time, those resources expended to block out that copy of Conqueror will not be available to clear away chum.
Really heads up play. Play the Conqueror, bait the block, find a way to get the chum out. And that was with that Call to the Grave on top of deck, found with the Compass and the gold draw, played out. Now this chum will come down. I don't think Piero can clear it. Marko thinks maybe he still can. There could be a 3 in hand and a 3 in grave. We know that's not the case.
Really big win here for Marko. Establishes that copy of Swabby here. Choosing to prioritize damage while it's available. Looking to push Piero down to unsafe life totals. Kind of forcing the issue here.
Look, I kind of like it. So we talked about how these 7s make it harder and harder for Fi to commit to the game plan of just clearing allies. From Marko's view, most cards in Fi's deck are 3 damage. So maybe it's these 2 cards convert cleanly into chum, Piero passes, game on, and therefore why develop chum if it's not going to get any real value for you other than the 2 cards played into it. Instead, develop the Swabby, get your attack with it, force him to throw 1 attack at it, and this next turn is not very big.
Yeah, really heads-up decision-making here from Marko. Love to see the thought process playing out in real time. It will be that Bramwith Cinderclaw left over that will take care of Swabby. And a pass of the turn from Piero, holding that rake, trying to go a little bigger. We see Oath of Loyalty in the hand next to Lava Burst, Spreading Flames, and a blue Dragonfire for Piero. That hand looking very powerful. Let's see if we can take a peek on Marko's side. Tip the barkeep here. Blood in the water. Multiple allies to go alongside it. Definitely ways to establish another ally here. And park that blood in the water to soak up a future turn.
This is one of the downsides of taking full tempo when you run defensive cards or when you are intending to block with a couple cards. Blood in the Water will be able to be parked in Arsenal here, so not fully netting himself the value, but this isn't what you want to be doing with tempo. You want to be keeping up the tempo when you take tempo, and in this case, not really able to do that with this turn. That Rigger could hit the board, or that other ally get some offense in and maybe just eat up one card from Piero's next turn, but if I'm Piero, recognizing that my opponent's having a hard time sequencing this one, I'm hoping that there's no disruption available to my opponent because, by golly, his hand's looking good.
We will see that Gravy Bones activation, picking up that top card and binning Anchor here down into the depths. This ally very potent in the face of a card like Mask of Momentum, but more of an efficient weapon in the face of Pouncing Lynx.
I think that's the case. There's not any card draw, at least in Piero's hand. There might be some in the deck. In this case, the Avasti is going to give go again to whichever of these allies he decides to play. This is just going to be a offensively potent hand.
Yeah, Avasti here, the top card that was found with that Compass of Sunken Depths, allowing Anchor to emerge here, swing across for 5, and we may still see another ally established. Looks like Marko here debating which ally they wish to establish.
An interesting line available is playing out one of these allies, attacking with it with go again thanks to Avasti, and just hard casting the Rigor Mortis that remains in hand. Because he's chosen the Chum instead of the Anchor that's no longer available, he activated Dead Threads to get that 4th resource. So this Chum will kind of sit in hand and just stay there, or he's going to be able to pitch it to develop the Anchor. So he'll have a Chum and an Anchor, 2 good cards to have in this spot.
It will be that Anchor that now emerges from the yard. An additional 5 points of damage available on later turns. The gold, of course, generated here.
Obviously, Marko doesn't have a view of Piero's hand, but I think this is a good move given the circumstances. It's risky always to sacrifice your 3rd Chum. That's a resource you want to have access to for the whole game, and he's decided to put it out here. But Piero's hand goes so perfectly, such big damage to face, that the fact that Chum hit the board here is sort of punishing. It means he might not be able to maximize the value of that Rake Over the Coals because 6 will still be cleaned up by the Chum.
This does feel like the make or break turn for Piero here. Phi Rising Rebellion on the brink of an upset here in Bologna. We see that very powerful hand, that Oath of Loyalty, spreading flames available to really push some damage here. But Piero currently staring down a 14 life deficit. Does have to be somewhat concerned about the amount of damage available on these allies should they choose to ignore them.
One thing Piero might be considering here outside of the Chum's effect that might redirect his attacks. Obviously, that's one of them as he goes to read it. There's also, usually earlier in the game, he's been sequencing his turns so that he kills allies first and then goes to face. Sunken Treasures have been pitched away, so they were gone. He was safe. Now they've been shuffled back up to the top with Call to the Grave. He once again has to consider the fact that a Sunken Treasure on one of these early attacks, if he does choose to go face with his offensively potent hand, could cost him 2 or 3 points of damage on this turn.
Yeah, this seems like a really difficult conundrum to manage here for Piero. Very tempting to just send all the damage directly towards Marko, instead choosing to be careful. Going to use Oath of Loyalty to remove that copy of Anchor. We'll look to continue the turn from there. We'll see Mask of the Pouncing Lynx cashed in here. So looking to make the most of that guaranteed on-hit to secure an additional attack to put this turn together. We're fetching a copy of Ignite. Ignite here with the flexibility to either reduce the cost of Searing Emberblade or maybe that Searing Flames all the way down to 0.
Yeah, he has that blue available this turn. I think it's a Dragon Power blue. So considering maybe not playing it, and instead of playing the blue, he's going to be able to use that as a attack somewhere along this turn. I don't think we have a fealty. I don't know if we have a brand with Cinderclaw available to buff up that blue Dragon Power. If that's not here, and maybe this is just an all-red hand, then we could just be going face. But yeah, there is a Dragon Power, so this is an interesting decision.
Ignite, Spreading Flames, Lava Burst, and Dragon Power. Going to be looking to leverage that Spreading Flames as the next attack here to keep the turn churning together. Chum not activated here from Marko. Unsure if not possible or not interested. But for now, Spreading Flames looks to be heading at Chum. We are again, you continue playing board control. I wonder how much Piero is just interested in taking this game long.
I think that might be a little bit of a hint of what's happening here. Also, the blue and this resource from Ignite can be combined to get 2 swings out of this weapon. So we're getting a bit of an answer of what mode this Dragon Scaler is going to be doing. Instead of taking something like Assault the Wound out of your deck with your headpiece and having to use your boots on that, he's wanting to keep those cards in deck, use that Ember Blade efficiently to clear the allies, and then keep cards in deck to hit face later on.
It's Piero deciding where these attacks need to go. This Ignite, of course, representing 3 points of damage, which not the most efficient way necessarily of taking care of Chum, but should you choose to risk not doing so, you risk another attack later, being forced to do the job. It will be 4 damage thanks to that Shuko, and of course the Rake over the coals. And we will see that Searing Ember Blade coming across for 5. And as you mentioned, this only costs 1 to swing thanks to that copy of Ignite that was beautifully surged out of the deck by Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. And we're going to see a second swing of this courtesy of Dragon Scaler Flight Path.
This is a very big turn from Piero. It's actually, Shuko hasn't even gotten its value yet this turn. We have Rake over the coals and Spreading Flames being buffs applied to all of these attacks from this point on. Spreading Flames being buffed and applying to it based on the power of the attack that comes forward and whether it's less than the number of chain links that's happened so far. Rake over the coals will be buffing every single card that's played this turn because Oath of Loyalty requires them all to be draconic. So already a big turn. Unfortunate he had to sink some of the value into allies, but maybe very diligent decision in order to do that. Lost some value, but probably the right move.
Yeah, really curious choices, and we can see how Piero's found the level of success they have this weekend, understands this hero to a T. We're going to see that Searing Ember Blade connecting for 5 points of damage. This Phoenix Flame is going to be coming in for 4 more points thanks to all of these bonus effects. Spreading Flames, Rake over the coals, Tiger Stripe Shuko, all looking pretty phenomenal here.
And I believe this is an excellent point of sequencing that I don't think I even knew existed. He's giving go again to this card that's going to come after this, which is the Lava Burst. That's using the boots. But I think he can then target a different weapon on the chain link, meaning he can target the Searing Ember Blade that's 2 chain links back and swing with it again. So getting both quote-unquote modes of value with this boots. A lot of damage coming in. This Ember Blade still representing 5 on this turn thanks to the effect of the Rake and the Spreading Flames.
Yeah, you can indeed target a weapon that is already attacked on a different chain link with Dragon Scaler Flight Path. Keep that information hidden from your opponent for as long as possible. So we see that Ember Blade going in once again. Sea Legs soaking up some damage. This turn ending on a gigantic lava burst here, coming in for 7. I think I understand why you might play Fi.
I understand too. If we were in any matchup that's not Gravy Bones, those first 3 chain links, those added to, I believe, 13. Spreading would have been for 4. Ignite was for 4 off of Spreading and the Rake, and Oath would have been for 5. So this is 13 there, 4 off the Flame, 10 off of the 2 Searing Ember Blade swings. That's 27, and now a Lava Burst to make it a 34-point turn.
Ow. I'm going to go with ow.
Said very well.
Poetic. That's why I'm here. Yeah, this is some incredibly impressive stuff here from Piero, and you can see why they have found the success they have. Really interesting to see them dedicating so much of that damage to these allies, keeping themselves safe. Marko here with 3 cards in hand does take the hit from this lava burst, falls all the way down to 15. These life totals that were double the opponent's life total just a turn ago, now leveled out so smoothly.
Unfortunately for Piero, he's lost some of that offensive capability on his equipment. No more Pouncing Links to get a free card. No more boots to get a double finisher. But we now know that Fi can switch into this sort of mid-rangey game plan. 3-3-3-1 is something that he will always have access to himself to off of just 3 cards. Sometimes you could do something smaller. 3-3-1 off of 2 cards instead of 3. So Piero has flexibility on how he approaches the next couple of turns.
Sawbones going to be binned away here with this Golden Tipple. Very interesting card in this matchup. Got to be a little cautious not to Sawbones into a Tiger Stripe Shuko attack as these turns continue. So that damage is unpreventable. So one to watch as this ally will no doubt make its way onto the board next to this Golden Tipple.
Piero deciding, my cards block 2 or 3, your card attacks for 3. My 3s are better than yours. I'm the aggro deck. So taking this golden tipple down, seeing what Marko's going to present him next.
We see a gold cashed in the hard way here, drawing another card, tip the barkeep, and give no quarter found here in hand. It will be the latter that is extended to reduce the cost of Sawbones, who will then no doubt find themselves swinging away. Of course, that Golkis rum still available, should there be more shenanigans to enjoy, but no, it will be that dead threats utilized here for an extra resource. Sawbones swinging in for 6.
And Pierre's going to go a bit low here if he does choose to take this damage or if he takes part of this damage. But we see him being rewarded for his decisions earlier in the game to always clear allies. There's 1 ally on board and seemingly none in grave based on the way Marko has been presenting them throughout this game. Meaning once the Sawbones is dead, Marko, the onus is on him to continue to find those allies off the top of the deck. Otherwise, the power of Gravy Bones kind of disappears.
We see prowess of agility extended on defense here. Piero even falling down to 9. We'll take a look at what they're working with. We see the Phi rulebook, if you like. Brand with Cinder Claws, Ronin Renegades, head jabs aplenty. The first going to take that Sawbones off the table once again.
And one of these brands, I believe, is a blue, which means instead of attacking for 3, if it was red, it attacks for 4 off this Ember Blade and this Phoenix Flame. Exactly what we talked about. 3-3-3-1. That's going to be the name of the game here. Clearing whatever allies Marko is able to get. Some people say that Gravy Bones has a rule of thumb where you want to, at least in the early game, get 2 times as many allies into your grave as the ones you play out, leaving 1 or 2 as you trickle through this game. Marko has already run out just on turn 5.
Marko here facing down Searing Ember Blade. Going to need to decide how to soak up this damage. It will be a vast ye committed to that first chain link. The Phi activation will fire 1 point of damage with the Phoenix Flame. We're going to see that taken from Marko here. We're going to take a look through that yard to decide whether or not that last brand with Cinderclaw, much like those previous turns, better served as a starter for the following turn to clear an ally, or better served as 3 points of damage right now.
Really diligent because he knows that big turns, turns that beat 9, 12, 14 block are his way to win this game. Also, balancing the fact that there's only 1 of those Conquerors of the High Seas in the graveyard. We saw him stop on that card when he searched his opponent's graveyard. He's debating, can I risk it? Can I make my next turn better at the cost of possibly having lost this card for no reason? And he seems to be taking that play.
We'll see an activation of Gold-Baited Hook before sending in this Golden Tipple. It will discard another Sawbones. The incredibly efficient ally will no doubt line up perfectly with Dead Threads to send 6 more damage if that is the goal of Marko Leben. 1 in arsenal, 1 remaining card in hand to work with here. Plenty of damage for Piero to stare down.
Still no blue played by Marko. If he wants to get the Sawbones on board, he's going to have to resolve a blue. I believe the Arsenal should be Tip the Barkeep. Arsenal last turn. The hand, we don't know what it is. It was just drawn off this Golden Tipple. Piero probably doesn't want to block the 2. Maybe wants to wait to see whether this Sawbones can be developed.
It will be 2 damage coming through. That extra gold secured courtesy of the Gold-Baited Hook. We'll see a compass activation here for Marko to gain information about what's on top. Those 2 resources floating, of course, capable of breaking a gold and drawing that card should it put together a better hand. We'll see an activation here from Gravy Bones, cashing in that gold, going to draw and discard. More interested in the card on top, discarding Swabby away here to continue bolstering the aggressive capabilities as this turn continues.
Using Gravy Bones versus using gold, it sometimes looks like a side grade, as we call it, but I think that's a smart skill you should be able to have in this game to know when you're supposed to filter for that card just to draw natty versus when you're supposed to use Gravy Bones and get the card off the top of your deck and get the discard. In this case, saw an ally off the top, decided to go for Gravy.
Murderous Rabble revealing a red does mean this is only 1 point of damage soaked up by Fiendelspreen Tunic. Importantly, though, this chain closing does put the blue into the yard required to reanimate Sawbones Dead Threads will send in an attack for 6. Now, this is not enough damage to end the game for Piero, but if you choose to fall to 1, you've got to make sure that last chamber is enough damage to do the job. We're going to see Piero all the way down to 1 life, but 5 cards to work with, 14 damage to deal if they want to make the top 8 of this event.
A really ballsy play by Marko there, playing the Murderous Rabble to get a view of the top of the deck, see if it's a blue, see if he can catch those goals, and try to fire the Swabby instead of playing the Tip the Barkeep that was available in Arsenal, maybe looking for more resources there. Unfortunately, it was a red. The question is now on Piero. Can you beat 14?
Oath of Loyalty is the start. We see 4 go again, coming across. There is a Cinderskin Devotion in that hand. On the heels, Brand with Cinderclaw, and that other Brand with Cinderclaw we know about, parked in the arsenal. Sunken Treasure will be the first block of this turn, and you see the grimace on the face of Piero as they are forced to decide if their Phoenix Flame needs to remain in order for them to win this game.
He's been so diligent about not doing it that way the entire game so that he didn't get caught out by this. Unfortunately, Oath of Loyalty has to be the first action of the turn, and you don't want to throw your 4 at the Sawbones when you have a 2 later on that you could throw, or a 3 that you could throw at Sawbones. So, getting a little punished for the effect of Oath of Loyalty, the trade-off that that card makes you have in order to be powerful. Piero thinking on whether he can turn that yellow that was going to be played as an attack, maybe an attack that can't have preventable damage thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Now he might have to pitch it as well if he wants to activate this Ember Blade.
We do see that Cinderskin Devotion pitched away to rebuy that Phoenix Flame and keep it safe. 1 point of damage leaking over here from Oath of Loyalty. All the tempo still with Piero here, but a pretty devastating way to start this turn. The follow-up here, Bram with Cinderclaw directly at Gravy Bones here.
2, not a big enough number to clear the Sawbones unless you have the Tiger Stripe Shuko behind it. So going just face here.
See if we can take a look at the hand for Marko Leben. We see a Conqueror of the High Seas, another Blood in the Water in that hand as well. It will be that Crown of Providence being cashed in to refresh into a Murderous Rabble from the arsenal. Certainly helps tie this hand back together.
Certainly looking for blue off the top of the deck there, and had taken a look with Compass, so he knew it was there. Hopefully, most likely going to be drawing with the gold to try to fire that Conqueror. Also going to be looking for a blue off the top of the deck from the gold.
We see that Phoenix Flame coming in with the Shuko buff. It does aim itself directly at Marko here, choosing to ignore the Sawbones for now. They will be hot on their heels as the last card in the hand here. Deciding where this goes. Does go at Sawbones, of course. Big enough to avoid that point of damage prevention in the process.
Piero's hand was big, but it doesn't seem big enough. He's only dealt a couple points of damage. He has that arsenal left over. It's just a head job. Not going to be threatening Marko's ability to threaten the 1 life.
We see this combat chain being cleaned up, and tempo will go back to Marko Leben. We're going to see 4 gold available here, a Gold Kiss Rum available here. Numerous ways to find more blues if Conqueror of the High Seas is the name of the game. Otherwise, that Murderous Rabble, very capable of enabling that Swabby we see parked in the graveyard already. Number of ways for Marko to proceed here.
Certainly, and I think starting with Gravy is a potent way to do it. He has an ally to be unpunished when he ends up having to discard something, and it just gets him an extra look at what resources are on the top of the deck. If he draws a red or a yellow, maybe it pivots his plan a little bit. If he draws a blue, he already knows he can get the Conqueror off this turn.
Yeah, love taking a cheeky peek at the top of the deck here, having full control and understanding before making any decisions. Exactly the way you want to be when navigating your turns as Gravy Bones here. Debating the discard. Does go with that copy of Anchor we saw lurking in the hand. Makes its way down to the depths here. We'll see if Conqueror found a blue to make everything come together, or if there is still some shenanigans for Marko to find. We're going to see that Anchor pitched away to fuel a gold here. Going to keep digging, looking for the perfect pieces.
I think pitching the yellow for the gold tells us we didn't find a blue off of Gravy Bones, but he is digging in as far as he can to try to find that second blue. Pitching this Anka is perfectly fine. It's not doing anything in the hand. It wouldn't be doing anything in the arsenal. You already have a copy in the grave, which is what you want and where you want it. Marko's still thinking after having drawn that card. He has access to options, but maybe still finding it troublesome to find the resources. There you go. He drew another yellow off the golden tipple.
Yeah, not quite coming together here for Marko. Still numerous plays available to them. These allies very potent with an opponent that is on just one life. But not quite finding a way to make that Conqueror line up to really put the screws to Piero. We see Dead Threads activated here with the ally in the discard. We'll pitch the red for another goal. We'll keep looking.
Unfortunately, having activated Gravy Bones means that there's no way to activate the Gold Kiss Rum to get the go again if he doesn't find the blues, but he has. He found the blue off the gold draw there. He's going to be able to pay for the Conqueror of the High Seas. He has to play one of these blues in order to also be able to get a card into the combat zone, which he wants off of this this hero effect. He wants to maybe be able to find a way to go Conqueror into one of these allies.
We see another gold being broken here for Marko Leben. That backstock coming in handy as that Murderous Rabble makes its way into the yard. It will be Murderous Rabble that enables an ally, but for now, Conqueror of the High Seas comes storming across the line, eats all the armor. It will be Anchor, Drag Under, who is reanimated by this effect, but no resources to attack with this Anchor here. Piero surviving by the skin of their teeth.
Had to go all the way down to his very last gold, making great effective use of that gold, ending at 0, making sure none was unused, and he found the blue on the very last card, but diligent understanding of what his deck could reward him with and the probabilities of drawing a blue at some point in that hand. He needed to draw 2, and he did.
Piero rewarded for saving that brand with Cinderclaw, able to clear away that Anchor, unfortunately staring down more allies thanks to Portside Exchange. Going to make another gold here for Marko. Binning a Sawbones. We'll see Dead Threads activated to make a resource to continue this turn. We know Golden Tipple will be the next play of choice, discarding Rigor Mortis as the follow-up here. An abundance of allies available in the graveyard. Golden Tipple demanding a card in order to stay alive.
When your opponent's on 1 and has no equipment, 1 attack is the same as 3 attack.
We will see the chain close. Resources pitched for the Swabby. 7 coming across the line here will demand all the cards from Piero. Unfortunately, this time around, no Arsenal attack to clear away the Swabby means it will be sticking around as we make our way into this next turn. And that Gold Kiss Rum is looming. We know Marko has the potential to start attacking with multiple allies. We see another Conqueror of the High Seas and multiple Golden Tipples in that hand.
It looks to me like he's got access to several action points on this turn, pitching into the goal that he created last turn just to draw some extra cards and get full information. He doesn't want to let Piero continue to block out these turns effectively, but here he's found at 8. He has 7 on board. He has the opportunity to attack twice with an ally thanks to the Gold Kiss Rum. There's no way anymore.
It is that back-breaking ship that demands the cards, and Swabby will cross the line. It is Marko Leben taking the victory in this round and moving to 11-1.
Really showing the power of Gravy Bones this entire weekend. We've seen him on stream 3 times. I'm sure we might see him on stream again if he's able to continue to be the powerhouse that he's shown to be so far. Gravy Bones top 8ing now, last week and this week. It's here. It's going to be part of the meta. It feels like it was destined. It's a board state hero. Enigma just went away. We've replaced her with one of her own, a blue-based board state hero that has a consistent resource base and just really potent punishes, attacks, and allies, or in Enigma's case, auras. I'm not surprised it's very good, but I think we'll just be seeing this for another 2 years.
Yeah, safe to say. If you have a national championship on the horizon, you're going to need a plan for Gravy Bones. There's going to be a deck you're going to see. You need to understand what's important in those matchups and make sure you are prepared, much like our 5-player there who was clearly prepared for this room. And I want to give additional just praise as far as I'm concerned. The only person to register that hero in this event, 100% conversion rate into day 2, ran with a streak unlike any other to make it to that win and in round, and unfortunately falling just short after playing the game for 3 months.
9-3 overall is an incredible CC record. We would take that at any tournament. If it makes top 8 or not, it's to be seen. He did lose that last round, which is always a nice thing when you're trying to make it into top 8 as the 7th or 8th place player at one of these events. But remains to be seen. Really impressive result, whether he's 7th, 8th, or 9th or 10th.
We'll cross the fingers. Here's hoping. For Marko, however, I'm sure their mind might be moving towards the Player of the Year race as they continue their journey through the top 8 of this event. Of course, the World Tour heating up in all the ways you would expect. 120 iconic destinations this year, $1.5 million up for grabs in prize money. But these points that are scored at the calling level will help us crown 3 regional champions per region who will take away a prize pool of their own.
These callings are ever important to the Player of the Year race. They get a lot of points, and importantly, there's a lot of them. So if you can travel to these, you can make some points for the World Tour. But anytime you top or spike or win one of these callings, even if you weren't anywhere near the top, you're suddenly jumping up.
Yeah, the player with the most points at the end of this season when the World Championship takes place will take home the biggest prize of all. But to make sure things are balanced, you will, of course, find regional champions across the board who will be rewarded for their dedication to Flesh and Blood and those that are willing to travel to really make a name for themselves.
I think this is a great addition to professional Flesh and Blood, to competitive Flesh and Blood, having the first Player of the Year award. As soon as it was announced, I was like, how many callings can I go to next year? How seriously can I take this year? Am I going to be able to fight for that? And the option is always open. You see players we hadn't heard about before this year starting to top these charts. It's a way to make a name for yourself, and there's great rewards at the end if you do.
Yeah, worth knowing for sure that not only will our regional champions be taking away a berth, that eventual winner, I believe, is $25,000. 2 other regional champions securing $15,000. But if you finish in 2nd or 3rd place in your respective region, there is still several $1,000s cash being awarded to you for your effort and dedication.
Yeah. It's just more support from LSS for the competitive players that we love to see at these events, the big names we start to know, but also it's a way to be able to justify to yourself continuing to travel to these and committing to this game that we love and putting all this time into it, because there's so much support from the top. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. If you're looking to get yourself onto these leaderboards, there are numerous ways to score points. You can start at the Battle Hardened level, earning 4 points should you manage to take one of those down. National championships, many weekends of those coming up. If you become a national champion, you'll score the same amount of points as you would do for winning today's calling. 16 points up for grabs for players who are able to do so. Should you take down a Pro Tour, 28 points will be added to your total. And of course, that eventual world champion, 32 points the richer.
These big events coming down in the second half of the year, we have 1 Pro Tour and 1 World Championship remaining. We have a lot of callings still on the market. There's a lot of points that have already been taken, but I think the second half of the year will actually have more points on the line and have more shakeups to this leaderboard than we've seen so far. Some of the players who are at the lower end of this board that we're going to see now for Americas and soon for the other 2 regions, or some players who are just off of this board, still have a potential to win.
Yeah, absolutely. These races are anyone's game as we are halfway through the year. There is numerous points left to score with a Pro Tour in Singapore and a World Championship to add to these totals. In the Americas for now, Brody Spurlock still holding that throne just about, but Michael Hamilton, not famous for finishing 2nd.
He is the winner, and there's a lot of events coming forward. We talked about the World Championship. That's where Michael Hamilton continued to make a name for himself. If he's able to perform well there at the end of the year, he could upset Brody. 3rd place, countryman of my own, Sean Dollawall. I love to see Canadians succeeding here. There's 4 on this board in the top 10. Sean is an incredible player, a long-time player. He has a bunch of calling top 8s to his name, and recently a Pro Tour top 8. Very deserved to be in 3rd place there.
Yeah, some absolute juggernauts on this leaderboard. Pro Tour champion Michael Fung, Chris Iali, who famously lost that finals to Michael Hamilton all those years ago. And one to watch if you're not familiar, Jude Cornett continuing to put up consistent result after consistent result at the highest levels of events. They're a name you're going to be familiar with very soon if you aren't already.
And that's part part of this thing. You can win events, you can get those big sets of points, but top 8ing or top 16ing or top 24ing is also a way to get a lot of points. And so in the case of players like Jude, even if you're not winning everything, you get a top 8 here and there, a bunch of 9th, 10th, and 11th, you can start to crawl up that leaderboard.
Absolutely. We'll make our way along to the European scene. We see Alex Kitsu now joint equally with Jacob Clements at the top of this board. Those two players will be face-to-face at the UK National Championships in a few weeks, and the result of that event may decide who currently leads this race.
It's a tight race up at the top, not just in the UK between Alex, Jacob, and Jason, who are rivals or semi-rivals, obviously all of them friends as well, Jason and Alex being teammates. But down the line as we get to the other countries, this whole top section of this board is very close. A single calling winner top 8 totally upsets how it's going.
Absolutely. Two-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor in the race here. Florian Christian Logan, another huge name. Max Diekman, Simon Nielsen, the winner, of course, over in Prague. And Tommaso Vecino, who I know for certain was still in the running for top 8 of this event. And I'll be very curious to see if they've made it. They might be able to make a run here.
Absolutely. And Jason Rolfe picking up some points for the top probably 16-32 position he's going to end in from that game we saw a couple games ago. This is a competitive board.
Absolutely. We'll make our way to the Asia-Pacific region and see what things look like. Another very narrow race at the top here, up for grabs for any of these players. Nick Butcher held the throne for quite some time. Pudding Tam would like to remedy that.
Absolutely. And these two Hong Kong players on here in Pudding and Xing, very known for showing up at Tier 4 events and dominating those. So we still have 2 of those to see this year. Just wait to see how they do.
Yeah, Team Blue Pitch, definitely an infamous name in the scene now. Cody Gabert, another one to watch out for. Xavier McLean, the Japanese national champion. Also worth keeping an eye on, of course. Vespa, previously an Enigma All-Star, known for being fantastic on Illusionist. I'm sure they're going to be watching Gravy Bones as this season continues.
Absolutely. I met Vespa at a Battle Hardened a couple years ago in Thailand. Incredible player, incredible person, but definitely a dominant player in that region. A couple positions down. Justin from the Philippines, also a player name to watch. Very successful.
Let's see what happens if we jam all of this together into the global leaderboard. You'll see Brody Spurlock and Michael Hamilton currently on top, but the British duo of Alex Kitsu and Jacob Clements looking to climb the ladder. I'm sure we'll be seeing some upsets in the very near future. Player of the year, one to watch, a leaderboard to follow as these events continue. All kinds of prize money up for grabs, all the glory, all the accolades. I know I'll be glued to the World Championship this year as this race finally comes to an end.
Whether I'm there playing or I'm sitting at home and watching, that is going to be a very exciting end to the year. It's very clear from the top of the board already that it won't be a runaway decided going in.
Gabe, frankly, it's been a pleasure to cast this event with you this weekend.
Absolutely, for me as well, but I don't think we're done.
No, we are certainly not. We've got a top 8 to look forward to. And I have some good news. We have a bracket to take a look at to see which heroes made the cut and will be joining us in the race. So we know, of course, our Gravy Bones player did join us, but I'm looking forward to finding out who else is in contention. Now, we knew going into the weekend, 10 Vinset players arrived. There were 3 at 6-1 at the beginning of the day. 2 of those players are still here in the top 8 of this event.
Incredible representation by Vinset. If I'm looking correctly, it's the most represented hero. We see 2 Cindras and 2 Vinsets. No one at the start of this weekend would have said that the doubly represented heroes would be Vinset and Cindra, and the single heroes would be Azalea, New, and Gravy.
Yeah, Marko Leben taking that first seed there at the top of the board. Filip, we saw on camera on Cindra as well. We saw Yorgos representing Cindra earlier this weekend on camera as well. Beautiful to see that coming to fruition. Bota Claudio, not a name we saw. Prism Awakener of Soul did make a brief appearance. Happy to see them making the top 8 here, but there's a few stories I really want to watch. Tommaso Vecino, we just mentioned, making a charge on the European Player of the Year leaderboard. Tommaso will be in contention with new Alluring Desire, of course, capable of reaching Living Legend here. And Stefano, Meoni, we saw their masterclass on camera with Azalea ace in the hole. Those 2 players have the chance to make history if they end those stories today.
I hope we'll be able to watch those matchups as we've got Azalea and New in this bracket. Both players very well equipped. Tommaso, as you said, a very good player. He's on the board up there. Stefano, a very good player, famous for his Azalea play. Some very important matchups and very incredible matchups, I'm sure, to wait us in this top 8.
A wide open metagame and many questions still to be resolved. Will you be able to play New or Azalea at your national championship? You got to stick around if you want to find out. We have taken 10 minutes to destroy half a sandwich and chug a bottle of various liquids. And that's enough for me. I don't want to wait any longer. We have a top 8 to look forward to here at the Calling in Bologna, and there are some really incredible players and decks that I want to talk about.
I think that's way more important than a little bit of nutrition. We can make it through the day. The players have been making it through the day, almost breakless.
Absolutely.
It's time to see the actual games and resolve this tournament.
I want to take another look at that bracket before we get ourselves down into the quarterfinal. Let's look at what we're working with and who these players are. The very top, we'll go all the way down. Our number 1 seed, Marko Leben on Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter. Been putting on a bit of a clinic so far this week on how that hero works and how to navigate some more difficult matchups. But standing in their way, Federico Lamy on Vincent Iron Maiden. That's not a matchup we've seen so far.
No, it's not a matchup we've seen. It's a matchup we discussed, I think, last night after we saw all these Vincents near the top. I'm intrigued to see how it goes.
Yeah, very much me too. I'm curious to see which of those heroes comes out on top. Got to wonder if Vincent is seeing such a good showing because of a positive Gravy matchup. So I feel like it's going to be an important game to keep an eye on as we progress. Mikołajczyk on Cindra, Dracai of Retribution, paired into Botta Claudio on Prism, Awakener of Soul as our next match. The 4th versus 5 seed. Really dynamic matchup. Do you have much experience with it?
It comes down to a little bit of what cards you bring in the sideboard as Cindra. I think traditionally these heroes are going to be throwing big numbers at each other. Cindra very wide, 3-4, 3-4, and Prism 7-4-7 if she can. Cindra's going to have a tough time blocking against that Prism, so Prism might be the better aggro deck in the equation, but maybe Cindra has those poppers if they have them, if they need them.
Next up, Yorgos Samaras on Cindra, Dracai of Retribution, a 2nd copy, making the top 8 here. Going to be staring down Tommaso Vasido on New Alluring Desire. We saw Yorgos on camera having a bit of a rough time into Victor Goldmane earlier this weekend. New Alluring Desire, a similar style of game plan in some ways, but both these players very well versed in this matchup.
When Cindra came out, it seemed like one of those decks that would be losing to Assassin, and it definitely, on balance, lost to some of those early Marionette decks we were seeing in the last season. News struggled a bit more into Cindra. The non-blocks in their deck made it a little bit hard to turn off that Mask Momentum value. Now the question will be, does Tommaso have it in him to be able to beat the Yorgos Cindra deck, or will he be overrun by all of that offense?
There's one more match on that list. It will be the one we are watching for this quarterfinal. Alexis Skiskopoulos is going to be playing against Stefano Meoni. Vincent Iron Maiden stands in the way of Azalea Ace in the Hole's well-earned retirement. What do you think of this matchup, Gabe?
Well, I've been talking up Stefano as a player all weekend, and I can't sing his praises enough. I've been played against him in a Calling top 8 2 years ago at this point in a quarterfinal. Wow. But on the other side, we've got this Vincent. Azalea will have a tough time dealing with the assault from Vincent. Very few blues in the deck to deal with the Arcane Barrier, the Rune Chance, and not a very good way to block out these value-generating on-damage effects such as Deathly Wail, Widespread Destruction, and other cards that are in this Vincent deck. Can Vincent find those widespread destructions, that arsenal destruction against Azalea, or will Azalea's big dominate be too much for Vincent to deal with?
Yeah, Axel's here putting on a bit of a showcase with Vincent. Clearly something to study as we go forward into this format. These two players who have found their way into our top 8 on what would definitely be considered an underdog hero.
Absolutely. I think one of the factors in this matchup is that Vincent can usually play 2 ways. You're either usually blocking 2, swinging 2 kind of gameplay, where often your cards will go to block and they're there as additional, and then you want to be able to swing 1 Rune Gate of very efficient, maybe 2 or 3 Rune Chants out of that hero effect, and then 1 Rune Gate out of the Banish Zone, or you want to be playing towards a setup. I think in Axelius's case in this matchup, he's going to be trying to go this sort of tempo-y game plan, giving some of these block cards where Azalea can't give block cards in response, gaining more health, so to speak, than Azalea can do, while they throw similar numbers at one another offensively.
We're kicking things off here with a Death Dealer activation. Loads of red in the ledger to get things started for Stefano. Some really interesting pieces of equipment face up on the table here as Azalea goes spinning for a better looking and dominated arrow. We'll find Rain Razors, unfortunately. So no dice there. We'll play that out, get it out of the arsenal before continuing on passing our turn. Arcane Barrier 2, Spell Void 1 from that Enchanted Quiver from Stefano. I'm more infatuated with that Carrion Husk on the other side of the table for Vincent.
Carrion Husk is going to be really big in this matchup, and Oscilio is getting rewarded for putting it in the sideboard here. Azalea is one of those heroes that can throw a massive number at your face. 6 blocks out a lot of it. You can prevent a red in the ledger on it, even through something like 8, 9 dominate, and you can just block when you're being hit for 14. You can gain some life back with this Carrion Husk.
We're quickly learning why Vincent may be having so much success in the face of Gravy Bones. Movrian Skies, an all-star from Crucible of War, lines up perfectly with the game plan of this deck, and you can, of course, guarantee that hit into those allies and make an abundance of rune chance.
Doesn't work quite that way in this matchup, given that Azalea does have the option to block, but like we've talked about, Azalea is not a hero that loves to block that much, so he's going to take the rune chant here, guaranteeing the life gain off Deathly Delight. Already value gained for Vince at hard casting with Deathly Delight, but is forced to block. Otherwise, it's just too potent to give your opponent that many rune chants.
We see that flail being utilized to make the most of Go Again here. Threatens to make another rune chant if it manages to connect. A widespread destruction lurking in the banish zone here for Axilles. This one is a very potent rune gate attack in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, this is one of the cards you really want to be relying on in this matchup. It's unfortunate to pitch one on the turn that you get one into your banish, but as soon as Stefano looks like he's got a bit of a setup turn, Axilius is going to be able to be firing that destruction when he wants to. The flail, also a very powerful card in this matchup. Azalea doesn't have a lot of wand block on her equipment, so anytime Axilius can go again, rune chant, he gets the payoff on the other end. He uses one of his life to attack with a Flail of Agony, but that has 2 effects. First of all, it turns on the on-damage effects from the cards that he's playing, like the Deathly Delight and like Deathly Wail, and additionally, it's going to gain him a rune chant, meaning he's going to end the turn on a rune chant, regardless of whether he had a Malefic incantation, to be able to rune gate 2 at the very least on his next turn.
Going to see a Lace with Frailty flipped over by that Skullbone Cross Wrap. Stefano taking a peek at that top card. Interesting facial expression there. Not sure what to make of what they found.
Yeah, I don't usually see Stefano think about this top card like this.
Making its way down to the bottom here. Clearly not good enough in their mind. We'll see that Lace played out to continue the turn. Seek and Destroy into Codex of Frailty will be the name of the game here. Likely pulling back that drill shot and making the most of that attack already existing in Axilles' graveyard.
Codex, a really effective card in this matchup. The reason being, those cards in the arsenal of the Vin set player are usually quite hard to cast. You don't want to be hard casting these rune gates. You want them to go to your banish zone. Though, Axilius having access to that widespread destruction in his banish zone, if he can find a way on the turn that he plays the widespread destruction to also deal himself a point of damage, that cheats that Deathly Delight into the banish zone from the on-damage effect of widespread destruction. Punished a little bit by the Codex, but has a way to get that card to be playable again in the future.
Drill shot 410 will be the line of action here from Stefano. Gonna reread Deathly Delight. Understand what that card is capable of before turning it face down. This drill shot here, threatening to put a thorn in the side of Carrion Husk if it manages to connect.
Yeah, it's funny, eh? You can take this, it almost incentivizes the big Carrion Husk block this early so that you don't lose value on it, but it's just a bit too early for that. 5, not as big as 6, but 5 will still help get around some of those big dominates later in the game, or maybe be a 1 equipment red in the ledger block at some point.
Yeah, worth noting with that Carrion Husk, unlike a hero like Leviah, not going to be able to switch that Blood Debt off once you commit to blocking with it. So you do put yourself on a clock when you commit to that play. So I'm sure we'll see it lingering around until the time is right.
Also relevant for that Grimoire of the Haunt in the offhand. Some players opting for the 1-block shield if you're on lower life, just to be able to block into physical matchups, because the Grimoire does have Arcane Barrier on it. But often players will equip this Grimoire because it has that second activated ability that banishes itself and creates an Eloquence, which can help you go 2 or 3 wide once you have a couple of these Runegate cards in your banish zone. It does go into banish and have Blood Debt. So you want to be doing that as late as possible. Otherwise, that clock accelerates even faster.
Let's see if we can see what Axilius is working with. Yellow Deathly Whale, Machinations of Dominion, and another copy of the Whale in the hand here. So some potent attacks, but limited ways to make rune chants to really make this hand come alive.
This is another example of the gameplay pattern that I was talking about earlier. Axilius willing to just block a couple points, shoot cards into the banish zone, maybe swing 1 if he's got a Runegate 2 available. It looks like with those whales, he doesn't have a Runegate 2, and that Banish card, the Widespread Destruction, is also a 3 rune chant card. So he was reaching for the Crown of Providence, seeing if he can get value off of this Codex of Frailty, forcing a card into his arsenal, and maybe draw into a Rune Gate 2 off the top of the deck.
Players are debating how to navigate this drill shot. Seems like a very important decision to get right early here. Crown of Providence, of course, a very important piece of the puzzle in this matchup, does allow you some leverage as required. We're going to see Axilius reaching for those Spellbound Creepers, the infamous Iron Rot Jordans in those aggro matchups. Just very expensive way to block one, putting them back down for now. Debating how or if they should cover up the entirety of this drill shot.
I think he's debating, if he's thinking of blocking 9 here, does the loss 1 on the Carrion Husk, bringing it from a 6 to a 5, outweigh the loss of the Spellbound Creepers possibly being able to make your turns even wider when you do get given a little bit of space by Azalea, or if you need to kill them in one last big turn? In this case, valuing the Spellbound Creepers, which I think is a very important card even in these aggro matchups.
Yeah, the pendulum swinging the entire direction. Carrion Husk does pick up a counter as that drill shot connects for 10. We see Deathly Whale being banished here to generate a rune chant. And Axilius reaching for this Vexing Quillham. We've seen this time and again. 4 rune chants now being generated. Does enable these powerful 3-cost rune gates. We're going to see Machinations of Dominion here. I'm going to follow that with one of these big attacks to keep this turn spinning. Deathly Whale looking to make some rune chants.
Axilius, understanding that this is an aggro matchup, willing to use those resources like the Vexing Quillhand, which is sort of a get-out-of-jail-free card, in order to accelerate their game plan early in this game. Still attack, still deal Stefano damage, play out these Deathly Whales instead of losing them, and that'll be creating more rune chants on the back end for the next turn.
Yeah, can't help but notice a distinct lack of Malefic incantations for Axilius so far. This kind of engine piece that really ties this Vincent deck together, instead making the most of what they found between Movrian Skies and these Deathly Whales to find ways to generate rune chants and get this engine running regardless. We see Stefano taking those rune chants, means this Deathly Whale will generate at least 1 rune chant for the trouble. 5 overpower, it's going to be the follow-up.
Axilius having to find a way to deal himself some damage in order to make the second rune chant off of it, maybe using the Flail. However, that would be IPing himself if he just goes use the go again into Flail. So possibly has a way to activate the Spellbound Creepers, pitching a card and playing a card, or he's just going to hard cast that Deathly Delight. Happy with a decent damage output, 4, 5, and now 3 thanks to the double frailties, clearing that awkward card in Arsenal, but importantly continuing the change so that this rune chant from Deathly Whale doesn't pop in the middle of the turn, but instead carries around.
At minimum, gaining some life here thanks to that earlier damage from the Deathly Whale. As you previously assessed, just really heads-up choices here from our Vincent player. Understands this matchup is going to be a race. They cannot afford to take too many turns without pushing some sort of damage back, or they will fall behind. In exchange, we make our way back to Stefano. It is Release the Tension being revealed from the arsenal here. And we do see that Shelter from the Storm and a Haunting Rendition loaded up in Axilius' hand. Will have numerous ways to prevent damage this turn.
And this is the power of Vincent. We saw a turn that felt, on balance, only okay, right? He was playing a yellow Deathly Whale. He had to hardcast one of those Rune Gate attacks, which is not the way you want to be firing those, not the most efficient way, and he was under 2 frailty. And yet, despite it all, Stefano is now lower on life from an almost full life total at the start of the turn. So Axilius will be able to pump out insane amounts of damage in the upcoming turns.
Stefano here does follow up with that Release the Tension as the first buff of the turn. Axilius here maybe giving away a small amount of information by double-checking exactly where that stops defense reactions from. Death Dealer will be the follow-up, loading Infecting Shot in this case. Having to pitch a red to do so does not matter when Fiendel Spring Tunic is willing to pay the cost. This is an Infecting Shot for 14.
Again, Stefano playing differently in this game than the other times we've seen him on stream. Often he'll be prioritizing that arsenal or a ponder effect that could create an arsenal because the dominate is very important to him. Clearly, that's not the case in this matchup. He just wants to deal a lot of damage and make sure that the numbers he's presenting are big enough that Husk plus defensive cards in Axilius' hand can't block them out alone.
Speaking of Axilius' hand, let's see if we can take a closer look. Shelter from the Storm, Haunting Rendition, Widespread Ruin, and Succumb to Temptation. All very powerful tools, but one of these will need to be kept around if Exilius is intending on banishing to Vincent and continuing their tempo this turn.
He has some interesting choices. This Haunting Rendition could block 4, and he could use it and the Shelter from the Storm to just block a lot of this damage, maybe even block with the with the Succumb to Temptation, and then banish that Rune Gate 2 and just play it. A clean 1-card 8. However, he also has the option of Haunting Rendition blocking for 2. You lose 2 value yourself, kind of 1, because you create a rune chant to attack your opponent. But it's not just about creating a rune chant to attack your opponent. It's about then having 3 rune chants to be able to come in with this widespread destruction. It would require him banish a card still at the start of his turn, so that widespread ruin would probably wait for a future turn. But Rune Gate 2, a lot easier to cast at the start of a turn in the future than Rune Gate 3 is, which has been sitting in there since the start of the game.
Yeah, widespread destruction, a premium card. Definitely getting a little bit stuck this game, and arguably being punished slightly for doing so, with no Arsenal being kept here from Stefano. Very heads-up choice in the face of that face-up widespread destruction. We will see Haunting Rendition committed to the blocks. Shelter from the Storm will join it. So interesting to see this. We see that Succumb to Temptation being held by Alexis here. So we're going to see that widespread ruin being banished, making a rune chant, and no doubt making its way in with that immediate discard effect potentially up for grabs.
He knows that eventually Stefano will have to Arsenal. If he's willing to take the clock given by the Blood Debt on this widespread destruction, he can either keep it there and take that clock and force Stefano to continue to choose not to Arsenal, or Stefano will at some point drop some Ponder in Arsenal and he'll get full value off of that. He just needs to start finding these Malefic incantations. That's what he's missing in this game. Every turn he's been limited to 1 or 2 rune chants depending on what the previous turn had, but very rarely has he ever been able to build additional rune chants going into the following turn.
2 rune chants make the way across. It will be Widespread Ruin now connecting alongside Succumb to Temptation. 6 damage will make its way through. Alexis will generate an action point due to playing the Succumb as an instant, and we will look at this hand from Stefano together. It is 3 buffs and an amplifying arrow. This Succumb feels like a bit of a disaster.
Incredible timing for playing that Succumb with Stefano only having that 1 arrow. He has that 1 out thanks to the take aim where he can put a card into Arsenal and then opt. That's going to be his hope. Exilius thinking whether he wants to use this go again to activate that flail, deciding not to. It would be meaning losing 1 life from the flail activation, possibly a 2nd life from the widespread from the blood debt that might come off the top. I think it's pretty informed to do that. It's good to do that flail because if it hits, and which Ranger has a tough time blocking it, you're going to get a rune chant and have an easier time on your next turn firing the rune gate. But Stefano having that turned off turn kind of wanted to be able to block that flail.
Yeah, that blind Azalea there, unfortunately finding release the tension and not sorting a turn for Stefano means we make our way back to Alexis. Unfortunately, with no rune chants available and a hand consisting of Shadow Puppetry, Machinations of Dominion, and a reduced to rune chant, it seems like we might have a similar story on both sides of this table.
There is at least one, I believe, in that 2nd slot in the hand, playable card, can hold the reduced to rune chant in hand, or banish it to just create a rune chant and start this turn, and can arsenal that ever-important Shadow Puppetry. He's got options here. It's not big, but both of these heroes hurting themselves, like not activating the flail and then being forced to go for the blind Azalea and then drawing into hands that continue to punish that, like with this reduced to rune chant as an offensive card when your opponent does nothing.
A real shame for Exilius here, hoping to steal away tempo with that very powerful Succumb to Temptation. Managed to find its mark, and unfortunately the follow-up hand just not quite containing the pieces to keep this game plan fueled. We'll see reduced to rune chant banished here to make the rune chant. Going to be playing a Deathly Delight the hard way from the hand alongside Shadow Puppetry here. So we're going to be granting go again to this. As a result, we'll have 6 points of power. We might find ourselves with an additional card on top of the deck that we're interested in. But should damage be dealt, this flail will essentially pay for itself.
I'm pretty fond of this play. He didn't pay with Vincent off the Shadow Puppetry. The reason being that he's already going to use this action point to activate the flail. He'll have lost a life this turn, which means Deathly Delight's going to gain him an extra life this turn. The flail, as you said, pay for itself. It's a very heads-up play to play this Deathly Delight with go again, and hurt yourself, because when you're on the turn you're playing the Deathly Delight, any damage to yourself that you take is nullified.
Stefano here falling all the way down to 14. Willing to take this damage. The flail will follow. It will be 13 and a rune chant made, but a full 5 cards to work with. No, the Tunic. The Tunic has served its job here. Going to deny those rune chants a little longer, and that blood debt will be taken to bring Axelius down towards the life total of Stefano. 21 plays 14 here. And we have a whole hand available for our Azalea player. Cross wrap here reveals Laced with Blood Rot. We're going to take a peek at the top of the deck. Does not find what it's looking for. That buff will be played out. Death Dealer is loaded. We'll find ourselves with an arrow in the arsenal. It's red in the ledger. Going to shut down any potential of going wide this turn. We see more buffs deployed. It's going to be a gigantic attack for 14 here. You got to feel like Carrion Husk has to get in the mix now.
Possibly on this turn. If not on this turn, then definitely on next turn, based on the damage being presented and the fact that Carrion Husk has to be used for blocks before you go down to 13. It's unfortunate. Red in the Ledger is not necessarily a very powerful card against Vincent, because they can do these very powerful single actions, but Axelius doesn't have that many excellent plays available to him, having no rune chants on the board to start this turn.
We see a block for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14. It will be the red in the ledger covered entirely. The cost, however, we're going to see an activation of Spellbound Creepers for read the runes in the opposing turn to enable widespread destruction.
I think this is an incredible play. He's giving away his only Runegate card. He knows he already has one available. He's blocked with an attack action card there. That's why he did that. The Spellbound Creepers coming in clutch in a way that I know a lot of people in Vincent will think about it as an offensive card to gain that action point back after you've played one Runegate, and then be able to play a second Runegate in this spot. Just enable that not only potent offensively, but potent disruptively widespread destruction that's been waiting for its moment this entire time.
What a beautiful sequence here from Axelius. We see Spellbound Creepers doing unconventional work, blocking for 14, sending 9 damage with Arsenal Disruption attached. This is definitely what our player needed here to make their way back into the game.
And the reason, even though you're pitching a red for that Spellbound Creeper, is essentially using 2 cards to create those 3 rune chants. The thing about Vincent is she would have had to lose that card to her hero power anyways, and not having access to a second playable Runegate, or not wanting to put another Blood Debt into the Banish Zone, means that that's actually a great use of that Shadow Puppetry. You were losing that card no matter what. Pitching 1 into the boots is great.
We see the Enchanted Quiver here being considered to stifle a point of arcane damage. A yellow codex pitched to cover the rest. So Stefano interested in defending the card in their arsenal from the impact of this widespread destruction. We see Skullbone Crosswrap picked up here and committed to the blocks. There will be no more opting with the infamous headpiece.
Still has Arcane Barrier available on the Stefano side from those Bullseye Bracers, so that's not the biggest loss in terms of that effect, but this is where we see some of that part of Azalea struggles to block, and Vincent requires blocks on some turns to turn off their ability. Stefano having a very nothing turn after having to give up so many resources on the defense, and he's doing what we've seen done to a Vincent earlier in this tournament as well. At some point you recognize that they're out of all their special stuff. The Spellbound Creepers were killed by all the AB and Spell Void last turn. The Husk has already been blocked with. That's going to be ticking 1 life per turn. There's no more Vexing Quillhand. This person doesn't have a Malefic Incantation on the board, is not going into the turn with any amount of rune chance. Stefano can say, I don't care that my damage now is small. You're going to stumble soon, and I'll be able to deal you that big damage sooner rather than later.
You're telling me you're not impressed by 2 Dominate? Does that not sell it for you?
I think we should see more 2 Dominate cards printed.
Yeah, we'll have to have a word. Axelius here debating. They're going to be Snapdragon Scalers activated on this Amplifying Arrow. The follow-up, another copy of Codex of Frailty, threatening to swing tempo back dramatically here for Stefano Meoni.
You laughed at that 2 Dominate. You didn't know that it was 2 Dominate, go again, clear your arsenal for the Codex of Frailty.
Does it sound like I was laughing to you? 2 Dominate, serious business, Gabe. Codex of Frailty here, going to cause some serious damage to Exilius' plans, taking a look to see which attack they wish to pluck back from the yard and make use of once more.
It's unfortunate. It probably means this next turn has to become some kind of hard cast turn. Remembering that Exilius is also going to lose a card to their Vincent hero ability, might not be able to play a card off of out of the banish zone, off the rune gate. This is going to be tough. If Exilius has the resources available, he does have that Mauvrian Skies. Maybe he'll be able to hard cast with Go again on the first link and use that Mauvrian Skies to threaten being able to cast out of the banish zone the second attack for this turn, forcing effectively Stefano to block 6 or 7, whatever this first attack is going to come in for. Interesting options available. I don't know if he has the resources like a blue to be able to do this.
Let's try and take a look at the hand. With a bit of luck, we finally see that first Malefic incantation of the game, joined by numerous red cards. Mauvrian Skies, a widespread ruin there. Not quite coming together. We're going to see Malefic incantation on defense maybe, which is certainly not where you want to be. Discarded here for the Codex. Endless Arrow will be the follow-up for 4 points of damage here. Denying this, certainly of interest to Exilius, but I can't help but notice that Carrion Husk slowly ticking away in that banish zone.
Exilius definitely blocked with it in the right spot. He otherwise would have gone too low and wouldn't have necessarily gotten good value on it. For example, on this turn, he only would have been able to block 2 or 4 with it. So he blocked with it correctly, but he has to be able to find some rune chants over the next couple turns and set up one last big turn with that card like Mauvrian Skies or whatever cards he's able to put into Rune Gate in order to threaten Stefano's life total.
We make our way back to Exilius. We find an Eloquent Eulogy as the card here. Means we are able to banish, make a rune chant, play Mauvrian Skies, send 1 point of Arcane alongside 4 physical damage, threatening to make an Eloquence and 3 additional rune chant tokens.
And this is that power of the Rune Gate one. He didn't have the resources to do the hard cast here, so that Mauvrian Skies wasn't playing that effect. But what it is playing is give me an extra card, because if you're playing this deny me the rune chants type game, then you have to block out this Eloquent Eulogy with the Mauvrian Skies on hit. Otherwise, Exilius is going to be able to fire anything he wants on the next turn.
We see an Eloquence token made, a point of damage taken. Our Vincent player falling to 16 will be staring down a Hamstring Shot alongside Seek and Destroy. This arrow feels like it can be incredibly painful for a hero like Vincent.
Absolutely. Hamstring Shot makes them, I believe, have to pay. You get cost replacements, which is what Rune Gate counts as, before you get cost adjustments, which is what Hamstring Shot and effects like Frostbite have. So Rune Gate is going to make it free, and then Hamstring Shot is going to make it cost 1 more.
We do see a bit of an awkward reduce to Rune Chant in the hand here for Exilius. We see time and again they're getting slightly punished for their inability to find these Malefic incantations, Rune Chant generators, and thus that defense reaction kind of stuck with nowhere to go. We see widespread destruction, Eloquent Eulogy, and a Deadwood Dirge here to place this hand together. Some fantastic aggressive options, but of course, Hamstring Shot causing a bit of a hindrance.
It's unfortunate that their arsenal is full here, because there's an opportunity to say, I'll get more value out of this reduced to Rune Chant later on another turn where I might need it, and I can play my efficient Deadwood Dirge, widespread destruction, turn and arsenal it. As it is, he has to find a way to make the most out of these defensive cards and still do something with his turn, whether it's playing that card out of Arsenal or playing a card out of the Banish Zone after banishing it at the start of the turn. Either way, he's going to have to pay for it. Not optimal in this spot.
8 damage coming across the line here. Half of Exilius' remaining life total being threatened. And we can see how impactful this turn is for their future hopes of becoming a calling champion.
Hamstring Shot, I think, is the source of Exilius' trouble. I think there's a couple lines you can just slam take if that wasn't the case. But with this, we've now seen it in 2 matchups from Stefano. Not a card that's necessarily mainboarded or sideboarded even in the 80 of most Azaleas in the room. I would take a bet. But it's been effective, I believe, against Cindra earlier in the day. It's been effective here against Vincent. There's a lot of these red line heroes, even in the Azalea mirror match in the format, that Stefano is being rewarded for having this card in his deck.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the list from Stefano, there is a selection of powerful one-off arrows. We saw that Sleep Dart coming in clutch earlier in the day. More importantly, the full 3 copies of Hamstring Shot this weekend, and we're seeing them paid dividends for having access to that card.
Exilius deep in the tank of how to be able to not just block and present value on this turn. Obviously, that's part of the equation, but which is the one that gets him towards his winning endgame state the most? This widespread destruction in his hand poses the opportunity to help him towards that by costing Stefano a card as well as dealing him damage. But if that's not going to be an efficient way to play out the turn, maybe he can find something better, block a little bit and throw something smaller, or pass the turn altogether.
And you can see again the deliberation in the face of these players. Oscilio is taking a moment to understand what is left in their deck, what may remain if they buy their time and wait a little longer to put the pieces together. This hamstring shot proving its value in this current format. As you previously alluded to, other heroes like Cindra struggle to handle the extra resource charge. A pretty intriguing card in the Azalea mirror match as well, but here doing some real damage to Oscilio on Vincent.
Something we haven't even discussed is the role of this Eloquent Eulogy. Could be a good one, Runegate 1, even if he doesn't want to attack on this turn and just wants to banish something and pass with that hamstring shot. It's a good one to have in there for the future.
We'll see that Eulogy committed to blocks here, and Deadwood Dirge pitched away for reduced to Rune Chant. 1 damage making its way through, but a Rune Chant generated off the back of that defense reaction. Widespread Destruction will be banished to make a Rune Chant, and we'll be looking to pass the turn back here. No, we have access to...
It got destroyed by Seek and Destroy.
No, I got myself excited. I got myself excited for another Deadwood Dirge, and alas,
No.
Seek and Destroy ruining my fun and Oscilio's as well.
I respect this play a lot. I think what Oscilio did there is he played the more patient game, set up that Widespread Destruction. Ultimately, in the equation, that Widespread Destruction is a very important card in this endgame state. He had ways to cast it on that turn. They would have meant taking quite a lot of damage because of the hamstring shot effect. So instead, prioritizing block now, set up some of those rune chants. Because I'm creating a rune chant on defense here and a rune chant on the banish at the start of my turn, I know that the Widespread Destruction will be castable on the following turn. So a little bit more patient play, keeping him some life, allowing him to live through that clock from the Carrion Husk. And now on this turn, he'll be looking to cast that Widespread Destruction, and depending on the hand, maybe even more.
Oscilio now on the back foot. We'll take a look at their hand as they stare down a bolt-in shot for 7 with Go again. Widespread Annihilation at the front of their hand there. Another Deadwood Dirge finally showing their faces, trying to make those attacks come together. We see Shadow Puppetry. The problem, of course, with this hand, if Oscilio wants to make everything work with Deadwood Dirge, they're going to need to keep 2 cards to be able to play that Widespread Destruction as to not lose the Dirge to their hero ability.
Yeah, he's going to have to banish something at the start here in order to get to that 3rd rune chant. He's going to want to hold on to that Shadow Puppetry, I'd imagine. Maybe not, unless if he doesn't value forcing through the rune chant to destroy the arsenal. There's a lot of options available to him. Another payoff of the diligence he showed last turn in not attacking and keeping that life was keeping that Eloquence around. There are cards in his deck that Eloquence can use to create a second action point. Those instants like Cull and Funeral Moon. Unfortunately, still hasn't seen a single copy of those all game, so he hasn't been able to draw into the cards that can get maximum value out of this Eloquence, and if he had played that Deadwood Dirge last turn, it would have gone away.
Some potent options in Oscilio's deck, but they're going to need to find them fast. This Bolin shot has them falling all the way down to 6, with 2 blood deck cards in that banish zone, taking a toll on our shadow hero, as Stefano considers their reload. And whether or not Death Dealer is the better way to do the job. They do indeed close the chain. No reload declared here. We'll pitch away Spire Sniping to load in another Bolton shot and draw a card. What will we find from the top of the deck to accompany this Bolton shot?
Not a lot of ways for Oscilio to use the second action point from the Shadow Puppetry here, and even less ways now that Stefano is presenting more damage on this turn and attacking with a bigger number that demands Oscilio to block. And now, Stefano using that Knock the Death Whistle to go searching out a potent card. It might be something like a Hamstring Shot or a Retina Ledger, making it even harder for Oscilio to throw anything meaningful back at him.
See if we can see what Stefano's considering. Always just too far back, but it looks like Red in the Ledger will be the pick in this case. Looking to tag this one in with Dominate. Kind of getting a read, I think, maybe from Oscilio's hand. Declared no blocks on that Bolin shot. Took the risk that all these cards are required to take multiple game actions. And Stefano Meoni is not interested in staring down multiple attacks. It will be 5 points of dominate damage. That entire fridge has been torn apart. There is no way to stop this red in the ledger from connecting.
You mentioned that Axelius had signaled by saying no blocks that he wanted to do more than one thing on this turn with his hand. That's how Vincent works. That's how they're going to be using 4 cards. Red in the ledger, therefore, a very good pick. Also, Dominate is going to leak a couple damage in. And with that Carrion Husk, if he just even dominates 5 a couple times in a row, Axelius' only outs to that are Haunting Rendition or a Sink Below that he can stick into Arsenal. Assuming those aren't in the case, 1 or 2 damage a turn, 1 from the Carrion Husk, Axelius is on a clock.
We see Widespread Annihilation dedicated to the blocks here. Will be 2 more points of damage, knocking Axelius all the way down to 4. But we do have 3 cards to work with to tie this hand together. Vincent will trigger at the start of the turn here. We'll see a Banish to generate that 3rd rune strand. It's going to be the Shadow Puppetry. Otherwise, not making much use. We'll see Widespread Destruction as the play from the Banish zone. 2 cards left remaining in hand here.
Unfortunately, the 2 cards just get stuck there as a result of not blocking that first link and then getting specifically the red in the ledger to follow it up. Banishing the Shadow Puppetry, an intelligent move to limit the blood that he's going to take and maybe be able to try to kill if Stefano can stumble here.
Stefano Meoni smells blood here. Will be falling to 3 from the Carrion Husk in the Banish zone. Keeps an entire hand to work with. It will be Death Dealer loading the Spire Sniping. Gets to take a look at what they may find on top. Let's see if we can join in. They're keeping those cards on top. We see a Rain Razors, a Knock the Death Whistle. Will find the arrow that can gain a Dominate to try and close this door.
Didn't find it off the Spire Sniping, but has another knock in hand. Again, this Dominate seems like the answer to this puzzle where both these heroes turn into this sort of block a bit, send a bit, block a bit, send a bit pattern, as often happens in Fab later in the lower life totals. In this case, Stefano finding anything. I don't know whether he has a buff in hand, but 5 block, 5 attack can be enough just on its own with that blood debt counter on Axelius' side.
That Lace with Blood Rot will be the recipe of success here. 8 Dominate will be enough for Stefano Meoni to close the quarterfinal. The story continues. Azalea Ace in the Hole is in our semi-finals.
I feel vindicated. We had a call last week, Scott, to prepare for this event. I said Azalea will be here on the winners tables. We'll take down the whole thing. Someone on that call scoffed. I don't remember who exactly it was, but Azalea here in the hands of Stefano Meoni. It's feeling like the story of the weekend. It's feeling like something that should be and shall be like Pablo at the PT just before it. I don't know if he's going to win, but I'm rooting for him now.
Look, if you want to call me out live on air, that's okay. I understand that I am not as good at flesh and blood as some of the players we've seen in the feature match area, but I'm going to try and get better at my national championship. We got some national championships on the horizon. I will be playing mine in a few weeks' time. I know you've got yours to look forward to as well. 46 countries remaining as players across the world try and qualify for this year's World Championship.
We've said it time and time again this weekend. This weekend setting the tone for the national championship season that's coming up, where this sets the meta. Possibly, if Stefano can take this out, this changes the meta as well. It's a really interesting time to be in this just pre-Nats period, and Nats itself will continue to change the meta, both through the effect of LL and through the effect of the responding to what other countries have done. It's a great period of flesh and blood competitive play.
If the shifting metagame doesn't excite you enough, maybe these promo cards will. Conqueror of the High Seas will be the choice for our players playing their national championships. But if you're not qualified, there's still some juicy goodies for you.
Looking for a Scrap is a lovely card to see in a cool, small text box alt art. It's a card that, as a generic, will always be playable in some of these classes that are low to the ground with those 1 power cards, but still need to be able to deal damage and go wide. Love to see that. It's going to be very important against Gravy Bones, I think.
There are numerous faces who have done the dirty before. National champions of last year on screen for you now. Dan McKay, Emad Kashi, Evan Herndon, sadly no longer the US national champion, has been usurped by Margin Bay. But Jacob Trossing, Xing Sang, they still have the chance to defend their title and become back-to-back national champions.
I'd love to see some storylines like that get played out this year as we go into the 2025 season. Also, in the light of the World Player of the Year race that we were talking about earlier wasn't in effect last year. This year, these national championships are great opportunities to rocket up that leaderboard.
If you're hoping to find yourself on one of these slides, I've got 4 spots you can fill. Margin Bay, our first national champion of the year in the States, taking things home with Verdance, Thorn of the Rose just last week. 4 silhouettes remain to be filled, and I'm hoping to see me, maybe you, and some of the folks at home on those.
I think next year we'll be picture 2 and 3 on this board.
Someone's got to make that happen, and apparently that's me. I guess I'll try. Need to get a little bit better at that whole flesh and blood thing. But very excited to see how the National Championship season plays out this time around. There's lots to look forward to. Remember, there will be coverage for 2 more National Championships, including the UK National Championships, on the official Fab TCG YouTube channel. So plenty of coverage to enjoy. Of course, we don't know what those events are going to look like yet, because 2 of the heroes in our top 8 linger at the top of the Living Legend leaderboard.
New and Azalea could go away today. We just saw Stefano advance to the semifinals. We haven't seen yet whether the New is in the semifinals as well. These heroes could LL today if they win the event. Dash could LL next week at the first Nationals week. So too could either of New or Azalea, who doesn't LL today. This meta will be shifting.
It is time for me to update the story for you, Gabe. Our semifinals that we will be watching next round will be following Stefano on Azalea as they try to reach Living Legend with that deck. Their opponent, New Alluring Desire. Those 2 heroes will meet one more time in the semifinals, which guarantees that our finals today will have Living Legend implications.
This is 2 weeks in a row now that it has felt like we had on one side of the bracket a semifinals, Azalea New. That happened at US Nationals last week as well. It was exciting. We saw someone. No, it happened in a quarterfinals last week, and therefore we saw one of them make it to the semifinals, and they didn't manage to make it to the finals. This week, ever more important having it in the semifinals rather than the quarterfinals, because as you say, we're going to have LL on the line in these finals.
We're going to know that final match is going to be someone's final dance, or at least the opportunity for it. I'm looking forward to seeing which of these 2 heroes makes it all the way there. We'll see you again very soon. one way or the other, history is about to be made. Our semi-final round, Azalea ace in the hole, new Alluring Desire, and worth remembering, Tommaso Vicido is our new player in this game who is on that World Tour leaderboard and is chasing down that title.
Already gotten several points just by being here in the semifinals. A win, just a couple points more. Very important day for him. Already a big success.
We've talked about this matchup a little bit over the weekend, but there are some new implications at play. I think both these players clearly played the matchup a few times over the course of the Swiss. They understand what they're supposed to be paying attention to. What do you think we should be paying attention to?
Well, we watched this game once on day one between Stefano and another very respectable player in the name of Pablo Pintor. So we know what this looks like from Stefano's side. When we watched that game, he showed he had a diligent game plan. It was relying on dominate after dominate. Don't let those D-reacts get value. If you can dominate the red in the ledger, don't let new do any of those big things. Try to stop them doing the thing they want to do, disrupting you back.
Okay.
And on the new side, I think this matchup, not necessarily, you want to be throwing disruption, you want to be throwing some damage, but by the end of the game, it often starts to come down to the fatigue question.
Yes.
Not necessarily all 60 cards out of deck, but having a count of those important buffs and those important arrows and knowing which ones aren't in the deck anymore. There will be a lot of graveyard checking in the second half of this game. We're going to be looking forward to it. We had it yesterday already. It's a vital part of this matchup.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think it's also worth noting that Tommaso's new list does contain 3 copies of Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card we've alluded to a few times is becoming popular again as Azalea has made her way back up towards the metagame. You talked about it a little yesterday that it's not always the first copy of that card that matters the most, but the second one that can be pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, and in yesterday's game, we saw the Warmonger's Diplomacy on turn 1 or 2 be blocked with instead of played, which meant the copy 2 and 3, which came up later when Pablo had lower life total, had less effect for him than if he had prioritized playing out that Warmongers on that early turn. So we'll see how Tommaso interacts with the Warmongers in his decks, whether he prioritizes playing it early, forcing the activation of that arm piece, the long draw half gloves, and making Warmongers 2 and 3 really impactful for Stefano here.
I want to take a quick look at who is in our other semi-final before we make our way to the floor for this game. Marko Leben's streak of dominance continues. Gravy Bones is in our other semi-final. They will have to usurp Filip in 4th on Cindra, Dracai of Retribution.
I think we've seen this match at the top end of the bracket player for player in the late rounds of the Swiss already. Tommaso and Stefano, we've seen this match between Stefano and a top-level new player. This feels like a very familiar semifinals, and it feels like an accurate summary of the weekend we've seen so far.
Talk about a summary. 4 different heroes. It's the first metagame boiling down to the very end. Who knows who might be our eventual winner, but I want to get one step closer to finding out. So it's going to be Stefano Meoni on Azalea ace in the hole versus Tommaso Vicido on new Alluring Desire. We see Stefano going first here, so some potential for early dominate to leak some damage free of charge. Something I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing.
Now, we've talked about Stefano throughout this weekend as a player to watch, as an Azalea specialist. We've seen him on camera throughout this weekend. It feels like he's becoming the protagonist of the tournament. Something we haven't talked about these last few times we've seen him up here is he is a hometown hero. He is Italian here at this Italian calling, and across the table, another Italian. So not only are we necessarily going to get a Living Legend final, we're also going to get an Italian, a local player in the final as well.
Yeah, I think anyone who maybe isn't familiar with the competitive Flesh and Blood scene might not be aware, but the Italians, they know how to play Flesh and Blood. They are certainly an incredible range of characters. They have an incredible skill set, and we're seeing that on full display this weekend as the Emperor Rome sleeves for Tommaso Vicido are nice and clear on the table. You can tell where those loyalties lie. That team, an incredible suite of players from here in Italy. I'm really happy to see them finding some success this weekend.
We see this from Stefano. He's already flipped up his equipment. He's ready for this game. He knows what he's presenting, and I think he knows that his opponent, as a familiar player, knows exactly what he's presenting. Stefano is a Azalea player through and through, clearly committed to that Skullbone crosswrap, ever important in this matchup as well. There's no mysteries here.
Yeah, no mysteries indeed. The expected suite for our new player as well. We've seen that Spider's Bite making an appearance a few times over the course of this weekend. Azalea, not really a hero that wants to block, but Spider's Bite capable of making them arguably unable to block at times.
I think the role of the Spider's Bite on the new side of this matchup is occasionally you're going to be doing that Dagger, Tunic, Codex, CNC line as the new player because CNC has so much potency against Azalea. If you use a Beckoning Mistblade there, it's just the 7 damage and the CNC on hit on 6. If you use the Spider's Bite, that CNC is unavoidable, meaning they can't pick the right card for the moment off Codex, they just have to lose the card.
We see Knock the Death Whistle to kick things off this game, searching for Endless Arrow. This feels like a very interesting choice. Stefano already showcasing they're not interested in losing cards this early in the game. Endless Arrow dominated is going to find its way back to you.
That's the thing. I think Stefano wants to use this Knock the Death Whistle on turn 0 to deal as much damage as possible. Could have picked something like Red in the Ledger, but knew has plays that he could do on turn 1 that get around the Red in the Ledger anyways. This Endless Arrow lets him buff it all the way to 10 instead of just playing 1 buff for 7 or 8 off of one of those 1 costs. He goes to 10, gets the Endless back, starts with an Arsenal, and has dealt possibly up to 6 or 7 damage here.
Yeah, even more importantly, that Seek and Destroy trigger coming out on turn 0 does mean that Tommaso will not have the flexibility to keep around defense reactions or other potent cards in that arsenal as their first turn progresses. Pretty perfect start here for Stefano.
I am interested by what I see in Tommaso's hand already. There's just 3 cards. We're going to get another, but we see a Surgical Extraction and we see blues. There are ways to play this turn, and we see a Warmonger's Diplomacy. There's a lot of options available to Tommaso here that can truly punish his opponent regardless of that Seek and Destroy effect.
We see them debating exactly how they want to pitch here. Going to be starting things off with a dagger some which way, but that Codex of Frailty not at its most powerful at this stage of the game. We see the Warmonger's Diplomacy pitched away for a later day to enable Beckoning Mistblade, and we see maybe the earliest long draw half club block I've ever seen. I really like this. The Warmonger's Diplomacy being pitched here is definitely suggestive of a chance of a second copy being available in the hand for Tommaso. And by blocking with these long draw half clubs, we're ready if that's the case.
And it's not just that, but he does have a good read that maybe Tommaso has another disruptive ability that's going to come in the form of an attack. And that's why he decides to pitch that Warmonger's away. In this case, it's going to be that Surgical Extraction, this long draw half clubs, denying the ability to go again off the Surgical and do more after it. Instead, it's just going to come in for 4 if he does end up playing it.
Spider's Bite will connect, will drain some blocking power from any arrows. Stefano may have access to it. Will be Surgical Extraction as the follow-up here. 4 points of damage, threatening to rip away a card from our Azalea.
Diligent and careful play. There were other avenues available to Tommaso. He could have led with that Surgical Extraction, holding that Warmonger's and maybe using his boots to play out this Warmonger's at the end of the turn. With that 5 pitch available, he even could have woven a dagger into there. Instead saying, I want to make sure I get that block off the boots and that block off the arms later on in this game for full effect before I pop it too preemptively.
That Surgical will connect to eats a copy of Knock the Death Whistle to make a silver. And we'll take a look at Stefano's hand together. We see Bolt-in Shot, Falcon Wing, and 2 different buffs. So hard to pick a hole in this hand.
We know that the Endless Arrow is in Arsenal, so there are a limitation to the number of actions and arrows that Stefano can play here. Maybe it tells Tommaso this is a time to take a buff.
Interesting decision, and we do see Tommaso doing exactly that. Love to see the premeditate taken away, trying to strip away the potential for that free arsenal from that Ponder token as we make our way back to Stefano's turn here. Tommaso just making sure they stack their pitch stack correctly. You never know. We might get back to that.
I think we will get back to that, to be honest. Stefano here hoping to hit something like a buff off the top of the deck with that Azalea ability. Then he's going to be able to activate Death Dealer and load one of those arrows. Notably, it being a Bolt-in Shot means he'll also be able to fire the other one if he draws into a card off the Death Dealer that he wants to Arsenal. Otherwise, one of those arrows can go straight into Arsenal himself.
Azalea activation tucks that Endless Arrow away for a rainy day. It will be a different, uniquely qualified Endless Arrow making its way into the arsenal. This one packed with a bonus dose of Dominate, lined up with Lace with Frailty for 7 points of damage.
Frailty not to be scoffed at in this matchup. It turns those daggers off. So if Tommaso ever has a line that he wants to be able to give a blue go again, something like a Bonds of Agony or a Persuasive Prognosis, or even buff up a Levels or a Surgical Extraction, not going to work on any turn you have a Frailty. It is a relevant disease in this matchup.
We see Sink Below at the front of the hand there for Tommaso. Levels of Enlightenment, Leave No Witnesses, also available in his hand. We see the defense reaction doing what it does best, sinking away, fixing the hand, and finding an Enlightened strike here for Tommaso. The potential to chain together a surprisingly aggressive hand.
Does look like we have full gas options here to Tommaso. If we did see the Snapdragon Scalers on this Endless Arrow, that means there's going to be another attack here. Tommaso also has option. All of those cards are playable. All of those cards have 3 block in the bottom right. He could still choose to defend out this arrow and possibly the arrow that follows it.
Death Dealer here loading the Bolton shot. We see it committed here with no buffs. None at all.
Stefano was hoping when he loaded that Bolton shot that he could have drawn a buff. There is, of course, the chance that he drew into the Rain Razors. We didn't see it in the hand earlier. He might have been hoping this is the higher upside play. If I draw into a 0 for 3 buff, it becomes 7, and then I arsenal this Endless Arrow and fire it at the end of the turn. Huge turn. If he didn't draw Rain Razors, he gets a little bit punished, but I think it's worth it to go for that big turn because the goal of the game against these defensive and disruptive decks like New is get damage in whenever they let you, and this was a turn where they let him.
We do see one of those cards going to waste here for Stefano, opening up some breathing room for Tommaso on the other side. Enlightened Strike was the block of choice. 1 point of damage making its way through, and I love to see this from Stefano. They understand the level of Arsenal interaction available to New as a hero, contemplating which of these cards is the correct choice to park down there safely.
Not sure which one he chose between the Endless Arrow and the other card. I believe the other card should have been an arrow or maybe something like a Codex of Frailty. Otherwise, it's not a buff. Otherwise, I think it would have seen play. Stefano diligently deciding what to put into the arsenal and being rewarded for it if he made what he thinks is the right decision, because there is a Leave No Witnesses coming at him. So if he put the more losable card down there maybe, then this was the heads up play.
This time around, it will earn some defense from Stefano, but notably 2 arrows on blocking 2E there. That's important for numerous reasons. Less ammo to work with as the game goes long, but also very possible a slightly redundant hand here for Stefano. Had no better way of using all those cards. We'll find Azalea taking another spin. We've seen this time and again from Stefano. The plan in this matchup is to dominate often and consistently and make everything come together. They will find Take Aim to reload this time around. No need. Will Death Dealer to put an arrow into our arsenal instead, pitching away that tar pit trap, loading up Red in the Ledger.
I think this is a perfect example of one of those turns where you're just jockeying. He's not dealing a huge amount of damage. It's just 8. He didn't go for the Dominate, but it's because he has the Red in the Ledger, which forces some kind of response out of the New. It also shows the diligence of Azalea. He might have had too many arrows in that hand, which means it was a good opportunity to block, but also because he decided to put that Endless Arrow in Arsenal, he's showing again. He showed this against Pablo, and he's showing it again. That Endless Arrow is the most important arrow in the game because it represents not just one arrow, but possibly several arrows in your deck. You can't run out if you still have Endless Arrow available.
A suite of red reactions on blocking duty there for Tommaso Vesquido. Will be making their way into their turn with an Art of Desire body. This one almost certain in a way to draw a card against a deck like Azalea, but I've certainly seen Yellow Spire sniping cause some problems before.
I have some terrible luck with this card. If anything in this game has cursed me, it's Art of Desire Body. When I'm playing New or Arachne, I can play against Aurora, Cindra, and Azalea and hit exclusively yellows off the top of the deck.
It will be Remorseless on blocking duty this time around. The card will be drawn as a result, that card being banished to New's ability. But currently, no go again granted. We're just going to be more than content parking that card we held, which I believe was a Codex of Frailty, in the arsenal.
I think that's a heads-up play. Yes, it IPs 1 if it does hit off the top, but it does 2 things. Stefano's really disincentivized to block because of the hero text and how it interacts with that card, and if it hits an arrow off the top, your count of arrows remaining goes down 1, and you gain a life, meaning you get war buffer against that Dominate. So Tommaso playing in such a way that still plays around Stefano's game plan there.
Azalea spinning again here, finds a buff in lace with Blood Rot, will be Death Dealer, loading up an arrow to fire. It'll be Drill Shot this time around. Noticeably, that equipment suite for Tommaso. Oh, Yahtzee! We find 3 copies of Lace with Inertia. You can't remove 3 arsenals, but you can do 16 damage.
I think he wishes he had Dominate here and that drill shot was in arsenal instead of in hand to be loaded, but it's still a very happy outcome for him. 16 is a number. This is going to deal at least 4-ish, depending on what gets blocked, or depending on what block is available. The Blood Rot will come in for a little bit more. It'll take that inertia, meaning you have more defensive or offensive ability in the future if that is a defense reaction in hand. He couldn't park it in Arsenal to get around Dominate. This is a pretty good turn. This is doing the thing you want to do, which is get damage through in the spots they give it to you.
Chat, is this good? Please explain why. 16 damage. Not a bad number. We see 2 cards being debated here for Tommaso on blocking duty. Interestingly, not reaching for that armor just yet. Maybe willing to sacrifice 1 piece to preserve the rest for a later turn.
You cursed it.
That's just how commentary works. Reaching and debating that arousing wave and silent stilettos, undertow stilettos. Oh, there's so many shoes. So many shoes to think about.
I think it is quite a diligent decision to not go for those. It's debatable. We saw Tommaso debating it, but holding on to at least one of them, or if Stefano decides to put a -1 on the mask and then giving access to the arousing and undertow, still able to block later. If Stefano ever has to respond to a disruptive hand by just coming in with something like a red in the ledger for 5, he'll still have block available on the equipment to do that on a more important on-hit than this drill shot.
Looks like it is that mask being debated, as are the stilettos. It will be the shoes being removed from the equation here. And we'll make our way back to Tommaso. Looks like a surgical extraction and a Passover in the hand here. Means we'll be starting things off with that Beckoning Mistblade and using that tunic to hopefully leverage a 5 power surgical with a little bit of luck.
With no real block left on equipment unless he's willing to give up the tunic, this Beckoning Mistblade is more reliable from the news side. Often you don't want to be planning around it hitting, and when you have no armor available, you can sort of expect it to hit. Stefano, though, understands the potency of that card, and having a great read on there being something like surgical. That's why Tommaso would have led with that dagger. He's also playing against a player, sees that the dagger is leading, sees that it's important, and that surgical gets pushed to pitch. If he hadn't done it this way, this would have been Mistblade into surgical 5 go again into that Codex and Arsenal for leave no witnesses. Instead, it's going to be dagger, dagger, Codex for CNC. Still very potent, but a little bit less so.
Yeah, talk about a great read here. We kind of saw that surgical being pitched, and immediately Stefano reached for the Arsenal. The implications of pitching surgical means there has to be something better to do with your time, and Codex of Frailty was certainly part of that equation. We look at leave no witnesses. We do take a peek at that surgical extraction down there as well. So a few options to select here potentially for Tommaso.
Tommaso wishes he had a CNC. I called it out earlier, but it doesn't seem like he's found a Command & Conquer available to go into that grave in this first quarter-ish of the game. So leave no witnesses being the choice. There's some wasted resources here.
Yeah, certainly not ideal for Tommaso as this turn has played out, but Codex of Frailty looking to leverage its power nonetheless. We'll find Stefano popping Amplifying Arrow back into the Arsenal for now. We'll see what they relinquish from their discard. Will be a copy of Bolt and Shot. That arrow turned quickly face down. And we'll see if Stefano is interested in keeping that safe for a future turn.
That's the question. Did he pick Amplifying because it's yellow, denies the silver, and he doesn't care about losing it as an option for a Codex later in the game? Or did he pick Amplifying because he intends to block 4 or 5 in this spot and then have that Amplifying Arrow for one big last turn after he ships it to the bottom with Azalea?
Yeah, worth noting that Arousing Wave definitely playing a real factor in this turn. Does offer the ability to jump this Leave No Witnesses up to 5 and score the Arsenal. We do see that Amplifying Arrow being defended, Leave No Witness being respected. 5 block here from Stefano.
I like this play. It shows that he has a game plan of which arrows he wants to have available late in the game. In this case, protecting that Amplifying Arrow, knowing he'll have some buffs available to him and he can maybe come in for some massive number like 18. Because Tommaso didn't have to pop the Tunic on that turn without the Beckoning Mistblade line, he's instead able to convert that Tunic resource into 2 health, defending against the Blood Rot with that 2 floating. Also an effective way to use those resources, paying off for the bimodal way he had planned out his turn.
We'll make our way back to Stefano, just confirming if they have already ticked up their Tunic before continuing. fanning through that yard. This is kind of what you alluded to at the start of this game. Players confirming they understand what has happened on every turn sequence so far. Flipping over that amplifying arrow, taking a peek with Skullbone Cross Wrap, as we have seen so many times on the weekend so far. That card will go to the bottom for now.
Doesn't want to risk losing that amplifying arrow to a leave no witnesses in CNC without getting any value off of it, including the Skullbone Crosswrap value. So might as well cash that in now. Next turn, it matters a little bit whether it's top of deck or whether it's face up or face down in order to activate the Skullbone again, but he's fine with it as is.
Yeah, that amplifying arrow saved for next turn. Not tucked away with Azalea just yet as we make our way back to Tommaso here. Does have a life discrepancy to cover, but definitely has control of the narrative right now. We'll see Bonds of Agony pitch to facilitate Beckoning Mistblade. Let's see if we can see what else they're working with this turn. Levels of Enlightenment. They finally found that Command and Conquer. And the cheeky Sigil of Solace doing a great job at representing tricks, of course. Levels of Enlightenment here happily rewarded for this Beckoning Mistblade. Doing a fantastic job at drawing a bonus card. We see Bonds of Attraction the pick up here as a result of the go again. Granted, it will be used to fuel this Command and Conquer. And of course, that Sigil will find plenty of value towards the end of this turn.
Command and Conquer coming one turn too late to be in the grave for that Codex last turn, but it's still very potent here. It's taking Stefano off of this amplifying arrow that he's clearly protected, but also drawing that card off that Level's Enlightenment. He's still able to play it, and pay for giving it go again as well. He'll keep doing a lot of things. Playing that Sigil here tells me that Arsenal, the famous Codex of Frailty.
Pretty impressive stuff. Those stilettos are cashed in to tie everything together, slithering along to Codex of Frailty. Once again, this dilemma will face both of our players. Ponder and Frailty enacted on the table, leave no witnesses on the horizon.
One of the strongest things you can do in New is take an opponent's arsenal, give that attack go again, and then Codex to force them to put another card into arsenal, discarding a card out of their hand when they do so. And because you're playing an assassin, you can pick a card that then takes that arsenal as well. That's 3 cards out with this play.
Stefano here needs to deliberate what they're willing to give away. Let's see as they pull back and remove their hand from the view. I got to get better at the timing on this thing.
I think I was going to say a little bit earlier that there's a part of this game where the Azalea's life total is not strictly an important metric of whether this game is successful for the New or not. It can be. You can win games on life and just threatening their life total if you roll in some scenarios, but often it's going to be about arrow count and deck count. However, a turn ago I would have said that was the case for this game. Now, Stefano is going to be behind on life probably by the end of this turn, and Tommaso having strung together this very disruptive turn, he's going to have tempo. So there is a possibility that we're going to start seeing one of those new Azalea games where Azalea goes low enough thanks to New's disruptive abilities and continued aggression, drawing the right cards and continuing to roll his opponent, that maybe by the end of this, New will be responsible for stripping cards from Azalea just on raw damage instead of on disruption.
We see Amplifying Arrow brought back once more. Rain Razors discarded. It will be Leave No Witnesses connecting this time. Another Rain Razors lost from the top of the deck there. That's a lot of endgame power and Bolt-in Shot enabling lost to Stefano. But they do have 3 cards to work with here to try and gain back the tempo. We'll start by taking aim. It will reload on our behalf. We'll flip over that Falcon Wing to look at the top card of the deck. Try and find something worth dominating away. This time, no dice. 6 go again, courtesy of Falcon Wing. This feels like a Codex lurking in the midst for Stefano.
It could be something like that, but if you are planning on firing another arrow with something like Codex of Frailty, having a Frailty yourself, being given it by your opponent's Codex on the previous turn, that gains 2 value for Tommaso's Codex of Frailty here. 1 on this Falcon Wing and 1 on whatever follows this. It's fine for Stefano, but he's not dealing the damage we've been saying he needs to do.
Yeah, definitely some subpar turns for Stefano Meoni here. That 1 card remains. We see Venomous Bite and Hiss stuck together in the hand again for Tommaso Vecino. These attack reactions serving best as defensive tools so far in this matchup.
And that's fine. I think often this is a matchup where New doesn't want to be playing out too many cards greedily. At least you do it if you get the opportunity, but otherwise you don't. And otherwise, they're really good 3 blocks.
Really good 3 blocks indeed.
That's what the deck wants to do.
That is what they are. Cannot deny that. Tommaso here taking the time. Let's see if we can figure out what's joined those reactions in their hand. Not quite, no dice. Okay, Homage to Ancestors there alongside that Venomous Bite. So 1 Chi card unable to block at the least. We'll take 2 damage here.
We're going to see what the follow-up from Stefano is, whether it was a Codex or whether that was just the best thing he could string together. It is a Codex. He's going to attack. It's not going to be huge thanks to the Frailty, but he's throwing a Frailty back to his opponent. Those daggers are turned off for this turn. He's creating a Ponder. If there's no disruptive capabilities, no Arsenal Destruction for Tommaso, this Ponder means that Stefano can get that impressive 5-card hand, that 17 Dominate on the next turn instead.
Yeah, Drill Shot for 3 here. Definitely not ideal. Earns the Hiss as a result, but I kind of agree with you here. That Frailty token definitely feels like the most important part of this equation. These tokens, the bane of both players here, definitely guilty of shutting down their capabilities. We see Persuasive Prognosis as the follow-up. We know that Homage to Ancestors was in hand, so this is very likely to be threatening a Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation here.
Absolutely. One of the ways to play against Assassin, and in particular to play against New, is to pay attention to what cards they block with and then what they attack with. In this case, Tommaso blocked with a Venomous Bite and a Hiss, and then throws down a Persuasive Prognosis. Does that tell Stefano that this is a Chi? Is a question of whether Stefano can read that correctly. It could also be a Justinic, and then you would block with those other reactions that require a pitch card and not hold this Persuasive Prognosis. But it's certainly weird to see attack reactions hit the bin and then have Persuasive played against you. It raises some alarm bells.
And we'll see the respect given to Justinic here with a block for 6 with these 2 arrows. And of course, the sidestep will be slightly punishing here. Homage to Ancestors will gain a life and then strip another card from Stefano's hand, courtesy of Mask. And you see it on their face. That is the last thing they wanted to see.
And that's the trick of blocking with that Hiss and Venomous. He's able to convince him, I think this might be a Justinic. Without the Tunic up, this is the way that explains this Persuasive Prognosis attack after blocking with those cards. Though Stefano gets the wrong read. He blocks 6. That also benefits Tommaso because that Banish from the hero ability will gain him 2 more life. So Tommaso getting totally the right end of the stick in that exchange, and Stefano unfortunately getting the wrong read on what was available to Tommaso that turn.
The follow-up will be Seek and Destroy here, allowing this Bolton shot to come in for 6 with Go again. Card drawn from Death Dealer does threaten a reload in a pinch. 24-19 here. These players definitely got to be a little mindful as the life totals make their way down as to how this game will progress. We see Enlightened Strike dedicated to the blocks here. A Sink Below in the hand for Tommaso will be used to block out the rest of this damage and keep their other 2 cards. No Sink. Another Codex of Frailty. This card defining the matchup time and again as these players attempt to chain together Frailty tokens and keep the assault coming.
He denied himself some of that value off the Sink Below because he thought that the Bolton shot reload would be very important with Death Dealer already tapped here and this being a long draw half glove matchup. Fortunately for Stefano, it was a Codex, which gets around that, and maybe Tommaso now wishing he had actually kept that 4 block available in hand. But still has a block in arms, which I believe is now left in his hand by accident. He can block this 4 kind of cleanly and get the value off the drill shot, not let that -1 counter do too much against him.
Drill shot for 4 here, kind of forcing the issue with that armor block one way or the other. We see not ideal for Tommaso. That Command and Conquer in hand alongside a blue does mean they would prefer to keep their hand together. They do so here. 3 damage from the drill shot is taken. Will the counter go atop the Tunic or the Mask? It will be the Mask that is lightly chewed on as we make our way back to Tommaso.
It almost serves Tommaso here in this weird twisted way because you want to be able to have that 1 floating for a Rousing Wave on a turn you're coming with a Command and Conquer, and he does. He's pitching a blue for CNC. Having a counter, a -1 counter on the Arousing Wave serves him here. It gives Stefano a little think. It almost says, don't block this for 6 because it's going to become 7.
Stefano will have to debate that Arousing Wave as they consider their blocks here. That card in Arsenal under threat from Command and Conquer, of course. Fiendel Spring Tunic, capable of covering 7 if they are worried about keeping that card intact. Stefano here, debating their options. Command and Conquer, of course, very pressing. Arguably slightly problematic at times for a deck like Azalea.
Tommaso reading through his own graveyard here, checking what he has left available to him. It's a bit too early in his deck for really to be looking at threat density, that's also not the matchup. It's not about what offensive capabilities he has left. Really, the question is, what defense reactions does he have left and defensive capabilities? In terms of offense, he might be checking for Command and Conquers, in which case there's one copy left in his deck, but he wants to see, is he going to be able to live through whatever Stefano can do in these future turns and slow him down with some of these cards like CNCs and Leave No Witnesses, and otherwise, what will he have to do to get through that other half of Stefano's deck that we still see?
We'll do those graveyards being contemplated here by Stefano, weighing up the repercussions of letting their arsenal go, cards they block with in their hand, into the abyss forever. We'll see a cheeky peek at the opposing graveyard as well. Let's see if we can wrap our head around that hand now that it's on the table. We see Release the Tension in the corner there.
I believe that might be 2 Release the Tensions, which can be very important cards in this matchup. So Stefano may be wanting to be able to pair them with a very large attack, especially a very large dominate attack like the one that would be able to be presented on this turn, having that card in Arsenal. But facing down the fact that he can't keep a card in Arsenal, maybe that Release the Tension is better used for block.
Yeah, remorseless bolt-in shot here, the arrows of choice as well. Incredible to see Stefano here weighing up the value of blocking 8 on this Command and Conquer and keeping that arsenal safe for a future turn, saving their Tunic breakpoint for another problematic attack. We see them palming those 3 cards, going back to palming 2, considering that Tunic, considering forcing the Arousing Wave. It will be a block for 6. Will Tommaso jump in?
I wonder what the effect of almost baiting your opponent with thinking about the 8, showing you respect the arsenal, and then just throwing down to 2, maybe saying this isn't the turn for me, and then asking his opponent. That Arousing Wave is going to have to get popped eventually. If it gets popped here, Stefano is happy to reset with that Release the Tension going into Arsenal. Maybe passing the turn that way.
Tommaso will not be dissuaded, will break this Arousing Wave. Do jump up with a Fang Strike to make this CNC an extra point of damage. Stefano taking 1, will lose that Arsenal card as a result. Was a copy of Tar Pit Trap, which would explain why they were not able to use it to soak up the damage from Command and Conquer.
And it's an unfortunate loss. We've talked about earlier this weekend how important that card can be in the Assassin matchup. But in Stefano's game plan here and in the role he's trying to play at this stage of the game, it's fine. He's not losing something that deals damage. He's losing something that defends. He's putting that Release of Tension in Arsenal and holding on to another one, trying, hoping to make it through one turn without disruption so that he can deal very big, unpreventable damage back at Tommaso.
We see the silver getting broken here by pitching Double Trouble. Another blue pitched for Beckoning Mistblade. We'll take a look at the hand. We see Sigil on the side for Tommaso here. See if we can't catch the rest. Leave No Witnesses, Art of Desire, so no blue here. This Beckoning Mistblade maybe being seen as bait with those 2 blue cards being pitched. No dice for Stefano. Does take the 1. That Mistblade will be active to little effect this time.
Stefano is unafraid of a Levels of Enlightenment. It's just damage. The only thing that matters is disruption. And it's possible that what was happening from Tommaso's side was not searching for a bigger Levels of Enlightenment, unless that happens to be his Arsenal card. It could have just been searching for a disruptive effect because he knows that's the only way he stays in this game is to keep throwing disruption. He needs to keep using his tempo effectively, and that's what he does. He finds the Leave No Witnesses off the top and then just strings together an awfully inefficient hand, but it doesn't matter how inefficient it is because it presents a breakpoint that takes Stefano off that Arsenal.
Both of these daggers here used very efficiently. Leave No Witnesses with 1 in hand, 1 in Arsenal, representing all kinds of shenanigans. But we know Sigil of Solace awaits on the other side for Tommaso Vecino. Stefano here debating, covering up this Leave No Witnesses. If
this isn't a Tar Pit Trap, he can't do 3 block and 1 equipment because of the fact that Spider's Bite exists. He could use Knock the Death Whistle as a 3 block, but he's looking at a way to cover up this Leave No Witnesses, and he's reaching for that Release the Tension we thought would be an important aggressive piece for him.
Release the Tension here, mitigated down to blocking duty. And we'll see that Tar Pit Trap coming through for the extra point. Sigil of Solace will be extended to gain some life for Tommaso.
Interesting prioritization of keeping the Tunic alive over keeping that Release the Tension. These start and play, stay and play effects will be giving him more value. I think Stefano thinks I'm not just going to get 1 more Tunic in 2 turns. I'm going to get 1 in 5 turns as well. And both of those their ability to load Tunic, Death Dealer, draw a card is going to be really critical for getting these last few very big turns off as we reach the end of the game.
Release the tension, flipped away for a Bolton shot. It is followed by Read the Glide Path and Lace with Blood Rot. We do have some momentum back here for Stefano Meoni. It's 9 points of dominated go again damage with a Blood Rot in tow.
Stefano choosing to not keep an arsenal at the end of this turn because he finally hit that dominate. So many times he's activated that Azalea and just gotten a buff off the top of the deck, whether he knew it and had looked at it and had confirmation, or when he went blind, I believe, once. Azalea, in this case, turning into some damage, and he doesn't care about keeping that arsenal. He's worried it'll get disrupted anyways. What he cares about is getting that damage now, and in 2 turns, he'll be able to get it again after setting up an arsenal.
We go way back to Tommaso. It's Bonds of Attraction to start this turn with 2 cards in hand, 1 left in the arsenal here.
These are very timid effects, these Bonds of Attraction. Even when they're presented as 1-card hands, you're not really scared of them. When they're presented as 3 or 4-card hands, you're thinking you might get a Nick just for some damage. You might get a Chi just to be able to activate that Mask of Momentum, Mask of Haunting Nightmares, and take your opponent off a card. Both ways, Stefano would usually, in an earlier spot in the game, be fine with taking this damage. In this case, the on-hit of 1 card off the top of the deck is what's starting to matter against Stefano.
Painful sequences here from Tommaso Vicido. We see Mask of Recurring Nightmares utilized with that Chi. A card dedicated to blocking and just a Nick, pushing this effect over anyway. Not only will this strip additional threats from Stefano, but this is a healthy chunk of life being gained potentially for Tommaso, putting them back out of range of these big dominate attacks.
A couple points of life gained for Tommaso, a couple points of life lost for Stefano. 3 cards out of deck lost for Stefano, kind of 4. 1 on block, 1 to Mask, 1 to Just a Nick, and 1 to the Bonds of Attraction. That's what New needs to do. That deck is getting really thin for Stefano.
Stefano is going to take aim, flip the Spire sniping, revealed with this cross wrap. Taking a look for something more premium on the top of that deck to fire with their dominated ability. It will not come to fruition. Just 7 points of damage from this makeshift turn here.
While Tommaso thinks about how he's going to block, I want to take a look maybe at the deck size for Stefano. It looks like that's about the size of his Banish Zone, and both his Banish Zone and his deck look about half the size of the deck, of the graveyard. That means to me he's got about 15, 16, depending on if he overboarded, maybe 18 cards left. Only a couple of them are going to be arrows based on the ratios these players usually play towards. Stefano, he might be getting fatigued here.
Tommaso here with the quickest Tunic block I have ever seen. Doesn't come to much. Art of Desire going to get jumped up by Venomous Bite. It will be a swift chunk of damage, eating Knock the Death Whistle. No card drawn here for Tommaso as their turn comes to an end. Stefano finding themselves at 6, but for the first time in quite a while, undisrupted, has 4 cards to work with here to put something together. Death Dealer loads red in the ledger. This feels like a big part of hopefully assembling some kind of turn to claw back into this game.
Tommaso actively choosing to take a lot of damage there in order to continue to enact this plan of playing something that will get a card off the top of the deck. He knows that Art of Desire Body will, especially with that Venomous Bite being added on top of it. He's going to be dealing damage back to Stefano, taking cards off the deck, top of the deck. He's happy. Maybe regretting it just a touch here, given that the clapback of the non-disruptive hand was red in the ledger specifically, which is Stefano's way back in.
We see the count there from Tommaso. 12 cards remaining for Stefano Meoni, and that influences the decision here to block out this red in the ledger and continue to play this grindy attrition-based game. Stefano, looking at a hand that I think contains a Rain Razors, may have the potential to jump this over the top with those extra cards if they really want to force to a point of damage. Going to take a moment, consider what's been exhausted by Tommaso so far before making that all-important decision.
I think what Stefano is scared of is the third Warmongers. 1 on block here, 1 on block or pitch earlier in the game. Where is the third copy? Stefano could just play this for 1 damage here, gets the Ponder, or he could be planning to use it for the Amplifying Arrow next turn. Instead, he chooses to play it and continue to chip just small amounts in.
Red in the ledger, up and active. Tommaso down to 13 here. Ponder token resolves. Finds perhaps a more interesting card for Stefano's following turn. Looked like the Amplifying Arrow that made its way into the arsenal. The 1-card hand will be Leave No Witnesses from Tommaso here. Will earn a response from Stefano if they want that Amplifying Arrow to remain.
Every time Stefano finds a way back into the game, he found a non-disruptive turn from Tommaso, and he just took the damage. Then he got a red in the ledger, took an entire hand, only got a one-card play back. That one-card play is leave. Tommaso always seems to be finding that ability to time his attacks perfectly. That leave was, I think, in Arsenal earlier, which means he prioritized at that point in time the Art of Desire body and those kinds of higher damage plays on top of the leave no witnesses. Now that Stefano's lower, plays that leave, we lose one of those cards to the top of the deck and the arsenal, and Stefano's back to a smaller hand at this stage.
Yeah, Amplifying Arrow and Falcon Wing lost to that impactful attack. 2 more arrows disappearing. Much like Stefano's momentum in this game, they're going to need some help to stay in this one. We see Endless Arrow loaded from Death Dealer, that final Codex of Frailty being pitched away to facilitate this turn. We see the counting you were alluding to earlier in the day. How many arrows remain? How likely am I to hit something in the dark with a little bit of Dominate? With this few cards remaining, Stefano very likely to be aware of their pitch stack to some extent. It's been a while since we saw a knock the Death Whistle. These cards are the only thing remaining to give them a chance of becoming a calling champion.
3 cards in hand, if those are big buffs, and if that's an arrow on the top of the deck, this could be just a big enough Dominate to at least take Tommaso low and die to the final Dominate on a later turn. There are some sigils and some defense reactions I think still available for Tommaso that will enable him to live through more than just this 13 that we see.
We're going to see the Azalea flip blind, and it's Tar Pit Trap that makes its way into the arsenal, and Stefano Meoni's turn drops dead, immediately stuck with those remaining cards. The trap face up, unable to fire any arrows, and all of the momentum shifting straight back to Tommaso Vecino.
I think Stefano was in the need of a big Dominate. He knew that's his only chance at winning the game. He didn't know exactly his pitch stack, where exactly he was. It turns out he was at that Tar Pit Trap. Maybe it was even before the shuffle of the Knock the Death Whistle, and it was just sitting there, but punished with the Azalea there, unfortunately.
Beckoning Mistblade will be the start of this turn. We see Levels of Enlightenment in hand, pitched away for Spider's Bite here after the blade is denied by Skullbone Crosswrap. Unfortunately for Stefano, the remaining attack lurking in that hand is a copy of Command and Conquer. This Tar Pit Trap looking to be this Italian player's grave.
Even if he does attack with defend with a Tar Pit here, yes, the Command and Conquer loses on hit, but it's on hit right now is lethal. He's at 6 damage to a 2. Stefano's way on the back foot, has barely any deck left. This looks like it's been well piloted by New.
Yeah, I'm reliably informed. On hit die, not prevented by Tar Pit Trap, unfortunately.
That'd be great.
It would be a good card. Limited amount of cards left for Stefano on this side. Trying to find a way to keep the puzzle together. Does not want to dedicate another card to this Spider's Bite, but understands that it will cause the follow-up attack to become much more difficult to block.
Stefano thinking here. I think he's seeing the writing on the wall, but deciding he has to be able to block this. Otherwise, if this next attack has big enough damage, he's just going to die to not being able to block with the 3 bucks in his hand. So
will commit that Tar Pit Trap to the Spider's Bite, and we see Command and Conquer, which may earn as many as 3 cards here from Stefano, depending on how many arrows they have available. We'll see if we can take a glance. Endless Arrow laced with Frailty, release the tension. It's going to be 2 cards that will do the job this time. Means there are 2 buffs remaining here in Stefano's hand. No real way to utilize them to their maximum effect.
He's got 1 dream left. No.
And we do see Stefano Meoni offering the fist bump. The story of Azalea, ace in the hole, will continue for another week. But as we make our way into the finals, it may be the end of the Alluring Desire.
All weekend I've been saying if there was one of the 2 heroes that would be making it to Living Legend, I was putting my money on Azalea. I'll face it, I'm wrong. My original, not original, but one of my old town heroes, one of the heroes that I've enjoyed playing since her release last summer, New Alluring Desire. She's at the top level here in the finals of a calling on possibly her final day.
That was a really impressive showing from both of these players. I really want to call out that final spot there as we tried to find a dominated arrow from our Azalea player. Not the most obvious thing for players who are maybe newer to the game. It feels a little rough to be blind flipping in that spot, but these top players, they spot when the only way they're going to be able to steal a win is by finding that arrow and getting lucky, and taking that risk on this bigger stage with this much on the line takes some real bravado.
Absolutely, and we call it playing to your outs. And Stefano, having realized that early in the game he lost the tempo, he took a lot of damage to Nu, which is not always the way that matchup goes. He had to play to his outs, and he knew the out was taking some damage, taking some vanilla damage to set up 1 or 2 final dominates. He just couldn't get there.
As much as Stefano will no longer be joining us today, they have earned themselves a PTI from their performance this weekend here at this event, which means hopefully we'll be seeing them again at Pro Tour Singapore, which isn't too far away now. I want to talk about it one more time. If you fancy the trip of a lifetime and you would like to join us for what might be the most special Pro Tour so far, I would highly encourage you to make the trip this July.
I'm excited to watch this. I won't be there, so I'll be watching it at home. But this Pro Tour Singapore has a bunch of goodies on the line. And as always, the Pro Tour is like nothing else as a viewer and as a player.
100%. If you'd like a inflatable version of Victor Goldmane, or these particularly flashy-looking versions of Kasai and Cindra, you can grab them all with a souvenir package at the event if you'd like. All Pro Tour players will receive 1 random promo free of charge, and there will be dedicated side events for each and every hero over the course of the weekend, playing some of their respected limited formats where possible. Well worth checking those out if you'd enjoy that kind of event. If you prefer something a little more guaranteed, that souvenir package will come with all 3 promos, but it also comes with a dedicated playmat for this event to immortalize that for the rest of time, a High Seas themed deck box, and some Mastery Pack Guardian.
That might be one of the playmats of all time.
That is, in fact, one of the playmats of all time. If you prefer different souvenirs, of course, those sealed deck events will allow you to find the hero of your choice, if that's what you're looking for. Cindra, Kasai, Victor, all in rainbow foil with their alt art treatments. They will be available with dedicated side events for you to go and find them. If you're looking for Sile Sarong, Fabled event package will come packed with that playmat, some sleeves with that full art extended artwork as well, 1 of 3 random rainbow foil promos for our heroes from High Seas, and a very sweet cold foil gold token.
Usable by all of the heroes recently released in this High Seas set. There's a lot of goodies clearly available here at Singapore.
Yeah, really looking forward to this show. All of the loot we will no doubt take from our own treasure island. If you're looking to join us in the calling, you'll be able to secure a rainbow foil version of those 3 new heroes in their adult varieties. We've seen all 3 of these heroes on camera this weekend, and I'm sure numerous viewers will be interested in any given one.
Certainly, Gravy Bones may be the most exciting given his performance this weekend and last weekend, but I hope that people will be able to crack Puffin and Marlin and represent them at PT or Calling Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore should be a great showcase of those heroes with a bit of luck. If you're joining us for the Battle Hardened, there will be some cool promos available there as well. These micro text box treatments looking fantastic on board the ship. Paddle faster and hoist them up. We'll move along. Got some more goodies to look forward to. If you are a Pro Tour player, you will not only get one of those promo cards and those Sile Sarong sleeves, but one of the most requested playmats in Flesh and Blood history. Light of Soul makes a debut here.
These Pro Tour playmats being the Fableds, progressing through each set, we're slowly catching up and also slowly falling behind. It's one of these great souvenirs for being a Pro Tour player that is very meaningful whether you're a first-time Pro Tour player or a long-time Pro Tour player.
If I see you playing Prism without this playmat, I will judge you accordingly. Do be made aware of that fact. Of course, if you're looking for the reason, this event will be like no other. When all of the games are done in Singapore, you can join the LSS team, all the professional players, your friends, your family, at a dedicated beach party running into the early hours of the morning.
I think I'd like to see some people getting some sand in their sleeves and playing some games at the beach party. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what's happening when we get there.
Oh, yeah, I do love me some sand rares. They're my favorite way to keep my deck looking blinged out and gritty. Well worth joining this one if you fancy something unique. That commemorative beach towel, going to be a souvenir for the ages. I can't wait to see those turning up 10 years later as people parade them around triumphantly. There'll be food, there'll be drink, there'll be entertainment, there'll be High Seas treasure packs, and there'll even be a gravekeeping promo if you're looking to make Gravy Bones kind of sad.
It's a good card to play against Gravy Bones, putting those Whaler Humperdinks in the banish zone instead of the graveyard.
I'm also told reliably that there will be an inflatable version of Victor Goldmane, the beloved horse of Flesh and Blood, at this party. So if you want that photo for your Instagram reel, make sure you're joining us at Pro Tour Singapore. It will be July 17th to 20th, the biggest event of the year so far, and I'm hoping I might get a chance to see you there. Singapore going to be very, very special. Looking forward to seeing what happens there. We have one of our finalists on one side of the bracket, new Alluring Desire. The other side, standing in the way of their story ending this weekend, is Cindra, Dracai of Retribution.
A matchup I think we saw a lot of in the start of this year in this hunted format, especially early in the hunted format in that Road to National season in February, when we saw that Cindra be one of the most represented heroes and also most successful heroes. Not necessarily the matchup we expected. Cindra taking down the Gravy in the semifinals. This is a rematch of a Swiss round where I think we saw the Gravy get the best of the Cindra player. This time, with more information, now we're in the top 8, went the other way around.
Filip, Mikołajczyk is going to be the only remaining hurdle in the story of new Alluring Desire. Will we send her into the sunset this weekend, or will Cindra come roaring back with a fiery defiance? If you want to find out, stick around. We'll see you soon.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow dip down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and caught her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the time is done.
It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. We have one game remaining here at the World Tour in Bologna, and it's one for the history books in every way you can imagine. In the red corner, aptly for the Draconic hero, I think, Cindra, Dracai of Retribution, not a hero that was on the lips of many people this weekend heading in, benefiting from the rise of Gravy Bones and these Earth heroes. On the other side, perhaps for the final time, new Alluring Desire.
It's a familiar matchup, not one that defines the new meta necessarily, but one that's been defining the meta for the last 4 months. An exciting one to watch. It can go both ways. It will come down to the wire.
We've talked about this matchup plenty, so I don't want to keep the folks at home waiting. There's no need for that. I want to see this finals in real time. So let's make our way down into the feature match area. Sell in, folks. We've got quite the game coming up for you here. We're going to have Filip, Mikołajczyk on Cindra Dracai of Retribution, staking a claim, getting in the way of Tommaso Vicido, who is trying to become immortal. And you can see it on the table, folks. Hidden in the corner of these shots, you'll get a better look when it expands to full size. That Stonewall Gauntlet, the trophy for this event, front and center for these players.
Makes it feel very real when you see your prizes right in front of you there. Both players going to dream of winning that. That is probably one of the top dreams of a player of Flesh and Blood of the caliber of Filip and Tommaso. Amazing. They can touch it. They're not even daring to.
Gonna love this from Filip. Enjoying the marvel from their opponent's side of the table. Man, that looks good. I hope you can still play it next week. It's quite the statement from Filip here. We've alluded to this matchup a few times on Cindra. We've had a cheeky peek at a few of the deck lists as these prizes make their way off to the side for now. Really intriguing one I want to talk about here from the new side. Only 2 copies of Shelter from the Storm. We kind of expect that card to be maxed out, but in a matchup like this with these kunai, that seems like a really big deal.
Yeah, this results from the changes to the new list that came from the introduction of Gravy Bones into the meta, with losing Aurora, that very aggressive 0-for-4 hero at the Pro Tour, or just after it, at the end of the last season. New didn't need these 9 copies of defense reactions that we saw her running throughout that weekend. Now she's dropped from 9 down to 6 and sometimes 5. Sink Below, always an incredible card for New. You can clean up some of those awkward hands and block 4. Shelter, the one that goes down to 2 of in this matchup.
Couple of cards I'm watching on the Cindra side as well. You allude to less defense reactions from New. Might make that Imperial Seal of Command not quite as devastating, but there is a single Salt the Wound and a single Tenacity available in this list. And it feels like Tenacity might be at a premium here alongside, let's say, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
This is another evolution of these lists. So this is not exactly the same match that we were seeing throughout that Road to Nationals and ProQuest season. We don't have the Pouncing Lynx being presented here, but that card was critical to Filip's run up to this point in the tournament.
Very interesting. Mask of Momentum is the choice for Filip in this final game. We see the sportsmanship on full effect as these players settle in for the final game of the day. We'll see Spider's Bite, Beckoning Mistblade once more from Tommaso as these players get ready for one final dance.
No surprises from the Tommaso side. Who was higher on the bracket? What was the turn decision between these two heroes?
We'll see if I can glance it off the top of my mind. We'll quickly find out as they make their first play one way or the other.
Pretty fair to say whoever goes second probably was the one who could decide here.
Yeah, Filip here was the higher seed and will choose to go second in this situation. We see that Beckoning Mistblade kicking things off. Interestingly, Wrath of Retribution showing up maybe a little too early here.
And it's almost like he was turning it to its side, thinking, that's a card that I can just get rid of here. It's not critical to my game plan. It's not something I want to have get stuck in my arsenal, given that I don't have the hand to be able to play it already. So I'd rather just get the clunk out. Don't have my worries about it for the next couple turns. Get it out and play a normal Cindra game for the rest of the game.
So we see that Wrath being committed. We'll see additional cards committed to Spider's Bite. As it makes its way across, Ronin Renegade will be the choice. We'll see Leave No Witnesses here as the final attack of the chain for Tommaso. We see a breaking point and what looks to maybe be a sink below in the hand here, perfectly covering up that Leave No Witnesses and giving Filip the flexibility to maybe cash in that last card. Instead, choosing to keep it because Tommaso is parking an arsenal.
Losing the D-React on turn 0 is not actually such a big deal. The thing about this matchup is it might end up that Tommaso has a lot of the tempo like we saw in the last game against Azalea. It might end up the other way around where Cindra has a lot of the tempo. And then drawing into that D-React after you go with this big aggressive hand at the Nude's face can be really punishing for the Cindra side of the matchup. He's able to get a clean 4-block value out of it, full blocking that Leave No Witness, keep a card in his deck from the top of deck on hit, and not draw it later on.
Ignite will be the start here for Filip. Will pay for a kunai of Retribution on their behalf. That first chain link not being blocked does open up some opportunities for Mask of Momentum draws as this game continues.
Another thing that Filip is doing here is making it awkward for Tommaso to be able to block. Cindra wins by death by 1,000 cuts, especially against these heroes that have less defense on their equipment and less ways to distribute the defense across multiple chain links, especially since Tommaso is only running those 2 copies of Shelter of the Storm that we talked about. Filip already getting some chip in. This isn't necessarily winning the game right here, but it's context setting for what we'll start to see in the middle of the game.
On their heels, aptly named attack here, just 3 points of damage, threading to draw with Mask of Momentum. I imagine this card will be respected, but that Flick Knife is going to open up the opportunity to keep this chain ticking and keep those cards flowing from the Mask.
That's the role of the Mask of Momentum here. We know that Filip has access to the Pouncing Lynx, but Pouncing Lynx is also necessarily, sometimes will be paid off with having these big turns. If Filip is able to force Nu to lose some of these cards on block, then it's not really, what Tommaso wants to do. Sometimes in order to do the disruptive game, which is necessary against Cindra as an assassin, you can't just block them out. You will never fatigue a Cindra because you will die to the Flick Knives. You need to be able to keep a couple cards, and Mask doesn't let them do that.
A little backbreaking here for Filip. That sink below held on to in the arsenal from Tommaso. Perfectly covers that Blaze Headlong, prevents the card draw you would expect. But that breaking point is being facilitated by a resource that was made from Blood Splattered Vest. With that arsenal gone, this is maybe the worst chain ender.
It's fine in this spot. He's still cashing in that vest for what you want it to do, which is enabling a 0-pitch 1-for-5 chain ender at the end of a turn. Not getting the full value because that arsenal ended up being a D-React, but Filip is still getting a couple points of damage in. Not super pleased, but not offended.
We see Cindra rebuying those kunai of Retribution as they wrap up their turn. We make our way back to Tommaso, who will pick up their Fiend of Spring Tunic and evaluate the 3 cards they find in their hand. We see Enlightened Strike, a Chi available to them alongside a Leave No Witnesses. It will be the Witnesses going on the bottom, I believe, for this Enlightened Strike here.
Looks like this is probably going to be for 7 based on that decision. He's just throwing in decent damage, starting to try to chip Cindra down, and then arsenaling a card. He knows his responsibility is not to just block out. He didn't have a lot of good options available to him because that Leave No Witnesses doesn't do much against an arsenal-less Cindra. The top of card of deck doesn't really matter at this stage. So E-Strike for 7 sets the context for later. We'll come back to those life totals when they start being below 20 or 25.
Really big fan of seeing that Chi card preserved in the arsenal instead of Leave No Witnesses. Opens up some Mask of Recurring Nightmares plays later down the line. Feels like a very important part of the game plan into Cindra. For now, Filip will take the lead. We're going to see Brand with Cinderclaw making its way across to kickstart things off this time.
Very important cards from the new sides are the ones that takes cards out of hand instead of arsenal. Cards like any of those cheat cards paired with Mask or Surgical Extraction and Persuasive Prognosis. Looks like, unfortunately, he's drawn too many of these cheat cards together here. Maybe going to have to get rid of some of those.
Rising Resentment is going to be Chain Link 2 here. Threatens to reduce the cost of something if left unchecked. Tommaso here going to have to debate how they want to navigate this turn. Denying the Mask draw while finding those cheat cards in hand. Not the easiest equation to solve.
I believe he has access to a Sink Below, could drop one of those, but really wants to be holding that Sink Below for if 4 damage comes in after this, instead of just using it on a 3 and not necessarily getting maximum value out of his defense.
We see Homage and the Grain that tips the scale, targeting the previous Chain Link here to make sure there is no additional damage being threatened on this Rising Resentment. Both of these cards will transcend. We'll see one, no doubt, kept in hand from Tommaso as they consider using this Sink Below to mitigate the other as the turn continues.
Just wanting to make sure that those cards are flipped at this stage of the game instead of having them unflipped later where they might be harder to turn into the energy on the backside. Tommaso finding a good use for that Sink Below thanks to this Ancestral Empowerment.
Getting rewarded for holding on to that Sink Below too. Ancestral doing a fantastic job here. The Flick Knives, of course, will keep the Mask of Momentum train going as the Kunai connects with Tommaso. Brings them down to 28. We see Blood Splattered Vest being used again here to pay for Hunt the Hunter.
So far early in this game, Filip has been able to use that vest really efficiently and effectively, getting these 1-for-5s off at the end of the turn. That third counter is an ever important one because the third time you use it will be the last time that you use it. He wants to make sure he can use it not just for clean efficiency, but possibly to get some real breakthrough damage against Tommaso. I'm glad to see it get 2 uses early because if it does need to be thrown in on block later, he won't have regretted not using it.
Hunt the Hunt here. Definitely an interesting chain end that does mark new in this case. Does threaten to make some fealty as a result. Definitely could play a role in Oath of Loyalty turns or Spreading Flame turns later down the line if that fealty is available. Tommaso going to debate how they want to go about sucking up some damage here. Looks like that red attack reaction on Defending Duty once more here.
Tommaso having an interesting decision. He's got the Persuasive Prognosis. He's got an already flipped Chi, and he's got that Hiss. That Hiss is therefore playable on this turn. He can choose to block with it if he thinks that the game will come down to preserving as much life as possible. He can choose to attack with it if he thinks that the game will come down to walking Filip down alongside him. This Persuasive can also take extra cards if he bumps it up above 1. If he leaves it at 1, the Dragon Scaler can block it cleanly.
We see Hunt the Hunter connecting. It will draw a card from Mask of Momentum. And we see Dragon Scaler Flight Path cashed in here to extend another 4 points of damage from Blaze Headlong.
Now the math changes. That Dragon Scaler is no longer an easy 1 block, and this turn is getting bigger. Therefore, Tommaso says, maybe I throw this 3 block in, keep some life total, and throw down a smaller disruptive turn in this upcoming hand.
Important tool left over in Filip's hand. Of course, Tommaso doesn't know this is the last attack of the turn, but Shelter from the Storm will be making its way into the arsenal here for Filip. It's going to do a fantastic job at stemming the bleeding and might be the perfect tool to keep that Hiss in check.
I really like cashing in the Dragon Scaler here. You lose that 1 block, but you really ask the question of your opponent. He's done an incredible job of this. And like you just said, that Shelter being ever important in its ability to block the 4 that's going to come in.
Speaking of important, that Chi card that was lurking in the arsenal was Pass Over. And as Cindra activates and attempts to recover her kunai, it is disposed of, banished into the abyss for Filip, who will be stuck with just 1 kunai for the rest of this game.
And this is one of Tommaso's paths in. He's able to decrease the value engine that Filip's going to have access to throughout this game. These kunais cannot flick infinitely, and they cannot necessarily attack for that much damage if there's only 1 of them.
Beckoning Mistblade will connect to get this turn started. We'll see Persuasive Prognosis as the follow-up. This is going to be 2 with Go Again already, thanks to the Mistblade. Really hard to read the Hiss here, and we know about that Chi in hand. Filip has to consider they may be losing a card to Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
The additional blue that came into the hand out of the playing the Passover and turning it into a Chi means that this is no longer just 4. It's not a clean cover-up with that Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. If this is a hiss, and that's what Filip's trying to play around, that Shelter is not enough. So now the attack reactions as the second card, as well as that second chi, have to be once again in play for Filip when he's thinking about how to block.
We'll see that mask activated. Filip is going to stare at that lava burst at their hand. Gonna get rid of that one. Too hard to enable. We'll see the Shelter from the Storm attempting to save Filip. It will not be enough. The red hiss committed by Tommaso. We will find a slither for later on, but for now, Persuasive Prognosis at 5, all thanks to that beckoning Mistblade.
5 is bigger than 4, even though you're not pushing the maximum damage with that hiss because you're blocking. You're really only gaining 1 with it. You're getting the on-hit ability, which is the most important part of this Persuasive Prognosis card. It'll gain you some life. It'll disrupt your opponent. Tommaso's done the right thing here.
We see a Ravenous Rabble found with Prognosis. Does mean this hand is revealed. We see Throw Dagger, Blaze Headlong, and another Brand with Cinderclaw as the options here for Tommaso.
Not a very potent turn for Filip, no matter what gets selected here, meaning we're probably on the comeback, hoping for New to draw another round of disruption.
We see the deliberation from Tommaso here. He's going to select the Brand with Cinderclaw as the card being taken away here.
Interesting that he decides to go for this smaller attack power because Blaze technically can brick with its non-go again as a non-starter, and because Brand can enable some of those really big effects, like if he doesn't play it and if he chose to arsenal it and next turn he draws an Oath of Loyalty, Brand can turn something like Assault the Wound into a playable card in that matchup, in that turn. Here, instead, Filip says, you've given me the Blaze, I'll just play it.
Shelter from the Storm covering Blaze Headlong nice and cleanly here. We see that Throw Dagger being parked into the arsenal. Got to be overjoyed you didn't try and use that Throw Dagger given the existence of Shelter from the Storm. For now, Tommaso will continue their assault. It will be pain in the backside here, threatening either of these on-hits from these potent daggers.
Looks like the players go quite quickly to the life total. Yeah, this is just taken. This is for Filip. It's just damage. All he cares about is the disruption in this matchup, especially since he has a life lead now. He just needs to be throwing as much damage at Tommaso's face as possible. Pain in the backside doesn't disrupt. Ardent Desire body doesn't disrupt. Tommaso throwing damage, throwing a lot of life gain. This is an efficient turn, but it's not a game plan turn when it comes to how he's trying to play the game against Cindra.
And Ardent Desire there is going to threaten to gain a little more life, maybe draw some bonus cards, but that Slither extended here. The Tunic will join in for this Venomous Bite. We're going to knock this up to 6 points of power, making the most of that buff because we expect to draw a card with this Ardent Desire as, well, Cindra is rather red, would you believe? So card drawn, parked in the arsenal for Tommaso Vicido. Life totals quickly evening out here. 22 plays 21.
No miracle top deck for the New there. It wasn't a codex. It wasn't a leave no witnesses. Filip having a 5-card hand back means these life totals aren't as close as they appear.
Ronin Renegade will be the start here for Filip. Classic attack from Uprising here, inspired by the beloved Fi, who almost joined us in the top 8 this weekend. 3 points of damage with Go Again. Nice, clean, simple card design. We see Rising Resentment and a Snatch in the hand here from Filip.
We know that the arsenal is the Throw Dagger, so Cindra might be able to find a way to use that instead of her Flick Knives this turn. Unfortunately, she doesn't want to be activating both because ending her turn with a Kunai in Graveyard is worst case scenario against a New who has a lot of Graveyard Banish effects in his deck.
Oh no! We'll see the Throw Dagger stuffed in a box by Shelter from the Storm. This is the last copy in the deck for Tommaso Vicido. If you're not familiar with this interaction, Throw Dagger does need to deal damage if you're looking to draw the card. Thanks to Shelter from the Storm, that's not going to be happening here.
Effectively, the Throw Dagger being a 1 damage card eaten up by the Shelter of the Storm, not the 5-card hand he was looking for. That Throw Dagger could have been a 1 damage cantrip and another 3 or 4 attack off the top of his deck, but it isn't in this case.
The follow-up will simply be a copy of Snatch here. Big game it feels for Tommaso. That last card in hand for Filip, capable of being arsenaled, maybe worth rebuying that kunai in a desperate need for Draconic Chain Links.
That last card for Filip had the potential to deal a lot of damage. It was a cut through, relying on that throw dagger being played so that the dagger had hit so that he could deal even more damage. This way, having two finishers functionally, because no daggers have hit this turn, means Filip's big 5-card clapback got really shrunk down to a 3-card.
Show from the Storm doing as it does best. We'll see Pain in the backside making its way across for Tommaso Visido. We look at the hand here for Filip. We see Ronin Renegade, Demonstrate Devotion, Art of the Dragon Blood. We see Rising Resentment. These are potent head jab style effects for Filip. And again, Pain in the backside, just damage. This is an interaction.
Is an interaction. This is just damage, and Filip has a hand that is functional as a 5-card hand, with all of these cards available to him, with several starters available. There's one cost woven in there. He has ways to create a resource, whether it's with that Rising Resentment in his hand or with that last counter of the Blood Splattered Vest. He has a potent offensive turn.
Pain in the backside here. A pretty potent start for Tommaso. Those dagger on hits, definitely important should the hand contain a card like Persuasive Prognosis. Another blue card that would benefit from a little extra juice.
And that's what Filip is deciding. Does he need to block to preserve life and prevent one of those buffs that could come off of this pain in the backside? Or does he sniff that there's not much to follow this up, that those daggers would interact with, and actually he'll just take it? Tommaso will play whatever that next card is, or maybe arsenal it, and Filip can go ahead and deal this big head jab, head jab, head jab, head jab, maybe some leg taps in the middle type turn.
It will be Ronin Renegade to kick things off here for Filip. 3 damage coming across. We see the hand here from Tommaso on the other side. Some defensive options to consider. Sink Below, Enlightened Strike. We see Leave No Witnesses. And that all-important Codex of Frailty. Currently a card in the way in the arsenal, but definitely powerful enough to help get back into this game.
That arsenal might be something like a Sigil of Solace or a playable cheat card, but Codex can be awkward in some of these very defensive matchups for New and for Assassin in general. It's a 2-block in this spot. If he's not able to clear out that arsenal, maybe he'll just sink it with his Sink Below.
We see Leave No Witnesses committed on defense. That kunai will be flicked in order to maintain Mask of Momentum. That Bloodstained Vest is being cashed in for the final time. We see 4 points of damage coming across from Demonstrate Devotion here. Sink Below, going to cover this one up cleanly and avoid that mask draw. Tommaso debating the sink, deciding if they can do better by finding another card. They do take a look. It's Double Trouble that comes off the top before Cut Through is going to be the follow-up here. 4 more damage courtesy of that kunai of Retribution.
And this is where the Filip game plan, the Cindra game plan, becomes this death by 1,000 cuts. He's just dealing damage. These 4s are really awkward to block. Tommaso has to keep a couple cards if he wants to get back into this. And if he's keeping cards, he's taking damage. He could end this turn as low as 7. Then Filip just needs to be able to live at 17, not get disrupted, and he can deal that 7 relatively easily.
7 to 17. It will be the kunai rebought here as the turn comes to a close. Tunic to 2 for Tommaso Visido. They have 2 cards to work with. It is Enlightened Strike, Double Trouble. Enlightened Strike alone here does not feel like enough to cause blocks from Filip. It's not going to be. 7 damage committed real quick. We see the hand here. Lava Burst. We have more ability with this kunai if we could find use of this cut through. We'll start with the potent 1 power dagger to get this turn started for Filip. We'll see a Rousing Wave reached for immediately. And a cheat card in the hand for Tommaso here. Might limit defensive capabilities.
Filip showing how much he knows the deck. He didn't even think about that 7. He could see those 4 cards, immediately understand they are playable together. There's no clunk there. There's no reason to think about blocking. Take the damage. Go face. In this turn, that kunai might even be able to swing twice if he's willing to risk losing it. If it is that last point of damage to kill Tommaso, he can flick it, rebuy it, and swing it again. A lot of ways to deal damage on this turn.
We're going to see these 4 points here covered up by Art of Desire Mind and those Undertow Stilettos. We'll see Flick Knives activated here. Kunai making its way back into the depths. A point of damage scored enables this cut through. 4 more points of go again damage. The tides never ending here for Filip on Cindra. Dracai of Retribution. We see Tommaso debating how they wish to navigate this turn. That G card feeling painful, limiting the defensive options as they're already down to 6.
This is a mask trigger number 2, or mask chain link number 2 because of the flick on that middle chain link there. So Tommaso may be thinking, am I willing to throw in the tunic here along with one of my 3 blocks and able to turn off the mask? Filip has a big card left in his hand. It's a 5 damage finisher in the Lava Burst. So no matter what Tommaso decides here, that mask trigger is always just going to go into Arsenal. But Filip doesn't care about that anymore. He cares about dealing 6 more points of damage.
Is the Codex of Frailty still lurking in the hand for Tommaso? Double checking where that kunai was. It was, of course, flicked by flick knives, representing that chain link there. Does affect how this turn may continue, especially for that Lava Burst.
Tommaso having a big think about, I think, how much he can risk maybe taking this and going down to 2 to get maximum information about what Filip has left as that final card in hand, whether he's going to be able to threaten a go again that draws a card. Maybe a 4 go again, like a Blaze Headlong would be most punishing to Tommaso, but he's wanting to take a look at maybe it being a Snatch or something that doesn't have go again and just a finisher that Tommaso can disrespect.
Cut through is the attack being debated here. 4 more points of damage here in the finals of Calling Bologna. Remember, if Tommaso Oscilio can find their way back into this game, they have the opportunity to send new Alluring Desire into Living Legend forever. In their way, Filip, Mikołajczyk doing their best to bring Cindra Dracai Retribution back into the spotlight as we head into the national championship season. These 2 players playing for thousands of dollars and that gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet.
We have another one of these situations where you've got an aggro deck against one of these slower decks that tries to deal damage but also tries to disrupt, and the aggro deck has just asked the question. He's put the thought down. He's presenting damage. He says, you have to decide how you navigate this. I'm just throwing my big numbers at you. And Tommaso really in the tank on what he's going to do. Maybe if he can afford to keep a card, what's the best type of card to keep in order to start getting back into the game against Filip?
Yeah, rightfully so. This feels like the most important decision of Tommaso Oscilio's tournament so far. And rightfully so, they will consider the graveyard here. Filip going to do the same as the rest of this turn continues. The fate of this calling literally on a knife's edge as we make our way through Cindra's turn. Tommaso decides no blocks is the right answer. Will fall all the way down to 2. And the follow-up, a solemn nod of the head as Lava Burst makes its way onto the combat chain, demands 5 points of block value. That Mask of Recurring Nightmares going to be focused on keeping Tommaso alive.
Buying back that dagger, keeping it for that flick counter that's now alive. Filip, if he's able to keep a single playable card and that flick knives, he'll be able to swing 1 point of damage at least, and then hopefully find a way to rebuy that kunai and do it again on the next turn. Tommaso, meanwhile, he has a Codex and a blue and a Tunic online. That's a pretty potent combo if he can get that Arsenal slot clear, which we haven't been able to see for the last couple turns.
Yeah, unsure what's parked in that Arsenal, and Tommaso does not seem happy about what they find there. Some options available thanks to that equipment. Not ideal to never line this up with a Bonds of Agony or a similar effect, but may be required for that go again in order to make this turn function. One way or the other, we must strip cards from Filip Mikołajczyk, or we're going to find ourselves on the receiving end of flick knives.
I have to expect that card in Arsenal for Tommaso is something that is an attack. Maybe it's an Enlightened Strike, and that's why we didn't see it played when it got drawn and it was only 1 card left over. And he's thinking, what's the risk? Can I afford to sink a card, try to draw a card, give it go again, and hope I find a blue off the top to still be able to use my Codex for go again, for CNC? Deciding instead to dagger. Maybe it's a blue attack in Arsenal that he thinks if this will go through, then that card will be clearable very easily.
Beckoning Misplayed will be the start here. 1 point of damage. Have a feeling the flick knives will not be covering this one.
Filip thinking. Tommaso had a think. Tommaso hinted that this blue might matter and that there was a an interaction to how this turn was going to play out, and that gives Filip maybe the hint that, given that he decided on the dagger, that might be an important part of the game plan here.
Yeah, debating that block with Mask of Momentum here. That card, most of its damage will be done at this point. Deciding whether or not that block value may be better served on whatever this follow-up might be, say, Surgical Extraction, something similar. May want the headpiece to cover up 5 points of damage. Instead, it will be Bonds of Agony from the Arsenal here.
Wow, deciding to go for that riskier dagger bonds play instead of just playing that bonds and then resolving that chi to give it go again and popping those equipment to get the reactions. He's going for the dagger to buff up this bonds and maybe stop something. Filip doesn't know Tommaso's last card. On board, this goes to 6, +3 from its own effect and +1 from the Fang Strike from that Arousing Wave. If there's a Justinic available, which is the most potent card for Tommaso, that pushes it to 11. Filip has to be doing the math on what those numbers are and what he can live through.
Tommaso Visido, capable of the sidestep here, those undertow stilettos. Very capable of granting go again to Bonds of Agony here, regardless of how much block is dedicated. Then using Codex of Frailty to rip another card into the arsenal and force the issue from Filip. That Bonds of Agony feels like exactly what Tommaso needed to find their way back into this game. Beckoning Mistblade, granting the extra point of damage. And these reactions that have been waiting here this entire game to put themselves into perspective may be Tommaso Visido's ticket to being a calling champion and the person who forever sent new into Living Legend.
Bonds of Agony already have him go again off this Beckoning Mistblade 2. This is an incredible decision. We saw Tommaso think so long about what to prioritize for this turn. He found this line. My read is this is the perfect way back into the game. This Bonds, because it can go to 11, I think has to demand a card or two. The Codex will make a card be discarded. That's another card. The disruptive on-hit of the thing that follows it, which is probably to be a Leave No Witnesses, that's another card. That's what you need to be doing as Tommaso to get back into this game and to try to punch that ticket.
All Filip Mikołajczyk needs to find is 2 turns to attack. If they can enable Flick Knives on 2 separate occasions, they will be the winner of this calling here in Bologna. You can see the focus, the understanding of these players after 15 rounds of high-level flesh and blood action. Their hopes, their dreams, their future ambitions all come down to Bonds of Agony.
I'm sweating, and it's not just because it's very hot in here. I've been on this position on the new side so often. You've gone down to 2. You felt like this was one of those games where the aggro deck just rolled you, got out ahead, and stopped you from doing the thing that you're trying to do, which is disrupt. But then at the last second, you find that best card in your deck, that Bonds of Agony, and it's perfect. There's so many things of what this could be. Filip has to consider all of them and which block covers the most of those scenarios and leaves him alive, first of all, and second of all, able to do what you just said, which is start to flick Tommaso down.
See if we can take a peek on Filip's side. Breaking point. Fire Tenant strike first. Blood runs deep and hot on their heels. So importantly, 1 starter in this hand.
I think at this point, it's not the concept of a starter is not necessarily important. It's the concept of a playable 1-card hand in the worst case scenario for Filip. So he's definitely going to be looking at those back 2 0 for 3 cards as the ones he maybe wants to keep and try to hold on to no matter what. That Fire Tenant first strike being a 2 block is probably the higher priority of the card he can keep. If he gets to keep 2 cards, it's also really good because it can go 3 into 4 alongside that Hot on Their Heels because it buffs it up, given that it's Draconic. That Breaking Point, it costs 1. That's the default block card. No matter what, that's going in front of this attack.
Yeah, these 3 block attacks here definitely give Filip some potential to stay in this game, keep a card for themselves. We will see 6 block dedicated here to Bonds of Agony. Filip deciding that Justinic is not something they can afford to beat.
That's the thing. The Justinic is not worth playing around because if it is Justinic, he's just going to lose one of those cards anyways. If it's Codex following up, he's also just going to lose one of those cards. If it's another Chi, he's just going to lose one of those cards. He's navigated the turn, and he's decided, no matter what at the end of this, I think Nuke can only take one more card if I block 6. I'm not going to take that much damage. I'll still be able to come in for 3 and a flick. I'll be doing the game plan I want to do to get Tommaso dead.
We see the Tunic taken here. No reactions used on Bonds of Agony. Those resources spent on Spider's Bite here, looking to blunt the blocking potential as we make our way down to 8. The Codex of Frailty is going to force one of those attacks back into the arsenal for Filip Mikołajczyk, and their cards in hand will block less as a result of that venomous Spider's Bite.
What that says is you can't pick something that's more potent and put it in arsenal. You're not going to be able to block this out if you have a normally 2-block attack and your Mask of Momentum. You're probably going to lose that arsenal and just play one card out of hand. Well navigated, getting that Spider's Bite and making sure to get value off of that Tunic, even though he's having to forego those reactions. He turns that Tunic counter into 1 point of damage because no CNC is in the graveyard, and he can block with it on this upcoming turn as he needs to.
Filip fanning through the graveyard, deciding what the best choice is to select if they want to keep their chances of winning this calling alive. We see Art of the Dragon Blood at the front of the yard here. Brand with Cinderclaw a consideration.
Taking the brand, thinking he might be losing it, he might be keeping it. He discards the Fire Tenant first strike. That means what he's prioritizing is actually holding on to the 3-block and the Mask. He's going to block out this Leave No Witnesses. No floating for the Arousing Wave. Prioritizing, throwing this brand from Arsenal. 2 is the same as 3, maybe he thinks, and then flicking that Kunai, or possibly holding on to that brand, passing this turn and saying, if I can live through whatever comes after this, that brand will enable me to kill you 100,000%.
Yeah, worth taking a look here, seeing no copies of Art of the Dragon Fire in the deck here. So that brand will not be enabling a guaranteed win for Filip. We see Beckoning Mistblade as the follow-up here for Tommaso.
It's just a safe pick, the brand, because it's of the head jabs. It's the one that still plays through the Oath of Loyalty, a very heads-up play to pick not just any head jab, but the safe head jab here. Giving that Flick Knives, getting rid of that win con. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need to kill this turn. He needs to kill, or in 2 turns, he needs to kill this turn. So it's not about the Flick Knives getting 1 value. It's about keeping a 5-card hand and presenting offense, and that Beckoning Mistblade is one of the best ways Tommaso can disrupt Filip with the hand he has.
Filip understanding that Beckoning Mistblade as the lead here represents more problematic scenarios than the potential of Flick Knives as this game continues. We'll see Spider's Bite as the follow-up here, pitching away that Levels of Enlightenment that would love to have had go again as an additional mode. We see Filip falling down to 7. The follow-up here for Tommaso is going to be another Levels of Enlightenment. 2 modes available on this card.
Luckily that he blocked that Beckoning Mistblade, otherwise he would be facing down Cindra levels of damage on this turn, having taken that Beckoning Mistblade. But now it's blocked, so Tommaso has to decide which mode he doesn't want. He's going to pick 5, go again, doesn't care about that extra card. An important thing to note, Venomous Bite and Hiss are playable on levels, so Filip has to consider the fact that he could die on this link if he's not careful. Spider's Bite also means he doesn't block very well. Any 3-block is a 2-block, and any 2-block is a 1-block.
Levels of Enlightenment for 5 here. As you point out, a pretty premium target for Hiss. And even Venomous Bite in this scenario. But with 1 card left in hand, those reactions on the equipment still floating for Tommaso Vicido. We know that Arsenal as well, potentially looming. There is so many tricks to consider for Filip to remain in this game.
And it has go again. It's not even the end. It could be that this is getting buffed up by some kind of reaction. It could be that this is just go again, trying to deal damage. The thing that comes next is more important than this link. He has 2 blocks that get around that Spider's Bite. Maybe that's why he was comfortable taking it. He's got that Ancestral Empowerment and a Throw Dagger. Still 3 blocks on this turn. But if he ever blocks with an attack action this turn, it will block 1 less.
Let's take a closer look at that hand if we can. Concealed Blade will be jumping onto the combat chain here. Ignite. And Art of the Dragon in hand. We see 2 damage coming through. It will fall to 4 for Filip. The follow-up does threaten lethal. Card in hand, Arousing Wave available with that Art of Desire.
With that card in hand too, available for pitch, it's not just Arousing Wave, it's also the Undertow Stilettos. Tommaso could commit to both reactions here, or he could just go max damage.
Venomous Bite is the choice. We'll find Fang Strike joining the fight here. Knocks this to 7. Filip will fall down to 1 and banish a blue. There is no card drawn here for Art of Desire. Filip is alive with 1 life remaining, has 3 cards to work with. Importantly, no flick knives in sight.
Maybe more important than no life gain in that spot is no card draw in that spot is no life gain. New only on 2. Can he live through an assault? It looks like Filip's turn is going to be 2, 1, 4, and then I think 3 is also there in the mix. Is that enough to get through Tommaso's blocks? Maybe did he draw into a Chi or a couple Chi or some 2 blocks like those Pain in the Backsides and Codex of Frailties?
Our finals here in Calling Bologna coming down to the wire. Both these players have inches left between themselves and a calling title and potentially the changing of Flesh and Blood's future forever. Ignite the start here for Filip Mikołajczyk. We see it blocked by Art of Desire Mind. That kunai will be free, immediately blocked by the Fiendal Spring Tunic. The follow-up will just be the art. No, the brand with Cinderclaw corrected there by Filip. We see 2 more damage, but the information is now available to Tommaso. They know there is an Art of the Dragon Blood following this for 4 more damage.
Maybe a very impactful blunder there by Filip, but it doesn't matter. This was only ever going to be 4. Chip 1. 1 goes down. Tommaso, I think, keeps 1 card in hand. How potent is it? I didn't see it. I don't know if it's a Codex or a Leave or some 1-card play that can really take Filip.
Sacred Art, Undercover Desires. It does nothing here more than threaten Spider's Bite. These players are 1-1. This will earn a card, but we see a Shelter from the Storm in the hand here. Unfortunately for Filip, there is no starter here. No way to guarantee a kunai. 2 copies of Display Loyalty and a Throw Dagger alongside Shelter from the Storm.
Throw Dagger can buy back the kunai using the Cindra ability, but unfortunately that means he's only going to be able to go kunai with 1 of those red cards into another 3 off of 1 of those red cards. It doesn't buy enough cards out of the new hand to be able to stop Tommaso.
These players hold history in their hands. Tommaso analyzing every grain of information they can find as Filip debates the correct choices here. They must block Spider's Bite, but how do they give themselves the best chance to avoid catastrophe in the following hand from Tommaso Vicido?
He can go 1 and 3 with that Throw Dagger and that Display Loyalty. I don't believe he can get another Chain Link. Alternatively, he can block with a Display Loyalty, Throw Dagger to still buy back that kunai, come in with that Display Loyalty for 3, buy 1 card, and hold that Shelter from the Storm in Arsenal, protecting him against any sort of reactive effects that Tommaso might draw into if Tommaso doesn't draw a particularly potent hand or just relies on reactions to kill.
The hand for Tommaso contains Command and Conquer, Just a Nick, and Bonds of Agony. There is all kinds of potential on the other side of the table if Filip Mikołajczyk cannot strip cards. We see the kunai rebought by Throw Dagger. The follow-up is going to be just Display Loyalty. You have to understand how many ancestral empowerments remain. We're checking this in the moment. These players understand that 1 point of damage is all that matters. We see 1 highlighted immediately by Tommaso, but I believe it's 2. There is a 3rd copy looming, and it could be anywhere. Maybe it's in the Banished Zone. Tommaso knows the only card they have to consider here is going to be Ancestral Empowerment.
If he's concerned about maybe a copy of this Throw Dagger or the Ancestral Empowerment, some way that can kill him, that he has to be able to block, he might give an extra card that limits his ability to demand cards out of Filip in response. We're at 1-1 here. There's a lot of things that Tommaso could do. It looks like the way he's considering playing it is block with 2 cards, threaten a CNC for 7. That will buy, because of this D-React in Arsenal, several cards out of Filip and will reset.
Currently, only 1 card is placed in front of Display Loyalty. Tommaso considering what they can afford to risk, what chances they need to take. That Bonds of Agony, copy of Just a Nick, pulled to the front of their hand here to potentially be dedicated to blocking duty. playing around that final copy of Ancestral Empowerment. And as you so carefully call out, 2 cards left remaining, it will be a blue copy of Surgical Extraction, and Command and Conquer alongside that Floating Arousing Wave will force at least 3 cards. We see Shelter in hand and 6 points of block value on the attack here. That Shelter in Arsenal, a Shelter being drawn.
He can live with that Shelter having its activated ability, but he can't do anything. He can't deal damage back.
The Arousing Wave is earned, Shelter is discarded to prevent 1 point of damage. Both these players hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but there is no retort from Filip Mikołajczyk. It's going to be full 4 cards to work with from Tommaso Vecido, who is on the edge of their seat. I'm on the edge of my seat as we get ever closer to the idea of new Alluring Desire leaving Classic constructed. If we can see the hand, we'll have a better idea. We see Enlighten Strike, Surgical Extraction, a copy of Hiss, Levels of Enlightenment, the perfect suite of cards to spell Filip's demise. It will be Levels to start things off here. Pitching Surgical will no doubt select Go Again, representing both Hiss here and the ability to fire Enlightened Strike. The Hiss will be played. Is there the defense reaction to stem the bleeding? We know that Shelter from the Storm is in the arsenal and it will survive. It will be Enlightened Strike coming in as the final attack of the turn, and the block value will soak it up. We are still playing the game, ladies and gentlemen. Filip still alive on 1 life.
Slither going to the bottom of the deck in order to enable that turn. Try to get the Trixie win with the Hiss. Try to get the damage win with the E-Strike. He had both outs there. It wasn't enough, but this time no Shelter in Arsenal.
Persuasive Prognosis. 3 cards left unknown. We see just a nick in the hand and the ability to gain Go Again from those stilettos to fire Command and Conquer. Again, Tommaso Vecido causing an impossible dilemma, leaving Filip Mikołajczyk stuck between a rock and a hard place as they desperately fight to survive and win the calling here in Bologna.
It's such a symbolic way for New to go if they do go, because these last few turns have been defined by tricks and confusion and saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. What are you going to do about it, Filip? What do you think I have?
It's never one. It's never only 1. 3 points of damage. 6 points of damage. Who knows? Go Again. Available on the stilettos. We find the cut through will block. It will be just a nick, which is going to be enough to lock up the calling here in Bologna. Tommaso Vecido is your champion, and new Alluring Desire has reached living legend.
Uproar in the crowd as the Italian player wins the local tournament. The new player wins. The deadly new is out of the meta. No people have to be worried about not being able to play those powerful blues anymore. She's gone, and in a credible fashion, just as she lived the entire time.
And you can hear it in the room around us as more players find out the hero that took down this event. They know their experience of Flesh and Blood has just changed forever.
Ding dong, the witch is dead, as I think the feeling that everyone has in the room as new LLs. It's a new meta for Nationals now. It's an exciting time to be a FAT player, and just an incredible game that we just saw on display from these heroes.
Congratulations to Tommaso Vecido for a masterful display of all things new Alluring Desire. We're going to take an opportunity to get an interview with them next, talk to them about how they're feeling and what they're going to do next in the wake of their hero leaving the format. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Crushed it.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow dip down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tangent is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, and down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore, we'll take that whale in tow. Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea.
We are back one final time to celebrate our winner on the weekend. Tommaso, congratulations. You are now a calling champion, and you will forever be the player who made new reach living legend. How does that feel?
It feels amazing, especially bringing her to the finish line. It's the hero I've played the most since it came out. Probably every rated event I've registered new, so it was a fitting way to end this journey with her. So it feels amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Cindra in the final, maybe not a deck you were expecting this weekend. Were you happy to see that or upset to see that?
I was not happy to see that. I faced Cindra also in the top 8, but there I got super lucky. I banished both the daggers first turn of the game, basically, so it was an unknown game. This one was way tougher. I'm in internal testing where quite unfavored into Cindra, so it feels good to bring it home on a tough matchup.
Absolutely, happy to hear it. Well, I'm sure the folks at home will want to know, if you're such a new lover, what are you going to do now?
That's a great question. I'll think about it from tomorrow, but there are quite a couple of heroes I'm interested in. Staying with Assassins, I've been playing a little bit of Rachni Mario. I've been enjoying it a lot, so maybe I'll keep going with it.
Well, love to hear that. Another dagger-centric hero to maybe make some shenanigans work. I'm sure you got all kinds of people you want to talk about in the community that have helped you get to this stage. Is there anyone you want to shout out and talk about from your support this weekend?
For sure. The Italian community is amazing for this game, so big shout out to them. In particular, my Team Emperors. They helped me in every possible way. Without them, I would not have reached this goal. And also our local game stores that sponsor our team, the Golden Store, Roma Talenti and Iscivettoni, and they're very big supporters of the Flesh and Blood scene in Italy and in Rome in particular. So big shout out to all of them.
Yeah, happy to hear that. It's got to feel incredible to be a home country winner for a calling as well here, defending the title, keeping that treasure away from somebody else. If you were a new enjoyer, well, you know who to thank for the fact they will no longer be here anymore. In the same way, if you were hoping to play good blues again, you know who to thank. Tommaso, congratulations one more time. A pleasure to have you as a calling champion. Thank you so much. And hopefully we'll see more from you this national championship season, I'm sure.
I hope so.
For now, that's going to be all we had for this episode here at the Calling in Bologna. But the World Tour will be back before you know it. But until then, that's been Tommaso Vecino, your calling champion. I have been Howling Minds. We've had Gabe Share, my incredible co-caster. But most importantly, you at home have been amazing. Until I see you again, take care and happy gaming.